Oh my gosh, we made it to Friday, everybody! Ha ha! This is wonderful. Hello, everyone. It is Mikey of Mikey Sees 4, once again, the host of Topic Time. And tonight, this is known as Topic Time Episode 9. Because we did 8 previous ones with an older computer, which somehow survived at least until just a few weeks ago. And then I found out there was a couple of viruses on it. And I said, oh, that's why I've been having problems all these times. So I got rid of that SOAB, so to speak. I mean, I cut the wires, kicked the tires, and threw the thing down a chute. A trash chute, that is. Anyway, so here we are. We are live, and we're happy. Now, remember, StreamYard on the basic plan can only do 6 people at a time. So I'm not going to show you guys the stream yard link yet until I can get Mr. Brother Jay in here. Because I did tell him we were going to do this at 8 o'clock our time here Eastern and 7 o'clock Central his time. So hopefully he'll be here. I'll give him about 15 minutes or so. I do owe him that much. Because he did help me yesterday with my our plan. Yeah, it's not my stuff. It's all about us now. Mikey J and my wonderful wife Suzanne, and of course Sir Lemon Pie, our great moderator. We did our Shazam ISIS review, our hour yesterday on Thursday. In case you guys missed it, it's available there on YouTube. Please check it out because it was pretty cool. If you guys remembered any of those, mid 1970s Saturday morning live action shows, and the Secrets of Isis and Shazam showed you some early, DCEU universe heroes. Yeah, so yeah, check that out. Wednesday, we also this past Wednesday we did our my review, for The Greatest American Hero, which, by the writers of Lupo and Cannell, actually preceded my most favorite of all time series from the 80s, which of course was A-Team. And we just did season 1, episode 8 of A-Team. Now, I tried to do it with Restream, and Restream didn't quite work. For some reason, it was having trouble with poor Brother Jay's phones, both of them. So, luckily, Sci-Fi Sifdan came in the last minute, helped me out a little bit. So that was very cool of him. So thank you, Sifdan, for doing that. And we got through that episode. And so next week, of course, we'll be back with StreamYard, and it'll be episode 1 of season 9. Or, excuse me, season 1 of episode 9. Reverse that. Yeah. Season 1, episode 9. So that'll be on Tuesday afternoon. There we go. That's very quick. Oh, come on. When I say those words, I have to go Moody Blues, okay? Sorry about that. Anyway, so then on Monday, of course, next week, we'll start with Mikey TV, and that'll be the 5th episode. I did episode 4 the past Monday. Went really well. I come up with a topic, then I recommend a great DVD or Blu-ray, and then I just ask the chatters in the chat there, our friends and cohorts that we associate with, if they want to do their ask a question of anything, and I could try to answer it. And I think this next Monday is going to be a huge, because I'm actually going to cover 3 different topics. The earthquake that happened and the following tsunami there in Taiwan. I'll try to get some updated information on that. Also, the natural disaster that happened over there in Thailand. And then, of course, I might get some more info on the Boston Bridge thing, that happened with the bridge collapsing and everything like that. And then, of course, the last thing I'm going to check on, of course, is the New York City tri-area, which just went through a 4.8 earthquake. And luckily, two friends of mine I know in that area, Mr. Admiral Teague, don't forget to check out his channel, and also Bird of Prey 5, along with his mom, Mama Prey 5, and his sister Prey. They're all okay too. Just a few hairline cracks in their walls. But otherwise, yeah, everything is fine. So thank God that two of my brothers, I consider them brothers, are okay in the New York City area, and they survived a 4.8 earthquake, which probably wasn't as crazy as some people say, but you never know, right? I mean, earthquakes are just unpredictable. So, anyway, like I said, I'm waiting for Mr. J to come, and then I'll go ahead and open up the panel with the StreamYard. I'll have the link. Well, it's at the top right now, but I haven't highlighted it yet. So, just so you guys, it's there. But please, I want you guys to be patient, and I'm waiting for Mr. J to come in, and then we'll get started. Let's see. In the meantime, tonight's. What am I saying today? It's tonight. It's nighttime. Oh no. Okay. Darn you, Tony. Damn you, Tony. Okay. Yeah. So tonight we're going to be talking about nostalgia times. Now, what do you think of when you think of nostalgia as a word? Well, it brings you back to some really humble times. Great ads that, admit it, as a kid, you would watch on TV. You would watch these ads. They were funny. They were hilarious. Oh, I guess that means the same thing. but you did watch them. And sometimes when you had a great movie that was going to come on finally on TV for the first time and you had the ads for that. Like, do you guys remember when Star Wars first came to television? Oh my Lord. I think people went ape crap when that happened. Because there was like so many people going, oh my gosh, I never saw it in the theater, but now it's finally on television. Woo, what a miracle. Yeah, there was a lot of people that were looking forward to that. And some of the ads I remember, just to give you guys a sample, they were starting to offer the Kenner toys, right? Now, my brother Phil had, he had Chewbacca, he had, Luke Skywalker. I think he even had Han Solo, kind of. Yeah, he did. So he had like 3 of the characters from the film, and eventually the franchise. And I was kind of jealous, but he wanted them. He wanted to play with toys. And I'm like, dude, why don't you just keep, I was telling my brother, since I'm the oldest, I was trying to tell him, look, why don't you keep those toys in the box? Because who knows, if this movie really takes off, and maybe down the line, you haven't opened up the box yet or messed with the toys, you could sell them maybe for a very good price and make some money down the line. Yeah, he didn't really think about that, did he? But that's okay. That's okay. They were fun toys anyway to begin with. And let's see. We don't have anybody watching right now. That's okay. We're just waiting for, like I said, we're probably waiting for Gorilla and PvP and Resolute Germ, some of my brothers, to finish their Walton's review. That's totally fine. I wanted to start early because I wanted to get into recording and hoping I can stay up here and not be kicked out or anything happening. So this is mostly a test too. I'm trying to pull it across. So anyway, let's see. We're in 9 minutes and 33 seconds in. Okay. Okay, so we're going to be here for a little bit. And my beautiful wife is nearby. I love you.
Love you. I was the first person who liked it.
I know you did. My wife is my biggest supporter, everyone. She really is. And most husbands would say, like, they don't feel lucky. Well, I feel lucky and I feel blessed and I feel loved. And that's all you can ask, right? I mean, that's all you can have out there, and say that you love them, and and it reciprocates, and you're like, oh yes, I enjoy you very much. Okay. Well, I know that some of you will probably rewatch this eventually, so let's see. Okay. Well, the first ad I can think of right away, of course, is the Wendy's ad where you had the old ladies and she goes, "Where's the beef?" Yes, very hilarious. I don't know. The first time I saw it, I didn't think that old ladies like that could be so forceful. But apparently she was, and said, "Where's the beef?" Well, what do you do when you have a very uh, feisty senior citizen like that? Do you just acquiesce and say, "Yes, ma'am, I'll get you the beef. I'll get you that burger"? Or do you just kind of treat them like crap and say, "Hey, leave me alone. Go away"? Yeah, no. Now you have to be nice to those people. Seriously. Seniors, they will someday take care of you. You know, they take care of their grandkids. They take care of their cousins and nieces and nephews. They love them and they care about them. And that's the best part, right? So I have to say, Suzanne and I, we're not quite there yet, but we're getting there. And we've started to realize how right my parents and people I knew, elderly people, and people I respected, I realized how correct they were when they said, "Well, as you get older, you're going to feel it every single day of your life when you reach a certain age, and then you're gonna definitely apologize." Maybe to some people you made fun of earlier in life, and you said, "Oh my gosh, you were so right. I'm losing it here, man. I've got."
A long time ago.
Oh yes, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, right, babe?
Yes.
Boy, do you remember where you were when you heard that said for the first time a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away? Do you remember where you were when you heard that for the first time? I just went totally ape crazy, man. I was in the theater and I was sitting there with my parents, and this was in Phoenix, Arizona, and it was a place called the Cine Capri. It had those big, wonderful, lovely velvet curtains. Oh my gosh. Huge red velvet curtains. Loved them. And we were just waiting, right, for the movie to begin. And all of a sudden, the curtains parted. It's like the skies opened, outside, even though we were indoors. And we were out of the heat because it was one of the, everybody says, well, it premiered in May of 1977, which is true. But if you've ever lived in Arizona in the middle of May or towards the end of May back then, and you were used to the 100 plus degree temperatures, there's our liker. And if you were used to that, you're like, oh my gosh, yes, internal AC inside the theater. Oh, you were so happy. And I had my little small bag of popcorn. I had my mints. I love Junior Mints. Oh my gosh, they're so awesome. And then I had my totally cool Coca-Cola with very little ice. I know. I mean, I was only 11 years old, but I was asking for Coca-Cola with very little ice. And you know what? The actual concessionaire, the person that worked at the theater there, actually got it right. And they did every time I asked for it that way. Now, if you did that around some kind of theater today, they'd look at you like you were totally like from another planet or something. They think you were nuts. And I'm like, well, you were very kind to acquiesce to my uh, request, for the way I wanted my drink back then, but not now. So I don't even ask now. The only thing that and there's two people. Thank you. Um, the only thing that we ask for now is well, Suzanne and I anyway. We ask for our popcorn to be butter layered. Not only butter flavored, but butter layered, which means we want it in layers, which is awesome actually. But with our situations, we got to be careful. So we can't ask for too much butter. But some butter being in between different points of your very large bag of popcorn, or the tub they do now. They have these promotional, what I like to call a promotional bucket that advertises the great movies that are coming up soon and everything. We just got our latest one for Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, and it has Slimer with it's very cool. He's got the Cineplex, because we go to Cineplex Odeon, here in the Toronto area, in the GTA, and we get, once in a while, we like to get these beautiful decorative buckets. And this one, like I said, has Slimer from Ghostbusters franchise, and it has, with his bag of popcorn, he's eating and going and eating it all up and everything. So it's insane, brother and sister. Yes, it is. It is totally crazy, but it's a wonderful, nice souvenir to have, right? And if you guys want to do that once in a while, I say more power to you. Yeah, absolutely get it, because it's a nice collectible. And don't forget, you can actually bring it back to the theater and get it filled up. All you're paying for then is not the bucket, you're just paying for the popcorn. And you're saving money. What a concept. Anyway, so we're waiting for Mr. J. Let me go ahead, since we got a couple people here, I'll go ahead and show you the link. There you are, the StreamYard link. You guys can come on in, say hello. Let me know if you remember any nostalgic times that you came across in your life, whether they were ads on TV or the trailers in films, or or songs you might remember nostalgically that were just, they hit you the first time you heard them. Oh boy, I got a lot. I can tell you that. I came across a lot of great music back in the day. Nowadays, it's really depressing. I won't say how much, but I'm just going to tell you it's just not the music I remember, which is unfortunate. But that's okay. I enjoy what I can find on YouTube, and I think, yeah, Suzanne and I both agree that we can, find the right things. So, okay, so it's been pinned up there, and the StreamYard is there for you guys. So, check it out, and let us know what you remember. Because I want this to be a party. I want you guys to have some fond memories, and start laughing about stuff. And yeah, I mean, that's all I ask for. It's going to be fun tonight. I want it to be just humbly fun and cool, and like, hey, I remember stuff. Yeah, this was fun stuff. Yeah. So, Mr. Brother J, come on down. We're waiting for you to come over here and be our co-host and help us out tonight. And like I said, probably because we got at least 3 other streams going. Not just the Walton stream, I'm pretty sure. But we've also got Tony Stark of Iron. I think he was just finishing up. Admiral Teague had one going because he called it First Contact. Not First Contact. And by the way, don't forget, today is the anniversary. In approximately 39 years from now, on this very date, Mr. Zefram Cochrane will take his converted missile into a warp ship that he calls the Phoenix, and he'll go up there into the past the stratosphere and the ionosphere and whatever other spheres we know, and he'll go up there into space, and then he'll kick in the warp drive, and next thing you know, they got a Vulcan scouting ship in the area. How ironic, don't you think? And yes, I know, Alanis. Thank you. Anyway, so yes, I mean, the ship goes, and then the Vulcans come, and they go, woohoo! American or Earthlings, human beings, they know how to fly at warp speed. This is cool. And they come down and meet them. Now, if you guys remember an episode from Enterprise where they had In a Mirror Darkly, two-parter there, they had the mirror universe, and of course, Zephyrin, well, I don't want to give you too many spoilers, but he takes out the Vulcans and takes their ship. Then they learn all the technology forcibly, and, the rest is history, and they all go nuts and try to take over the universe by themselves without the help of the Vulcans or Klingons or Andorians or Ferengi or any of the current peoples that were alive back then. So, yeah, lots of fun there. I'll tell you, I really did enjoy First Contact. I had no problems with it. I was of the thought that the even-numbered Star Trek films always were appealing. They always were. I never had issues with them. And I thought, yeah, this is cool. I mean, come on. Who doesn't like a good Borg story? And I thought it came off just fine. And I mean, you watch TNG and you watch some episodes of Voyager. You even watch a couple one episode of Enterprise, which followed from First Contact, where when the sphere was blown up, before some of them beamed over to the Enterprise E, a couple of them ended up down there in Antarctica, and they were found, and then, like a time loop thing. And then, they escaped. Well, didn't really escape. I don't want to give you a spoiler on that. But anyway, suffice to say, they got their signal out and said, oh, hey, Borg Queen, we were just on this planet Earth and it was defenseless for the time, I guess. So maybe that's what happened. I don't know. But there was a time loop definitely involved. Now, I don't know if the Borg were involved in any part of DS9, Deep Space Nine. I'm not sure. But like I said, I do know they were a big part of TNG. They were a big part of Voyager because, Voyager was traveling through Borg space in the Delta Quadrant. Yikes. And then, Enterprise had their one episode. And then, of course, they had Star Trek First Contact. So, oh, yeah. And then later on, Picard, right? I mean, Picard explored the Borg for the last time, supposedly. So, yeah. And I'm sure they've been a part of what we call the other new Trek series, like Prodigy, Lower Decks, Strange New Worlds, the abomination we don't like to talk about, which is Discovery Infinite. Yeah, that. And then, of course, short treks. So, yeah. And I'm sure that the Orville did something involving robots, too. I wouldn't put past Seth MacFarlane, for sure. And as far as Galaxy Quest goes, well, everybody considers that like the 14th Star Trek movie. Well, it's mostly a homage, right? People enjoy it, and it's a homage. Now, do I officially consider it as being part of Star Trek itself? Well, I mean, it's funny. It's a funny movie, right? It has Tim Allen. It's got Sigourney Weaver. Alan Rickman. I mean, it's got some good actors, and of course Sam Rockwell. He's always funny in everything. I don't care what you think. Sam Rockwell is like a quintessential fall guy and sidekick and whatever else you want to throw in there. That's basically Sam. So yeah, I mean, Suzanne and I, we own all the Trek films and Galaxy Quest, and they're all very good. And then what I've always said about Star Trek, speaking of topics here, what I've always said about Star Trek is it seems like most people are in two camps. One, they think that the even numbered ones were probably the best films, and the uneven numbered ones, the odd ones, they were meh. Yeah. Okay. Well, I might agree with them on some points, but not everything. I think that every single Star Trek film, hey, how's my friend doing? Miss Silver Wolf. How you doing, gaming Miss Silver Wolf? Yeah, she's a great person. There she is. Hi, gaming. Silver. Yeah, she's wonderful. Good to see you, Silver. I'm glad you're here. And we got 4 people watching. That is awesome. Anyway, to conclude my point before we go into nostalgic stuff here, it's like I said, each of the Star Trek films do have their own unique moments. And that's why I like them all. I don't have a single issue with any of them because. And she says, LOL, hi. Yes, hi, Silver. Love you. We both do. So, yes, I mean, that's just every single one of them. Sorry, I need a drink because my voice, I'm a chatterbox. I admitted this as much, and when I start talking way too much, my voice just goes, bleh, and it just goes out of the, okay. By the way, that's a diet drink, no sugar. Yeah. So, I'm afraid to say the brand because, I'm not sure what YouTube, how they would handle that. But I'm not showing it, so I guess, okay. Ah, right, Silver. Yeah. Yep, she laughed and said hello. And she says, I've got your stream in the background because I'm live. LOL. Well, I still appreciate you watching, Silver, while you're doing your stream too. I do. I love you for that. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Okay, well, let's see. Since we've already gone about 20 some odd minutes here, and we're still waiting for our brother Jay to show, I guess he won't mind if I go ahead and mention a few nostalgic ads that we remember. Now, as I was growing up, one of the first ads I really enjoyed was Coca-Cola. Anything that came from Coke. And of course, they had that song where it said, I like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. I like to buy the world a Coke and keep it company. It's the real thing. That thing. And I loved singing it as a little kid. My mother would just kind of look at me weird and go like, what are you doing, Mike? Or, you know what it is about mothers. They're allowed to call you, Mike or Michael. So, of course, she would say Michael, not Mike. She'd say Michael. She would say, Michael, what are you doing? I said, Mom, it's a cool song. I want to sing it. And she says, oh, okay. Well, it's just an ad. It's only going to last for like 30 seconds, maybe a minute at most. I said, I know, but the song is cool, Mom. And it's going to stay around for a while. Oh, boy, how great a predictor I was about that. And Suzanne said the same thing about moments she dealt with, and she said, oh my gosh, this is going to be great stuff. And it was, and it stayed in your subconscious for like years and years and years, right? And now we're still, we're both in our mid 50s, and we're like remembering all this old stuff, that's still there. We still laugh at some of the stuff that we sing about or we saw on TV, right? And then, of course, some of the trailers we saw. Yeah. And the one thing that I'm going to quote one of my friends here, Admiral T. One of the things that you all knew about trailers was don't trust everything you see because the trailer didn't have everything that you would hope for in the film. You only saw certain things that you would know, that you would hope were there, but they weren't. So that's just kind of a, that's just kind of a weird thing. But anyway, um, let's see, what else have I got? Oh, okay. So other than that, I really like drink ads like that. Now, you know, they had the thing for, Budweiser where they said, Budweiser, you said it all. Yeah. I love that beer when I was, older man and could drink beer. Of course, I gave it up eventually, but it was, but it was still fun to watch, some Budweiser ads there. It was kind of a thing. Bud Light then came and people were making fun of Bud Light and doing some animation or doing some other weird live action funny stuff. And yeah, I mean, it just got all crazy. But you love the beer, right? So yeah, good stuff. Let's see. Dr. Pepper, Dr. Pepper. Yeah. Yeah, that was, yeah. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too? Dr. Pepper, Dr. Pepper. Yeah. Now, we got to thank the man who started a lot of jingles for sure. The man is breathing. He's still alive. Hey, Hakeem. Welcome to the chat. Hey, Mikey and Silverwolf. Yeah, good to see you, Hakeem. Yeah, Hakeem has always been a faithful follower of our chats and streams, and so I sincerely appreciate you, Hakeem. I appreciate you coming and being here for us tonight. I know I've got like 3 other streams going on around this place surrounding me, and this is mine, and I'm like, okay, I'll get through it. I can make it. I got a strong backbone. I'm good. But anyway, getting back to what I said, the person we really should start thanking for a lot of jingles is, of course, Mr. Barry Manilow himself. Yeah, the guy used to be a backup singer for Bette Midler. Yeah, and he wrote a lot of jingles. I mean, he did Coca-Cola, he did Dr. Pepper, he did McDonald's, he did AT&T. I mean, the guy wrote just like lots of stuff, in his early years. And I mean, like, somebody said, but he didn't teach the whole world to sing. Well, I think he did. That's just me, though. I mean, I think he taught everybody. Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah, Hakeem says, I remember the Budweiser frogs. They were so funny. Right. Budweiser. Yeah. And then, do you remember that ad, Hakeem, where they had the 3 frogs and they were on top of the crocodile and they're going, it's all right, we're jamming. We're jamming with you. That's still one of my all-time favorites. I love that. Because the crocodile, like I said, the frogs were riding the crocodile doing their Budweiser, and and the crocodiles carrying them into the shack. Everybody freaks out and they're coming out, and then of course Bob Marley goes into his jamming song, and right, and it's totally insane. But it's one of my all-time favorites. I really love it. Yeah, no problem at all. It's always been fun. Well, thank you, Hakeem. You are a great person. You really are. And so is Silverwolf. Love you guys. Yeah. Yeah. He says yes. It's still one of my favorite commercials. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hakeem, the StreamYard is available if you want to come up, because I know Silverwolf, she's got her stream going and she's working, but she's watching us. If you want to come up and talk with me about these, we can with the ads. There's the StreamYard link. It's posted. If you want to come on up, my friend, if you have time, just letting you know. Anyway, let's see. What else can we talk about? Okay, so one of the other ads I really enjoyed was the ad they did for the 1984 Summer Olympics, when they had, in Los Angeles, where they had the, uh, was that for Apple? I forget. Uh, well, it was one of the computer companies, and they had this hammer, and a sprinter is running with the hammer and throws the hammer into the screen, destroying. It was like something out of the movie Brazil, which was kind of cool because I love Brazil. With Jonathan. Oh God, how is it that my memory is starting to slip? That is not good. Jonathan Price. Okay, so I remember Brazil, which was great, and then of course the movie itself, 1984. Oh my gosh, great stuff there. And guess who's here for us tonight? Jim's Landscape, LLC #1, Commodore Productions. He does some great fan films, guys, including Repair and Apology and others, including his beautiful doggy. Hello, sir. It's good to see you. Thank you so much for coming. Okay. Yes, so we remember the ad for the computer from 1984, which is totally insane. Okay. Hakeem says, I will next time. I'll be in bed soon. Had a busy day, lol. All right, sir. Well, we do this every Friday night, right at the same time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 o'clock Central. If there's ever a change in time, I definitely let people know in advance through the other 4 streams I do every week, Monday through Thursday. So, yeah, just let me know. If you could be there, that'd be great. Let's see. Hey, Jim. And hi, Hakeem. Oh, and look, it's Omnicast Ken Jennings. .net. Hey, Mikey. Hey, Omni. It's good to see you, brother. If you want to come up, you're allowed. I can fit up to 6 people on a panel, and if you want to discuss just anything about old ads and stuff, ha ha ha. Yes. Yeah, Omni has a great memory for Star Trek, anything Trek. Okay. And he plays along with us on Jet Nerdy on Saturday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern with Mr. John DeMarco and Mr. Admiral Brainy Specs, also known as Jeff Franklin, the librarian and Time Lord from Texas. Yes. So, I mean, yeah, Omni is great. Yes. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Right. And then you too. Well, oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, look. Guess who's in our chat too? Dadman Walking 55. Hey, Mikey. Good to see you, Dadman. Hope you and the missus are doing all right, as always. We always think about you guys. I hope that things are okay in your life. You do your streams, and they're awesome. Enjoy a lot of them. I hope you guys got a chance to see me last night at 10 p.m. Eastern. I did at 9 Central. I did a interview with Miss Netter's Network and her hubby, Troy Pacelli. And we were on there for about an hour or so. And you guys got to see me in the flesh. Well, I should say both, but we were, Suzanne and I were enjoying it. And, I wanted to make sure the world knows about my beautiful wife. She's very camera shy. I don't blame her for that. But sometimes I'd love to show her to the world and say, look, this is the woman that saved my life. She basically saved my life. I'm very thankful for that. Believe me, every day I'm celebrating it. Hey, Omni and Dadman from Hakeem. Dadman says, thanks, good. Getting ready for Buck. Oh, yes, Buck Rogers and the 24th century. Wilma Deering. Yes. And Buck Rogers, played by Gil Gerard. And Wilma Deering, Aaron Gray, amongst others. And Tweaky from the late, rest in peace, Felix Silla. Yes, good stuff. And howdy, Hakeem. Yeah. Well, you know what? Here's the thing. Now that we're talking about ads and trailers. When I saw the trailer for the first 2-hour movie of Buck Rogers, I was very excited, okay, um, because I read about Buck Rogers in comics. Uh, don't forget Buster Crabbe, right? Buster Crabbe is the original Buck Rogers before Gil Gerard did it later on. Buster Crabbe was a legend. And I mean, he even did a cameo appearance as one of the pilots in the series. So I was just very excited about that. Loved Buster Crabbe. And I watched some of those early serials when I was a kid. You know what it was on Saturday mornings, we had a local TV station called KPHO TV5 in Phoenix, Arizona, and the channel always had creature features in the morning. Well, it was like monster theater, sort of, and then it had like all the old serials. Like you could watch uh old Buck Rogers, like I said, Buster Crabbe. You could watch the Three Stooges. You could watch uh Saturday morning cartoons that Wallace and Lambo show did for like 35 years and stuff. Every Saturday morning. There was Land of the Lost. There was on another channel you had Shazam, of course, like we do reviews for Shazam, Secrets of Isis, HR, Puffin stuff. Helps you up when things are rough, things like that. I get a kick out of that when yeah, remember stuff like that. But you know what? That's why kids loved Saturdays, right? Because they could just sit in front of the boob tube and watch some great stuff. Well, hey, the monkeys, I mean, they were there too. And then one of the other things I really loved making fun of was Pee Wee's Playhouse. Paul Rubens' thing he did before he did his two movies. And you guys remember Samuel L. Jackson as the cowboy? Oh my lord. I mean, he couldn't even get his mofos out there yet, right? But you just knew that if he got his foot in the door, he was going to become famous and do stuff. And, well, I guess when you look at, Star Wars The Phantom Menace and, Pulp Fiction and, oh, well, Jackie Brown, a lot of those Tarantino films, The Hateful Eight, stuff he all did. I mean, it's just great stuff. And, well, on Snakes on a Plane, there's bloody snakes on a plane. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm trying to humbly remember Samuel L. He's just very funny man. Great stuff. Let's see. Trying to think of what else we could talk about, guys. Um, let's see now. Okay, so one of the other ads I remember very fondly, of course, was an ad about Mr. Clean, right? The bald head guy. Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, that guy. And he had his chemicals and he clean up and everything. But I thought it was just so funny to see him bald headed and, moving around, cleaning up stuff. I just thought it was hilarious. Um, and, sometimes when mom would have me, mop up the floor in the kitchen or help her out somewhere, I go, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. And my mom would laugh.
Imagine Mr. Clean cleaning a pig pen.
Oh, yeah. Suzanne just said, imagine Mr. Clean cleaning a pig pen.
Snoopy, remember?
Yeah, Snoopy. Yes, I do. I remember that, my love. Yes, that's funny. There was a lot of there were a lot of ads that went down on food too. There was the one that I always enjoyed, which was the Jolly Green Giant. Green Giant. Yeah, that big guy. Yeah, with his broccoli, his corn, his peas. I became allergic to peas eventually. Isn't that disgusting? Green beans and peas. I used to love those things, and now I can't eat them anymore. That's a shame. I love broccoli though. Broccoli's a great thing. Let's see. Now where do we go? Okay. Well, I'll mention a couple trailers that caught my eye when I was a kid. Um, the first time that, and we're going way back here, guys. So you definitely may not remember. I do, but I was just very small. But the things that stood out to me. I remember when 2001: A Space Odyssey from Kubrick came out on TV for the first time, and they had a trailer for that. And here is introducing Omni Ken Jennings cast.
Where's the music? Where's my intro? How you doing, Mikey?
You want me to hum the Borg theme or something?
You could do that. You could do the Jeopardy theme. I like you singing Mr. Clean again. That wasn't bad. Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. That was good.
Yeah, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
How are you, brother? What's going on?
I'm doing great, brother, and I appreciate you being here.
I just got home and I flipped on my phone here. I saw that you were streaming, so I said, "Oh wow, this is great," and I'm still amazed at your connection because
I'm happy and I'm still tapping on wood here.
Okay, I won't jinx it.
Yeah, don't jinx it.
I won't because
Don't do
I'm
that.
listening to you on my phone, just a minute ago until I jumped on the computer here, and you sound crystal clear. You sound great. You're coming through loud and clear. So, and those of you that don't watch Mikey here on Jeopardy, he's always had some connection issues, especially with StreamYard, but you've got that resolved. So, it's good to hear you, man.
Thank you so much, Omni. You're a wonderful gentleman and a great person. And guys and gals, I got to be honest with you. Omni is one of the smartest people on this planet. I got to tell you.
Limited. Star Trek trivia, yes. I don't know about general knowledge, but thank you. I appreciate that, Mikey. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, no problem. You are a fervent, I have to say, you're a fervent fanatic of quality Star Trek movies and TV.
Yes.
And I got to tell you, I loved Star Trek. Speaking of Star Trek ads and things, I loved it every time when they had a premiere of the next episode for, well, you name it, for the original series when they all went into the syndication. I watched all 79 episodes very faithfully every week. My dad would sit there with me and we'd watch it together. It was just one of the greatest things in the world. My mom, of course, would be working in the kitchen humming some, like that. I mean,
a lot of Americans have those same memories. A lot of people, I should say, not just Americans, but a lot of people around the world have those same memories of Star Trek, the original Star Trek, because they syndicated it so much in the 70s, right, in the 80s. And yes, the memories are there.
Do you remember, were you, I'm afraid to ask you this, but were you old enough to remember the animated series music?
I remember the music because I've watched it recently, but I wasn't around when it aired the first time in the early 70s. I'm in our early 40s right now, so yeah.
Right. Yeah, somebody broadcasted 15 minutes and 16 seconds of every music part that was included in TAS. I just watched it.
The Filmation music wasn't bad, actually. And
no,
I'm a big He-Man fan because I grew up in the 80s. Okay, so I had right. I had all the figures, every one of those action figures, and I wish
you did. But what you do with them?
Well, this is what I'm saying. I played with them. That's what my problem was. I should have kept. If I wish my parents I had a little more foresight, and my parents maybe had a little bit more spending money, I would say buy me two. I can keep one in the box and never touch it, and one I can play with, right? And then I'd be very rich right now.
You'd be a rich man.
I know. The Skeletors, the original ones, they go for crazy money.
So bad. Yeah, I told you what you might have heard it earlier, but I told you about my brother Philip. He was such an idiot. Okay, I don't mean to say that meanly.
Right.
I'm not mean to him. I love my brother, but back in the day, he had Chewbacca, he had Han Solo, and he had Luke Skywalker all in boxes, and he wanted to play with them. And I was like, oh no.
But you didn't know. You didn't know back then. You didn't know they'd be worth anything back then. They were just toys. They were nothing.
Yeah, they were just toys. Well, you know what? We broke. You know how hard it is to break Stretch Armstrong?
Oh, it's the gooey crap in the middle, right? I remember that. I've done one of those before. Yeah. That's right. That gooey gelatin stuff.
Well, you got to understand, we put Stretch Armstrong out there as kids. We played with him out in the Arizona sun. Now,
Oh,
if you've ever been to Arizona
yeah,
and
it's
you
hot.
know how hot it gets in the middle of summer, over 100 plus degrees,
Yeah,
oh my God. Stretch Armstrong went into goo mode. It was
it is
like,
goo. It's like this
oh,
weird
it
slimy
is goo.
stuff that's in the middle of that thing. I know we've all, yeah, I've
Oh,
ripped
it's
one
so
apart before.
disgusting. We left
But
a trail. This is a true story. We left a trail of him in the
yeah,
backyard. My
yeah,
dad saw it and went ape crap. He said, "Oh, get rid of this thing. Throw it out." The arms were all like melted. The head was like shrunken. It
that's
was
funny.
disgusting, dude.
That is funny. That is funny.
Oh,
It is about the
God.
memories, though. You know, you're talking about that, and then the nostalgic commercials. I was thinking as you were talking on the broadcast about, remember the old infomercials that they
Yes.
used to play on the old days, like the Set It and Forget It, and the one for
Yeah,
like
before they
DD7,
came
the
up.
stain remover, and
Oh yeah, before. Well, what was the name of the honey? What was that name of the? What started with a B? It was a really big one. Or was it R? No,
with the
Ronco. That's it.
oh
The
Ronco,
Ronco
Ron
product.
Popeil, right? Ronco, right? Exactly.
Yes,
He had the what
Ronco
do you call it? The
Peel.
knife, the Ginsu knife, right? And then
Yeah, the Jinsu knife,
yeah,
right? And yeah, Ginsu or Jinsu,
Jinsu,
tomato,
Ginsu.
tomato, whatever.
I remember that one, the Set It and Forget It with the rotisserie oven thing, right?
The
And then what else?
DD7, yeah. She was
DD7 was, I remember the stain remover. I'd be fascinated
yes.
watching this infomercial. They had this dirty bowl of water and they squeeze a little drop of that DD7 in and it cleans the water up and the laundry gets clean and everything gets clean. Where is it
Yeah, that
now?
little. What was it? Was it like a little? If I remember right, it was a. It was like a little bit of dye thing that was
It was a
supposed to.
tube. It
You
was like a
threw it
tube
in
of
there,
toothpaste, it
and
looked like, right? The DD7. They came
yeah,
in a tube. Yeah.
yeah, the
Yeah.
tubes. That's what she just said. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Suzanne is here too. She says
Oh, hey,
hello to.
Jen. Absolutely. Oh,
Yeah.
it's so good to hear your voice. No, I was thinking about those old ones. Remember these were the really long ones. The Time Life music
Oh
collections.
my gosh, Time Life. I got to tell you a true story. I actually ordered from Time Life,
Yeah.
and it was the oh, what was it? It was the greatest hits, I think, of the 80s.
I
I
had
get
that
this
one.
way
I
back.
had the greatest hits of the 80s. Yeah. It had
Oh my
every year.
God.
There was like
Yeah,
yeah.
and I ordered it, and I remember they said, now for an additional $19.99, if you want to continue, we'll send you more music of the 80s. Like we'll send you the greatest love songs, or we'll send you
Right.
the action songs from movies and things like that. And I said, no, 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 I'm just happy with what I got. And I got caught in and you remember the not just Time Life, but they also had books, right? Or tape cassettes.
They had cassettes, they had a book
Columbia
club.
House,
I was
Columbia
gonna say
House.
Columbia House with the stamps. Remember they send you the book and you had to lick the stamp and you stick it on the thing and you mail it back and then they send you back the tapes you want, right? Remember that?
That's right. That's right. I
The s-
remember that
I remember
because
the taste of
I
those
had got
stamps.
a
You lick them,
few.
you stick them down. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I had got like some of the artists of the day.
Right.
Back in the 80s. Gosh, I wish I could remember which groups they were, but I know they were groups I really enjoyed.
Mm-hmm.
And and I got involved with Columbia House, and I was like, and then it was
We
like you
all
were
did.
contract, and they said, well, you can cancel anytime, and I said,
You owe
well,
them
but
money
that's not
though. You're locked
true.
in, right? You can't.
That's not true. Edge of Time. Hey, the sea, number one.
Hey, the sea.
Among the
What's
seas, somewhere, you're waiting for me.
up?
Yeah, okay, Edge of Time. Gotcha.
But those Time Life ones were pretty interesting because back then it's people can't fathom this now, but there was no streaming music back then. For you
Right?
to
Didn't
get
even
a
have that.
compilation like that, right? That well put together, of just the hits on one
Yeah,
disc or one cassette, you had to buy all the albums, right? And then make your own
yep,
mixtape.
absolutely, Omni. That's what I wanted to ask you too.
Yeah,
That's one of the coolest things I remember growing up was making my own mixtapes.
I've done
I
that
would just,
before.
I would just take stuff, yeah, off the
Off
radio.
the radio, I've done it. I've done it.
You've done
Yeah.
it too? Oh my gosh.
I found an old tape my wife had packed away somewhere, and I actually one of my cars still had a cassette tape player in it.
Oh my
I
God.
had an old Lexus I was driving around, so I put it in, and I started playing it, and it worked fine. It played a little bit. It sounded great. She recorded off the radio. She had some Bruce Springsteen and some other stuff on there. I was like, okay, it was pretty
Yeah.
cool. Yeah,
Yeah, I like promoting my other channel. I started way back in 2008 before I did this one in 2016 after
Yeah.
I married wonderful Suzanne and started this channel. Back then there was a channel called Warlord Fade,
Hmm.
um, and it's linked to my to our Mikey Sue's Force. So if you look it up under subscriptions, you'll see my picture. I'll just show me real quick so you can look at
Sure.
this. Okay, so here I am now. Now, if you go back and you look up Warlord Fade subscriber there, you'll see my early picture of me in a blue shirt sitting on the bed, a queen size bed, back in Scottsdale, Arizona, in my apartment.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah. And if you go there, you can subscribe to. I mean, the
Hmm.
channel's not dead. People still view it, but I don't put anything there anymore. Everything that I do now comes here to Mikey Sue's 4 because it's our channel. You know, Suzanne
Right.
and I. It's not just me. It's us, and we promote our channel. We
It's
want
great.
our channel to become prominent and mean something, right? I mean, like
Hmm.
anybody's channel wants to be
Sure.
important. And we just saw entering the chat our master moderator, Sir Lemon Pie. Good evening, Sir Lemon.
Hey,
It's good
Lemon.
to see you, brother. Hey, he's always there for us at Jepner. He is, isn't he?
Nice.
Yeah, and he loves watching the contest and how we get so much fun and we start laughing at each other. Um,
We do.
yeah, I know. And afterwards, I love the after party that we
We do.
do.
We have some good chats. I know, they go on for 3-4 hours. I mean, sometimes
Oh my God, we trapped him. We trapped those guys for like 5 hours on this last
I
one.
know when John
Oh my
switches off
God.
his video, he's getting tired, right? So it's
And John was going nuts. He's like, I know he's going crazy. I'm like, John, it's okay. It's okay. It's time to go.
no, I know he's a really a great person too, and so is, like you mentioned before, Jeff, the professor. Those guys are really
Yes,
they donate their time. They put that show together. It's not easy to
they do
do.
a
They
lot of
make it
hard
look
work.
easy. Right.
They make
They
it look
make it look
easy.
easy.
I
That's
couldn't
not
do it.
easy. Yeah.
Yeah, Omni, you and I, we couldn't do it. No, I
I
mean,
mean, it would take a lot of prep, and they make it look easy. He's
crap.
talking about
Yeah,
75 questions each week. Now, some of them are recycled from earlier shows and whatever, but still, I mean, it's a lot of work to put together the visual stuff.
absolutely.
The way Jeff does the
Absolutely.
boards. Yeah, it's not easy. Yeah.
Yeah, now there's two particular, like I said, if you go to Warlord Fade channel, my
Hmm.
first one, and you look up uh on the videos there's one where I did a combination of the Police and Sting music, and
Mm.
I did a mixtape and put that all together. And what I did on that was I did one. You remember where they used to tag you? You had a friend who tagged you and said, "I want to give I want you to give me at least 5 facts about you,
Hmm.
and and what you're about and everything with your channel."
Hmm.
So what I did was I played my mixtape in the background, and I just told 5 facts about myself and where I lived and everything else. And then for April Fool's Day, way back in the day, I did a mixtape with ELO's Fire on High song and
Hmm.
played that. And I made sounds and to it and sung along with it. And
That's great.
that's when I had a good voice. I could sing with the choir. Come on, you've heard the song. I mean, it's like I could sing with the choir and just go
Yeah, you can hit
way out
those. I can
there.
hear you hitting those ranges. Yeah, I can hear
Oh yeah, the soprano, the tenor, all of
that.
that. And I was like, wow. And
That's
you
good.
know what? And that's the thing. What was most fun was because I was able to make fun of myself. And even then, as I was making fun of myself, I still realized that I was missing something. And I know that eventually it became Suzanne that I was missing in my life because I was so happy. I sang with a few bands. I was totally I felt totally good about myself. But like I said, I thought a piece of me was missing, and that obviously was my beautiful wife Suzanne. So
Okay,
good
that's great.
stuff. Yeah, tell me your memories, Omni.
No, I mean, I just shared a few because you were talking about commercials and stuff, and um, I mean, there was I love cars and automobiles. It's a big part of what I do.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the old Chevy commercials, the Like a Rock. Remember those?
Oh my gosh, yes, with that wonderful guy. Uh,
Popsy.
Bob
Bob
Seger.
Seger and the
You
Silver
got
Bullet
it.
Band. That's right. She got it before you. That's right.
You got it before me. I told you, women are
Yeah.
smarter than men.
S-
That's a tip, guys,
But if you
girls. Remember that out there.
you can watch them on YouTube. There's some recorded up there. And if you watch them, it kind of makes you a little misty-eyed watching those old commercials because we were a
Oh,
different
sure.
time in this country. It was a different period, and it's like the trucks were big and strong, and America was number one. It's like, oh, please! I start crying watching these things. Like, oh, this is beautiful. It's like a rock, Chevy
Yeah, like
trucks.
the rock. Well, I
They were
remember. Yeah, here's the thing: is that I love those commercials because of Bob, because of Bob Seger. I was
yeah,
a huge
yeah.
Bob Seger fan. Loved him. Suzanne loved him growing up. She loved his music, still does. And but the thing is, I was a Ford guy, so when I'd watch Ford commercials, I was
Right.
like, Ford strong
Well, that was
and all that
Build
stuff.
Ford Tough, right? But then
Built
before
Ford
that,
tough.
but before all that campaign, there was Have You Driven a Ford Lately?
Yes.
Remember
Have
that
you
one?
driven a Ford lately?
Right? See, now we're dating ourselves, okay?
Oh my God! Now we are.
Right. Because that was in the 80s, that campaign, right? That's it.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. Yeah, let me ask you. I'm going to
Yes.
ask you a couple of questions. See if you can remember. See if you got a
Sure.
really good memory. Okay.
Okay.
So now we talk a lot about Trek. Now
We do.
when the first one came out, the motion picture. Do you remember the first trailer that came on TV advertising the movie before it
Again, it was
came
a
out?
little bit before my time. I started on this earth in the early 80s. So
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't 79, 78. I wasn't alive then. So no, I don't. And in fact, probably the first few commercials I remember would be for Star Trek 4 or 5.
Oh,
And
the
I remember
Voyage Home. Yeah.
right.
I was very happy when I saw the first trailer I saw for Star Trek for The Voyage Home, and I said, "Oh my God, it's San Francisco! Like that's my hometown. That's where I was
Oh,
born."
I didn't know. Okay, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I literally lived in the what do they call it? The Gary Boulevard district of San Francisco in the city, and me and my brother are 2 years apart, me and Philip, and we were born in the same hospital across the street from our clapboard. We called it a clapboard house, but it's more of like a townhouse. And
Okay.
it was those things that are like, right next to another house, and you guys share like one, backyard.
That's pretty. Yeah, and like the one in Full House, right? Like that house.
Yeah, yes, like the
Okay.
one in Full House, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, and you know what? You know what's funny is the hill they're running over there is an extended part of Golden Gate Park,
Oh,
and I was
really?
like, oh my God! I was like, dudes, when I was a kid, I ran those hills, and my mother would like scream at me like, Michael, be careful! Don't fall! Don't
Right.
hurt
Those are
yourself!
pretty steep hills. I've been to San Francisco a few times, and yes, it is those roads and those hills especially are very
Oh,
steep.
I
Beautiful
had a
city though.
car. Yeah, I was there with someone one time, and I had a AMC Concorde car, a semi wagon,
Oh
and that
wow.
thing got stuck on one of those steep hills. I couldn't
Yes.
start it. I couldn't do anything. I was like, "Oh
Wow.
no! Oh man,
Yeah.
absolutely scary." Yes, lots of memories there.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But go ahead. So you saw Star Trek 4, and then you saw The Life
I
Is But
I
a
think the
Dream.
first one I saw in the theater was Star Trek 5. I have to say, I think my mother took me there because she was a big Star Trek fan. I would say she's probably the one that introduced me to Star Trek more than anybody.
That's
And
so
then
cool. Yeah.
so I was probably about 7 years old, or yeah, I was about when the Next Generation came out. So when that was a big event in my house. When Next Generation was on, I had to watch it. Like everybody was forced to watch it at that point. So it was a big deal. I remember too. I had a very early rudimentary surround sound system
Oh my
in my in
gosh.
my living room, and it was like whatever 4 points or 5.1, 5.0, whatever it was back in the day,
Yeah.
Pro Logic. And Star Trek was one of the first series that was broadcast in surround sound. So
Yes, it was.
it was
Yes.
pretty cool experience to just listen to the show. And even on a smaller screen that we had, maybe it was a 19-inch Toshiba or something, or whatever we ended up having in the living room at that time. But the surround sound experience was really great when they'd be beaming in, or a ship would fly by, or phasers would shoot. You'd hear it coming from the other side of the room. And
Yeah.
most shows at the time, you didn't have surround sound. You just had, L and R, right? You had left and right. The only time you really heard surround sound is if you put a movie in, like a VHS that had it on there,
Of
or
course.
things like that. So it was an experience to watch the show. So Next Generation really was my show. I was captivated by that. Every episode I had to watch. You talk about videotaping. I videotaped all of them. I had tapes upon tapes upon tapes. I recorded every episode I could, and rewatched
Wow.
them and rewatched them and rewatched them over and over again. Um,
Now,
yeah,
let me ask you a question about a particular episode from season 1. The
sure.
one that really gave me kind of nightmares was Conspiracy.
Oh, that was pretty gruesome for the time.
Oh,
It,
for sure. And I remember watching ads. People were talking about it. Even I think Entertainment Tonight had a segment on it where they said this is one of the most gruesome
yeah.
Star Trek episodes you're ever going to see. And it's all about a conspiracy with, from the title, hey,
Right.
from within Starfleet. And you were like, and here goes Picard and Riker shooting this guy in a chair, and he melts and turns into this hideous creature thing with the skeleton and everything. I know it gave some kids nightmares. I know it
It,
did.
it, it it
'Cause
may have, I think, at the time. I mean, it wasn't
Yeah.
any more gruesome than, let's say, a horror movie of the time. But then again,
Oh, well,
this
I've
was
seen
broadcast
Saw.
television. This wasn't rated R like Jason was, or Freddy, or those kind of movies, right? So, but if you compare that now to The Walking Dead, like, the level of gore on a show like that. I don't know. Do you watch The Walking Dead? Have you watched that at all on AMC?
And I haven't. I've seen a few episodes of The Walking Dead,
Okay.
but really, the one great horror franchise that Suzanne introduced me to was Saw, and we
Okay.
have
So
seen
that's
all
that's very
10
gory.
Saws.
Yeah, it's very gory.
Yes,
So if you
and I've
compare it to
seen
that,
and I've
yeah,
seen all 3. And I got to tell you, before I ran into Suzanne, I saw all 3 Hostels. Like they
those
are,
are super. Yeah, those are really
those are
just
super
gore
gory
fest.
nuts.
Yeah, those
Yes.
are just. Ugh.
Absolutely. But, I mean, Saw is just good. I mean, and we just saw recently, we just saw Saw 10,
Hmm.
and it was great. There was a lot of practical effects, a
Yeah,
lot of cool jump scares,
yeah,
stuff I didn't even anticipate. And I got to tell you, it was great to see Tobin Bell again as John Kramer
nice. Didn't
come
he die
back.
like
And then
15
you
times
had,
already in that franchise? I think he was dead and he came back and he's dead again and he
he
came
was
back.
dead and came back.
Cancer
Yeah.
and he's okay. He's alive now. Yeah.
He's all right. He's all right. Yeah. And then, you had Detective Hoffman, Costas Mandalore. Oh my gosh. I'd seen him in like the Last of the Mohicans. I'd seen him in a lot of other films. And I just think he's the perfect Detective Hoffman. He was great.
Right.
And I mean, loved him for that. And then, of course, you remember the girl, Juliette
Yeah.
Lewis.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
She's just nuts. The woman is nuts.
Yeah.
And she was just great. And we've got Professor Brainy Speck, speaking of our wonderful co-host and scorekeeper. Good evening.
We were just talking
Mr.
about you, Professor. His
Brainy.
ears must have been ringing, and he says Discovery was making him fall asleep. And I know the feeling because I was watching last night. There was the first episode. There was 2 episodes premiered at once. I fell asleep about 3/4 of the way through the first episode. I didn't.
I saw that. I did see those first 2, and I saw maybe a part. And I'm only saying like 10 minutes of episode 3 of Discovery, and I just
3
said,
is
no.
out. It's out now. I thought it was next week. Oh, they already released it.
No. Just the very first season. I'm talking like the first 3 episodes
I see what you're saying. Okay.
of the series itself.
Oh,
And I
okay.
caught maybe the first 2, and then I caught 10 minutes of season 1, episode 3. And I said,
Well,
what is this beep? What is this
it's
crap on
terrible.
here? Oh my God.
Yeah, they're trying some new things here in season 5. I see where they're going, but it didn't
But
captivate my attention. I was
don't-
tired last night, so it didn't happen.
That's okay,
And,
but I don't even want to know about a season 5.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But we're all watching it because we kind of have to. We talk
Well,
about these
I
things
guess
on the
we kinda
shows
have
here, and we're on a question
Yeah,
of
yeah.
Trek, right? You've been on that show. They're going to ask questions from the show. You have to watch
They
it, right? I
will.
mean,
They will, and eventually I'll have to like peep in on him and see Burnham and stuff. I'm like, oh
yeah.
no, no, no. Yeah, Michael
So
Burnham. Why do you call him Michael in the first place? You're a black chick.
I
Come
never
on.
understood
Why
that
would
either. There's
you
probably a
do that?
reason why I never got that. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, on Discovery was making me almost fall asleep. Yes, Professor. Omni says, "Hey." Professor says, "Hello, Omni." Yeah, Omni. Yeah, you fell asleep on
I
episode
did.
1, didn't you?
I did. I sure did.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and Professor said he was falling asleep during the second episode. First season was horrid. Yes, it was very bad, Professor. Otherwise, like I would have been a fan of it, but oh geez, why did you have to start so badly
So,
that first season?
Professor, well, I have a question. Will we have connection problems on Jeopardy if we start talking about these episodes on the after chat, or because sometimes if we start bringing up the show, we suddenly have mysterious connection problems and we're not able to talk anymore. So, I'm just
Yeah,
wondering. I'm just wondering. So I don't bring it up unless it's verboten. You know.
I'm curious. Yeah, third season was even worse. Yes, sorry
Yeah,
to
it
hear
was.
that, but thankfully I didn't watch it. You've told me that numerous times, Professor. Thank God you never saw it. And I was like,
Season
yeah,
two wasn't bad because they brought Pike in, and he was good. Anson Mount was very good. No spoilers, but
yeah.
I'm just
Anson
saying
Mount, I don't have a problem with Anson Mount, but then
yeah.
again, remember I grew up with the guy that played Pike in the original series. You know,
Professor says I
uh,
don't understand why those connection issues occur. Yes, they just come out of nowhere. Absolutely.
yeah, it's
You
out
know,
of
we had an
nowhere.
earthquake here in New York today. It was pretty crazy. I don't
I
know
heard
where you
that
guys.
4.8
y-
magnitude. It
It was
was
it was interesting. Yeah,
centered. Yeah, it
I
was
was in my
centered in
office. The
White
whole
House
place kind of
Station, New
shook.
Jersey. Yeah, are you okay?
Oh,
Where
we're
did you feel
fine.
it?
Everyone makes a big deal out of it. Look, for people in California, they're laughing because they experience much stronger earthquakes
Oh,
than
they are.
these little
Yeah,
ones
I
here on the
went
East
through my
Coast are
own
babies.
earthquake.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it was
Hello,
interesting.
Sci-Fi Dan, Sif Dan. Hello there, Mikey. Hey, good to
Hmm.
see you, Sci-Fi. He helped me on a team episode stream I did a couple days ago. So
Oh, really?
again, yes.
Oh, is that the
The
18 one
day
you were
was
talking about? The eight.
Yeah, A team is the
I
one I'm
started
doing.
watching that. I was.
Recently.
This is why I got the notification. Okay.
There he is. Hi,
Hey, what's
Sif.
up?
Hello.
How are you,
Hello,
Sci-Fi?
Dan. How are you?
So, who's my fellow co-host in the Borg avatar?
Yeah, this is Omni. How are you?
Yeah, it's Omnicast.
Hmm.
We're friends on Tip Nerdy and on A Question of Trek. And because I guess Jay's having some problems, I'm glad he's up here to help me co-host tonight. And I'm glad to see you, Sif Dan, and of course you, Professor. And my other friend there, Silverwolf. She's also watching and listening to us. And Akeem. Akeem is a big, huge supporter of our channel. Yeah, Professor said he didn't understand why the connection issues occurred. I don't want to have to deal with those. I don't want to have to deal with those connection issues myself, Professor. So if you don't mind, I don't want to mention that D series. Okay, I just want to avoid it. Yeah, Professor says they are unpredictable. And here's one of our other wonderful news supporters, Booger414. Better late than never, logging in from
Booger.
work. Well, it's good to see you, Booger. Yeah, you're an awesome guy. I
Hmm,
appreciate you helping out the chat and everything.
absolutely.
Let's see. So,
So can we talk A
Dan.
Team for a minute? Because I was watching some of your A Team
Oh,
broadcasts, and that
yeah,
was really
sure we
great.
can. Well, this is
I'm a
random topics. That's why we talk about anything. So,
I'm a
yes, go ahead.
huge fan of the A Team, and actually Knight Rider in particular. I actually have a replica car of Kit. I built it about 10 years ago,
Cool.
and I take it to shows and stuff. Unfortunately, it's been underwater. We had a flood, and it needs a
Oh,
repair.
no.
Yeah. So Kit's dead at the moment,
Oh,
but I'm working on restoring him. But my point
I
is that
hope you do. Because
we
I
would
would
go.
love to see a picture of it when
Oh,
you
I'd be
fix
happy to share some with
it.
you. So we would go in groups. Like there was a guy around here that had an A-Team van, and a guy that had a DeLorean, and we'd all kind of go to these conventions together. They pay us to go. A Ghostbusters car, for example. One guy has the Ecto One, so we would all go and kind of park outside of film conventions, comic conventions. So, I know a guy, very good friend of mine that owns the A-Team van, one of the replicas, and a very good one. And everybody lights up when they see that van because it brings back such memories to people. I mean, Kit too, obviously, but the van as a star car stands out.
Oh, of course. Well, do you remember the? We were just Dan and I were just talking on this last stream I did. We talked about an episode called The Out of Towners, which had Yafet Kodo, who played Mr. Big in Kananga from the Bond
Yes.
film.
Yes, he
Live
did.
and Let Die, and I was just like so cool to see him. You got to understand, I watched every one of these A-Team episodes faithfully. I loved this show. I was so dedicated to it. My mother would see me jump on the couch, turn on the TV when we had a remote, and put it right to NBC, and I was watching every single episode.
It's a great
Just
series.
every week. Yeah, I was so dedicated. Now the van, I was so sad when they did the reboot movie in 2010. The scene where Murdoch, played by Shalto Copley, he dropped something on the van and destroyed it. And Quentin Rampage, I mean, like out of classic Mr. T, he goes, "My van!" He's like, "You destroyed my van, man!"
That's right.
Yeah, I'm like, oh man, just insane. And you know what? I gotta say, about the movie, I'm really proud that Dwight Schultz and Dirk Benedict
Yeah.
showed up in cameo roles. Yes,
to.
in the
They
film.
had to.
I was very happy about that.
Yeah, that one
I
had to.
totally understood that George Papard couldn't do it because he was dead. So I
Mr. T,
gave him a
he
pass.
was available, right? But yeah.
Yeah, well, if you take him out of the grave, he could show up and say, "I love it when a plan comes together." But
No, I mean
yeah.
Mr. T. I know George Papard is dead, but Mr. T was available. He didn't show up in
Mr.
the
T
movie.
could have done it, and
Yeah.
he changed his mind. And I don't know. I still like Mr. T as a person, but I lost some respect for him because he didn't show, and I wish he did.
It's not like he was
I
doing
wish he
anything else. I mean, you do what?
Well,
2 days of
no,
shooting?
it wasn't like
I
he
mean,
was. Yeah.
I'm assuming
I mean,
maybe he is busy doing stuff, but I mean, 2 or 3 days shooting, you get paid, a little bit of money of the cameo.
Yeah. Real quick here, just the last couple 3 chats. I love keeping up on the chat here once in a while. Booker says I am on a questionable public Wi-Fi and may have to go away from the keyboard. That's okay, Booker. I don't want you to be hacked or anything. So if it's questionable, get to a secure location and then communicate. That's what we do. D series, as I meant, Professor Discovery series. I don't like to mention it because it's just a terrible Star Trek series.
STD. That's what it is.
Yeah,
right?
STD.
Yeah, a better name for it. Yeah.
Yeah, disco.
Now, what does that tell you? When it says STD, like sexually transmittable disease. Okay, of TV. Due South. No, I like Due South. Yeah, no, I love Due South. Yeah, me too, Professor.
Speaking of
that was a great one.
Speaking
ahead,
of,
Dan.
of STD, did any of you see the beginning of season 5? Because I was on Admiral Teague's stream and I was seeing episode 5, season 5, episode 1, and I saw about half of it. And after the first episode was over, I was bored and
Did you fall asleep as well?
No, I was just bored, and after the first episode, uninterested.
Well, I mean, the next step from that is sleep. So Professor fell asleep, I fell asleep, and you almost fell asleep. Okay, I mean that's that. I guess we see where this is going.
That is logical. That sounds, as Spock would say, it's very logical. I get it. I probably would have turned it off after 5 minutes, or maybe put a foot through my TV.
I'd rather watch the A-Team.
No.
Where can you stream the A-Team nowadays? How do I stream that now? Is it on NBC Classics
the A-Team, well, now A-Team has been available on Classic TV Rewind, which is how I was able to get most of the episodes. And then also, there was a friend of mine that broadcast parts of the episodes, but not the full episode. And I can get them. I mean, I can still get these parts here and there, but not always. Hello, Professor Brainy Six. My friend,
fly.
This is the first time you've been a part of one of my streams. I'm so thankful you're here.
This is a red directive. Professor's with us. Although he may be muted. We don't hear him.
Red alert. Admiral on board.
Gee,
not a hacking issue, just a work issue. Okay, Booger. Okay.
Tell me, is he Professor Paradox too?
Which one?
Professor Paradox?
Professor Paradox? I don't know. Is that a
Well,
film or
Professor's
something?
into Doctor Who very much. So is that
Oh, yeah. So is Sif Dan. Sif Dan does a lot of sci-fi.
right? But we
Right.
still don't hear him, so you may be muted, Professor, if you're talking. I don't know if you're there, but we can't hear you.
I would say that my favorite era of Doctor Who was David Tennant. But then again, I am a young man, so to me, that is my favorite
Oh,
reign
we
of
love you,
Doctor Who.
Dan. You're a youngin. We love you. I'm an old man. I'm almost 60. Okay, I turned 60.
You still
next-
can't hear me.
Now we got you. We just
Yeah,
got
we
you
can.
We
now.
can hear you now.
Just
Yes,
heard
we
your
can-
first words
Okay.
right now. Yeah.
Just heard your first
Wow.
words.
Okay.
So
I'm
you're,
headed
you're in
due
a
south.
Starfield.
You're headed due south?
Yes, I'm headed due south.
Yeah.
Ugh.
But I can see, I can hear your voice through the Starfield. So you're doing okay.
He's coming
That's
up
the
there.
way I'm going.
That's
Are
the
you
way you're
strapped onto
going.
a ship traveling at warp, just hanging on by your magnetic boots? Is that what you're doing right now?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
it.
got it. Yeah.
He's
That's not how
just
your
going
evening
warp.
was planned, right?
Yeah.
For me,
Yeah, he's
I
going
would-
warp 9.9.
for me, I would say that the best modern era of Doctor Who is David Tennant's era, followed by Matt Smith. I mean, I love the David Tennant era. Then next is Matt Smith, which is okay for the modern era of Doctor Who.
On me, let's ask you who was your best Doctor Who?
I'm
era
ashamed
did
to say
you
I'm
go
not
up with?
really a Whovian, but I've watched a few episodes. I
We will
respect it.
forgive you.
Yes, yes. And I tip my hat to the people that are into Doctor Who. It's an amazing series. I did watch the one, I think, with David Tennant. That was went on about 15 years ago, right on the Sci-Fi Channel. Is that the one that was that the one I'm
Yes,
thinking of? The darker hair,
they-
younger guy. Yeah.
Yeah, they started airing his episodes in late 2006, I think.
Yep. So he was good. I liked him as the Doctor. But again, I didn't watch the old stuff, so I can't. I have no context. You know, I thought he was a good actor. He played the role well.
Now, Professor, did you already tell us who your favorite Doctor was?
You can't guess.
Oh, wait, let me think.
He
Oh,
just made him think.
yes, okay.
The seventh
Matt-
Doctor,
Matt
Sylvester
Smith.
McCoy.
We love Matt Smith.
No. Does he have a bow tie?
Okay,
Bow
okay.
tie? That's Sylvester McCoy, the seventh Doctor.
The McCoy. Okay, yes, okay. Well, forgive me. I grew up with Tom Baker in the early Daleks, okay? Tom Baker was my Who. I watched him on late night public broadcasting stations.
Yeah, he was the
Channel
first one
8.
I saw too.
And Sherlock Holmes with Basil
Well, and I
Rathbone,
saw
right?
the one before Tom Baker too, but I loved Tom Baker for some reason. I watched faithfully
a
every
lot of people
episode that
did.
Tom Baker was in.
A
Yeah,
lot of people
Uh,
love Tom Baker. I mean,
Yeah.
for a lot of people, that's how they got into Doctor Who was Tom Baker.
oh yeah,
his
we got to
Doctor.
thank Baker for that for sure. For a lot of great introduction. Now I'm ashamed to say this, but before I moved here to Canada, I think wasn't Jodie Whittaker back in like 2000? When did she do the Who thing?
She started 2018.
Okay, so just after I moved here to Canada. Okay, I caught a couple of her episodes on YouTube in the early parts there when they were starting to show them. Yeah, she wasn't bad. I mean, I know not a lot of people liked her as Who, but I don't
The
know.
writing
I
let her
didn't know
down.
What's that?
The writing let her down.
Oh, it's the writing. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Booker says, New Who may just be worse than New Trek.
I don't know how
well,
that's
maybe-
possible, but again, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on that. But that's hard.
Yeah, and I can't say my.
I would. It depends on what you mean by new Who, Booger.
He could be talking about a brand new Doctor Who that's out there now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
basically, an openly gay doctor from what I hear,
Uh-oh. I don't know if I want that.
and also an African American too.
Well,
Well,
that
you know-
doesn't bother me,
It
but
could be anybody, right?
Well-
his skin color doesn't bother me.
Well,
No, skin color wouldn't bother me either. In fact, speaking of skin color, when it came to James Bond, A lot of people said Idris Elba could play it, and I said, well, sure he could, and I don't have a problem with his skin color at all. So, as long as he's a male, I don't want a female Bond.
It's kind of
Do
old
not.
to play Bond,
I mean,
though. Isn't he like 60 years old already? Idris
No,
Elba?
I think he's somewhere in his late 40s or early 50s. I think
Yeah,
he is
he's
now.
like,
yeah, he's in like his 50s, so I don't know if he can really play it. But they want this guy. But they want this guy, Aaron Johnson.
Now,
You know,
hold
the guy
on.
that
If
was in
Harrison
Check
Ford
Out.
can still play Indiana Jones,
Right. Yeah, I know.
His recent movie sucked, I'll tell you that.
Oh, I don't think it sucked. It had some good moments. It had good quality.
I
don't think it
liked
sucked.
The Dial of Destiny. I mean, it wasn't as good as, let's say, Raiders of the Lost Ark or the third
No,
film.
but I think Dial of Destiny, if you and I agree, Professor, and maybe most of us here, was a lot better than the fourth one.
And
I'm
I have
just
a
saying.
soft spot for the fourth one. I didn't think it was that bad. There were a couple of things that did bother me. The Tarzan swinging through the jungle thing, and the refrigerator escape from the bomb. But
Yeah, right.
other than that,
right.
it wasn't a bad film.
did George
Yeah.
Lucas do those? I didn't watch the latest ones. Did he direct those or write those? Or...
No,
He did the fourth one, I thought.
He did?
Yes, he was
Yeah.
a big part of that, the last one. But Spielberg directed the fourth one.
Oh, did he? Okay, that's good.
Yeah, he did. The Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Yeah.
He was a
Yeah,
part
he
of all of them.
directed that.
Spielberg. Wasn't he?
And
Spielberg
I gotta
produced them?
say,
Yeah.
and I gotta say, I was really happy that Spielberg, at least for the beginning of Kingdom of Crystal Skull, had Elvis Presley playing. I thought that's awesome because I knew he had to get permission, from the Presley, foundation, from the family, to do that. So yeah, that was cool. Yeah, Booger says bakers make better doctors. Yeah, that's a way to
Well,
emphasize.
a lot of people
job there.
disagree with you with Colin Baker. At
Colin
least
Baker,
his televised adventures.
right?
He's
And then
good.
Booger
He's
says-
really good in Big Finish. Don't get me wrong.
sure.
His audio stories are really good in Big Finish, but the television
Yeah.
stories, bottom barrel of classic Doctor Who.
Yeah, I agree. Booger says I first saw John Pertwee, then for some reason my PBS channel went to Peter Davidson, skipping over Tom Baker. Blasphemy! You need to go over to PBS and tell them, give me Tom Baker. Give me the whole season.
I would say that the one thing that brought down the latest Indiana Jones thing was that very dislikable character Daniel Shaw, or Elizabeth Shaw, or whatever her name was, and also that they turned Indiana Jones into a broken man, and also that the villain was so forgettable.
Oh, you mean the lady? Yeah, in it. Professor, you knew her name. What was that actress' name?
I'd have to look it up.
Dial of Destiny.
I'd have to look it up, Mikey. I don't remember.
Okay, go ahead.
Phoebe Waller-Bridge, I think her name is.
Phoebe Waller-Bridge. That's it. Yes, Phoebe Waller-Bridge. Yeah, you know what? She made Indiana Jones look like he was an invalid and like he wasn't doing enough, and she just seemed to like want to take over, like almost every scene she was in.
Yeah, but he didn't let her. I really didn't think he let her do that.
Well, it wasn't for lack of trying.
Yeah, but
Oh yeah, she did try, but
Oh man. What about that kid that was with him or her? Sorry, the kid that was with her. I forgot the little actor's name there, but he must have been like an early preteen or something. I have to say, I loved it when you had Short Round in Temple of Doom because I thought he was more animated and more fun. But this kid that was in Destiny, just I don't know, didn't really appeal to me. I didn't feel for him.
I
even
would
though he
say
was an orphan.
I would say that out of the original trilogy, the Temple of Doom is the black sheep of the family. But then again, I'm not really into creepy horror stories when it comes to Indiana Jones. I prefer the action-packed adventure and sort of mystery type of stories that the last two movies of that trilogy were, and those were good.
Yes.
I
agree
did
with
not
you there.
care for Temple of Doom at all. Worst of
Temple of-
of the 5 films, in my
of the
opinion.
5. So I guess you do kind of
Easy.
agree with me. Yeah, I guess then you do agree with me, Professor, that Dial of Destiny is only slightly better than Temple of Doom. I agree.
No, it's
Wasn't
not.
Sean Connery?
No,
in
no, no,
Temple
no,
of
no.
Doom?
I think it's quite a bit better than Temple of Doom,
Oh, a lot better then. Okay.
but it doesn't approach the
I
first
only
or
say
third
slightly
film.
better. Right. I always say slightly better because I always consider Temple of Doom to be just too dark. And don't forget that chronologically, it was supposed to be the first one before Raiders of the Lost Ark,
Right.
chronologically by years. So, if you want to start that way, and I would tell most people, look, if you think Temple of Doom is just too boring or dark or whatever, don't even watch it. Just watch the other 4 films, Just go in order and just watch them. So, it's
I would say
basically it.
the Temple of Doom slides slightly ahead of the Dial of Destiny, but then again, and that's just my opinion.
Yeah. Now, Phoebe Waller-Bridge Booger says here she is the symptom of one of the problems with reboots, an older actor from the classic with a new star. Yes, granted, Booger, that's kind of a true statement. Yes. And then he says, is it really any different from the Crystal Skull, which was supposed to introduce Indy's son for sequels? I wish. Well, okay. Let me ask you guys each of this question. So, if you were going to bring back Indy's son for the 5th one, for Dial of Destiny, even though we all were under the impression, according to the story, that he died in Vietnam or whatever.
Yes, he did.
But the actor that played him, if you want to bring him back, would you bring him back for Destiny? I'll start with Omni. Omni, what would you have said if they had brought him back?
I mean, I'm not the biggest Indiana Jones. I liked all the movies. I thought the third one with Connery's father, Sean Connery playing the father, was really good.
Oh,
that
that was
was-
fantastic.
That was the third one, right? That was the
Yeah,
Yes.
that was the Last Crusade. Yeah.
and I like the
Yeah.
first one.
That-
Yeah, the Holy Grail. What is it? Which one is that?
Raiders Lost Ark.
Lost Ark, right. Those 2 are my favorite, the first and the third. So I can't really speak more than that. I didn't see the newest ones. What is it? 2 more after the 3? They did the first 3 and then
Yeah.
went 2 more. Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
2 more. Yeah.
No, I haven't,
But
I
at
haven't
different
saw it.
times,
Kingdom of
which
the
is
Crystal Skull and
Right.
the Dial of Destiny.
and Dial of Destiny. Yeah.
Okay. No,
Yeah.
I
What
heard
are-
they got good reviews, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, that's okay. What about you, Dan? What Mutt? Would you have brought the actor and Mutt back into Dial of Destiny into the 5th one after he left in the 4th?
First off, answer me this: Will there be a time skip since it's been, I don't know, over a decade since the Crystal Skull came out, or will there not be a time skip in the movie?
Well, okay, Professor, correct me if I'm wrong, but after Crystal Skull ended, it's supposed to be just before it goes into the early 60s. Am I right? And then it goes into 69 around the moon landings. So there must have been at least a 10-year period, I guess, between.
Yeah, there's
Skull
something
and
like
the other?
that.
Yeah. So, Dan, it's, what, to me, I would have said, sure, if you can bring Mutt back, but for some reason they didn't want him to come back. I'm not sure why.
Well, my point is that if they're gonna bring it back, then they're probably had to do a time jump, or at least do an age process of Indiana Jones' son, and maybe have his son have his own son for Indiana Jones to say, "Hey, look, Dad, I got my own grandson, just like you had me as a son." And then, well, now it becomes like a family drama type of series, though. But they should just either, well, pass the torch to Indiana Jones' son, and then
Well, don't forget at the end of Skull, after Marion and Indy got remarried, the wind blew from the chapel doors, and Indy's hat ended up on the ground, and Mutt, played by Shia LaBeouf, I just remembered his name, he picks it up, he puts it on his head. You're hearing the themes very faintly, in the background thinking he could take over the mantle. But then, out of nowhere, Harrison Ford walks over, takes it off Shia's head, puts it back on his, and he walks out Marion. And I'm like, well, if that's not an indication to me that Shia wasn't going to come back, well, I don't know. I maybe I read too much into it. But Professor, what if they had a choice? If they did bring Shia back, would you have wanted him in Dial of Destiny or no?
It wouldn't have bothered me
Yeah,
if
yeah.
he was in the film.
Yeah.
I thought he was all right. I mean, he can't take Indy's shoes. He can't walk in Indy's shoes. He can't be Indiana Jones, in my opinion. But it wouldn't have bothered me if they brought him back as a character in that film. And there was a time jump. There was at least 10 years, maybe a little bit more than that, between the two films. So I don't think there would have to be any aging or de-aging
No.
of the actor.
Right, because we had the early 50s when they had Area 51. We know it's Area 51 that they started out at with the
Right.
Russians and Spalko at the beginning of Kingdom of Crystal Skull. So we have that. And then immediately, you go back to the early 1940s when the war is almost over, and there again they use that de-aging for poor Harrison. And I thought, oh man, I don't know, does de-aging even work well anymore? I've seen it on a few films where it was okay, but I don't think it works.
I disagree. I thought it was done very well for this Indiana Jones film, this latest one, Dial of Destiny.
Oh, okay.
I thought.
Well, that's good because
I thought Harrison Ford looked like, how he looked in Raiders of the Lost Ark with that de-aging. It was pretty damn close. If it wasn't, spot on.
Oh yes, of course.
I would say.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dan. Just a sec. I was just going to say, if Shia LaBeouf hadn't had personal issues, would we have seen another Indian Sun movie? I have to tend to say to you, Booger, yes, I think so. But it was a joint. It was obviously a joint decision between Lucasfilm, who was still running the franchise, Spielberg, who was directing the episodes, but then Disney took over, and so you had three major components here that had to make a joint decision and said, well, if Shia's good enough, he can come back and do it. Maybe
Is he
he
still
did
acting?
have some personal issues, but I don't know. Yeah,
Is he still acting? Is he still active? I mean, I thought he was.
I
Kind of
think
gave
so.
up acting. Right. I thought. Oh, okay.
Well, did he give up acting? Professor, I don't know. Did Shia give up or
I
after
don't
school?
know. I don't
Huh.
know.
Well, since probably since all of his personal issues, he probably gets very few acting roles nowadays.
Well, there's another guy that I don't know if you guys remember the movie the end where they go. This is the end, which had Seth Rogen and Baruchel in it, Jay Baruchel, and also Michael Cera. And I remembered Sarah was in Scott Pilgrim versus the World, and he did some other things, but he has problems with drugs. And I was kind of sad. Like, the guy had so much potential, and yet he just ruined himself. And I don't know if he's still doing movies or not. I'm not sure, but that's that's kind of similar to what probably Shia's going through, minus the drugs. Maybe he has some other issues.
I may be in the majority or the minority by saying this, but I would say Indiana Jones should have just finished with the original trilogy, or at best the original trilogy, or at worst after the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, just have Indy pass the mantle to someone else, or, well, you may call me hypocritical or cynical, or just do another somewhat franchise that's similar to Indiana Jones, or a character that's roughly Indiana Jones, just give another name or something, and to continue the legacy of the franchise that way. Harrison Ford, he's getting too old to play Indiana Jones. I mean, he's in his 80s now, and he was in his late 60s, early 70s when he did the Crystal Skull. Just have Indiana Jones either pass the torch to someone else, or start a new franchise that has a character similar to Indiana Jones to continue the legacy of that franchise.
Right, but would you gentlemen agree that just like James Bond needs to be a male personage, and he needs to be either Scottish or British, and comes from he's an orphan and comes from his parents dying in the climbing accident. You had those components, okay? Those are already in place. Now, as for Indiana Jones, I have to say I want him to still be male, but I want someone that either comes from his lineage, like say if Shia was to come back as Mutt and could play it, say like maybe he didn't die in Vietnam, which according to they're saying in the story that he did, but maybe he got captured and was just held as MIA, and then he comes back. Now I wouldn't have a problem with that, but if I see Phoebe Waller-Bridge try to extend the lineage because she was his niece, I guess, or something like that. So if she tries to continue it, I'm having a problem with that. I am immediately having a problem with that.
Well, the problem about with Indiana Jones is that sure you could have a new character, but you have to have a character with some of the traits of the old Indy too. Like the old Indiana Jones character, he has a degree of history, I think he does, and then a degree in archaeology. So yeah, the character has to be similar to that, or just be a outright treasure hunter that's chases myths and legends of hidden treasures that he travels around the world, and he makes a living somewhat by doing maybe being a history professor part time, like Indiana Jones is. But instead of having a degree in history, he just travels around the world trying to chase down mysteries, see if they're true or false. Maybe he finds treasure or artifacts from different civilizations, even though he doesn't have a degree in history or in archaeology. He's sheer luck, coincidence. He finds artifacts or different items of historical significance. Then
well, I know,
even sell
right? And well, what would you say, Omni and Professor, if it came down to it, and well, if the powers that be decided they are thinking about doing another indie, even though maybe they're not, I don't really think they want to, because I think Destiny pretty much solved your problem and said he was done. But if they ever did decide that they were going to do something about it, how would you do it, Professor or Omni? How would you do it?
Well, personally, I would just reboot the franchise
and restart it.
Yeah, just start fresh, get a new actor to play the role.
Yep.
Maybe not retell the original stories. Maybe tell other stories.
Oh, that's a good idea. Sure. And I was thinking too, Professor, you remember in the Young Indiana Jones series, we had Sean Patrick Flannery, who I thought was a pretty good personification of a younger Indy, in my opinion.
But sadly, he's long since dead. I think he died, didn't he?
Sean Patrick Flannery? I thought he was still alive.
What was that show on? Was that on TV?
It was called TV. The Young Indiana Jones. Yeah,
I remember. When was that? That was like
the 90s.
Yeah, 90s. Early 90s, I think.
Yeah, I remember it a little bit. Yeah. Huh.
You know what? You can still find some Young Indiana Jones adventures, some of their 2-hour episodes with Sean Patrick on YouTube. You can find them. I've seen a few of them. Yeah.
You mean they're not on Paramount Plus?
Well, it could be on Paramount Plus. I don't know. Omni, you want to promote your Paramount Plus channel?
Well, of course. I mean, it has such a wide library; it's hard to keep it all straight. But it's very possible it's on there. Subscribe now.
Subscribe now.
Check out Indiana Jones, which I don't think is even a Paramount. Is it a Paramount franchise? I don't think it even is.
I don't know.
20th Century Fox or something, isn't it, or whatever?
Well, let me think. Young Indiana Jones Adventures. Okay, it was part of Lucasfilm back in Lucasfilm day. Let me think. Well, you know what?
Apparently it's.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. Apparently it's on Disney Plus,
right?
Which makes sense.
It got
Oh, gee.
procured with the sale of Lucasfilm, I'm assuming.
That's
Lucas owned
true,
all
yeah.
that stuff. Yeah, so that's
Yeah, the evil Disney Empire.
Um,
They got a hold of all of that stuff.
I tried Omni. I tried.
Thank you. It's good to set me up like that, but no, it's on a competitive network. What can I tell you?
So
Yeah.
So which one of you said that you would reboot the Indiana Jones franchise? Because I want to ask you
That
guys
was
a
me.
question on who said that.
Professor said that
Hmm.
he would.
Tell me, would
But
you
I have
rename?
to kind of agree with him if you can make it a good male prospect. I don't know who I would choose though to play a different kind of indie. I don't know, Professor. Do you know of anybody offhand that could play that kind of role?
I don't have any idea who could play Indiana Jones, and I wouldn't change the character that much.
No.
And I would
Yeah.
try to set it back, in the time frame that the original trilogy took place.
What, the World
Yeah,
War
the
II
thir-
era?
The
Yeah,
30s
World
and
War II.
40s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, World War II. That's a good place to start, actually. Actually, you know what? I kind of take that back. I wouldn't mind bringing it back to World War One, where he met in the trenches. He met that guy Remy, that he did a couple episodes with in the Indiana Jones Adventures. I go back to that
See,
time.
I don't remember the series at all, except for maybe the first episode.
So
I've
Mike,
watched
Yeah.
a few of them.
So in other words, you want a prequel, which people are tired of prequels and sequels nowadays, or reboots now. You want a prequel, which people are tired of nowadays.
Well, all I'm suggesting is if you go back, one of the main points of how Sean Patrick Flannery as young Indy really got his beginning was just before World War One when he was with his dad, who, of course, Sean Connery played him great. But he's with him when he went to Egypt and met all these other people, and then down in Mexico when he met Pancho Villa, all that stuff. But what I'd rather the next reboot, I guess, personification of Indy would probably start with World War One and probably at the end of it, and then go from there. And he could still do the archaeology thing. He could still do that.
So Professor, tell me, so you saying the reboot will have the same name as the Indiana Jones franchise, or will you rename the reboot a different name for a new franchise?
No, I'd keep it Indiana Jones.
Would you add a third
I
or
agree.
second if you want?
Would I do what? I'm sorry.
Never mind. I'm thinking about the sequel idea still. Like, if you want to do further into the future, would you do a son or grandson of Indiana Jones? No.
No, I'd just reboot the franchise, recast the character.
Yeah, just kind of restart it. Yeah, that's a good plan. It is a good plan. I like that, Professor. Yeah,
Maybe
I like-
maybe not do the stories that we saw in the original trilogy. Do other stories in that time frame of the 30s and 40s.
Yes,
Who's gonna
now
watch
the
that?
question-
Who would go see that movie? Like, that's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
think
who
as
would,
you're talking
see
about it.
that?
Like,
That's a good call, Omni. Yeah, who would go see that, Professor?
I,
I would give it a shot.
we would
Okay.
because we're nostalgic, right, for that kind of movie. But the general audiences now, are they're gonna go for that? I mean,
I don't know.
I'm not sure. Well, I could always say to myself, hey, if they started maybe the next war and just go with World War II and go from there, they could probably do it that way as well. I'm just saying that I know he got a lot of his fight experience and a lot of things he went through during World War One, or just at the tail end of it before he went and did all of his adventures. And you would need to have a young person, obviously, to restart. If you're going to reboot it, Professor, agree with me that you've got to have a younger person, someone who's
Oh,
not
yeah.
even known that well.
Yeah, you would have to have somebody that was Harrison Ford's age, around 1980.
Right.
Maybe-
Or
what about a Disney
Yeah, go
Plus
ahead,
series
Omni.
instead of a movie? What do you think? I mean, would that be
That might work. That might work.
easier? Right? Yeah. I mean, that
you could do Netflix.
Right.
I don't know if you could tell the grand stories that we saw in the first three films in a
On Disney
series, but
Plus. Yeah.
now maybe if it was on Paramount Plus, you might
Yes.
have a shot.
Yeah.
Because they do much, much bigger stories, bigger shows, bigger ideas, of course. 30-day free trial. Sign up today.
Yeah, there you go.
But Disney Plus, yeah, they've done some good things with The Mandalorian and some of the Star Wars stuff. I can almost see that working. I just don't see the movies today. I think are I was just talking about this with my wife earlier today too. Like movie theaters, you don't see new ones being built. You know what I mean? It's like that industry is suffering right now in a lot of
Well,
They're
ways.
suffering
I think
because of
COVID.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Professor.
I'm sorry, Mikey. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, you didn't interrupt me at all. But go ahead with your point, and then I'll just let you know why I think where the theaters went. Because I used to have a relative. One of my sisters used to work in one, and they went downhill steadily after she left. So, go ahead, Professor.
Oh, okay. Well, that must be the reason then. That your sister, was it? She left.
Yeah. Well, she worked. She worked the aisle. She did all the stuff, and
Right.
she thought
Right.
yeah. And this was back in Arizona.
That explains it. It blows
Yeah.
my theory out of the water.
Oh. Yeah. Well, we Suzanne and I we go to a company called Cineplex Odeon here.
Are they still
Uh,
around?
Yeah, oh yeah.
I guess in
Cineplex Odeon.
Canada. Yeah, they used to be down here, but not anymore.
No, they're still up here in Canada.
Oh, wow.
And we there's the D box, which, if you go into that kind of theater, it's expensive, but it has some of the best acoustic, surround sound, all the stuff and it has these chairs that can make you a part of the movie. They rumble, they
Yeah, that's a
move,
Dolby
and all
Atmos
that.
kind of thing. Yeah.
Right.
Do
And
you get the
closest thing-
sense? If it's an acidic smell in the movie, do you smell that? Does it have that smell
No,
of
it doesn't
vision?
have the no, it doesn't have the smell, Professor. But then again, Suzanne and I did go into a few 4D theaters, and you do get that smell, that
Yeah.
distinctive smell that
Right.
comes from those.
You're flying over the pine trees and you smell the scent, right? And you go through the.
Oh, of course.
Right?
I've never been in a theater like that.
It
Never.
was at the Science Museum. It was at the where was I at the National Air and Space Museum, actually, in Virginia, Dulles, Virginia, and they had Dulles Airport. They had one of those theaters, and it's a huge kind of IMAX thing, and you're suspended on like this chair, kind of lifted up a little bit, and it feels like you're flying, and you fly over these
Yeah.
trees, and you get the smell of pine, and it starts raining and get rained on a little bit from the from the ceiling, and it was interesting. Yeah, it was.
That sounds cool. Were you there with your wife?
Yeah, we went to see all the planes. It was amazing at the National Air and
Oh
Space
man.
Museum. So cool.
Yeah,
They had-
now Suzanne took me. We went to a 4D theater in Niagara Falls, Ontario.
Okay.
And this 4D theater, we watched SpongeBob SquarePants, and it felt like you were underwater, and literally, I mean, you felt immersed in like
Cool.
all of it, everything that was going on. Then we watched a cartoon about the Great Wall of China, and you're literally going on the Great Wall of China high speed on a rickshaw wagon, and it's going out of control. And you're going all up and down, over and under, everything on top of the Great Wall of China. It was fascinating. I got sick a little bit afterwards.
Uh-oh.
What, honey?
The guy left us, remember?
Oh no, yeah, the guy left us. The guy that was running our rickshaw, he ended up having a bunch of those Chinese rockets that go off, and he ended off going off in the sky, in the stars. Like something out of E.T. the Extraterrestrial. It was so much fun though. And I remember this 140 theater I went to with my family, and I am allergic to bees. I can't stand anything that stings me. And my parents thought it was a great idea to bring me into a 4D theater, and the first thing that came right at you was the bees. I was like, oh my God. Just scared the shit out of me. What else are you going to do to me now? I almost went into hysterics. And
Yeah.
in fact, I did. I almost had a heart attack. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Yeah, crazy.
So
But
I just don't know the
Professor-
future of movies in general. Movie theaters, that is. I think it's dubious, and they're still going to be around, but I don't see them building any new ones. And I see them just basically renovating the ones they have, and it's going to be smaller. Like, all right, how do you put this? Like when the blockbuster movies come out, the Iron Mans and the big superhero movies, big multi-million-dollar productions. But they have to always attach a gimmick to it to get you to the theater, right? Either the Dolby Atmos or the IMAX or some kind of gimmicky thing. Like, I'm not going to go to a theater now and watch a regular digital presentation of one of those movies. It makes no sense. I have like a 90-inch TV. Why would I? I could just sit home and stream it on Paramount
You
Plus
have a
or
90?
other inferior.
A
88
90
or
inch?
whatever, 80 something. It's a big one. Yeah, it's 80,
Oh, jeez.
you know. Yeah. And it's
oh,
like,
rich man.
Yes,
Why would I-
Jamie.
I'm
That
sorry, I don't know.
is
I'm not-
a
I
big
don't know.
one, isn't
Sony,
it?
I don't know. It's
Man,
80, what are they, 80, 85-inch class or 80? What are the classes now? 88, 85, something like that. I don't know.
Well,
We
they
don't
do
have
have
like
80-inch screens. They have 90-inch screens.
Yeah,
48.
I
okay.
it's a
I
Bravia.
feel
I don't know
bad
exactly
now.
which one I got. Yeah,
I feel bad now. I only have a 55-inch.
55
Oh,
is
well, I feel worse than you, Professor. We have a 48 inch, but it's a combination Blu-ray and DVD player. From
55 is like
Sony.
the old, I don't know, 19-inch television nowadays. Like everything, it's like everything's gotten so big now with these screens, and the prices have come down so much.
Well,
They
but
have,
not,
yeah.
but not according to Cineplex Odeon, because they have. Well, like I said, D-Box is like their ultimate, but then they have something else called it's a similar to IMAX, but it's got like that surround sound and all, but not the immersive stuff. It's more just surround sound stuff. Now, to be honest, I think that Suzanne and I have had better experiences like watching some of the big movies in those next step. I call them a next step theater before you do D-Box, which is way too expensive. And then you got the regular theaters, which, it's just going to have your common sound. And it does have a tendency, once in a while, if it gets too loud, the movie will cut out, briefly, but then come back. So I think what's going to personally happen here with the Cineplex group is they're just going to go from the immersive surround type of theater. They're going to tear out the other ones and change them all to the updated ones. And I think that's what's going to happen. They're going to do that.
But it's going to have some kind of gimmick, I guess is what I'm saying. Some kind of thing to make it interesting, right? It's not just a screen and chairs like it used to be. And you'd go to the theaters to watch a movie. It has to have some kind of gimmick, some kind of thing to draw you in.
Sure. Well, now,
Oh.
we talked to
3D.
Professor before. Yeah, well, we talked to Professor before about the 4K stuff, right? The 4K movies,
Right.
things that were coming out. And I'm guessing, like I said, I'm guessing that theaters, if they hope to continue financially to survive, that they're going to have to upgrade their theater screens and their surround sound and everything to a 4K concept.
Oh,
At
no,
least.
they already have that.
Well, some do, but not most of ours here in Canada.
They're called-
But
they're
they're changing.
The
But they are
laser
changing.
ones, or is that the?
They're called 4K theaters.
Yeah, 4K theaters. Yeah.
I haven't been to one of those. Is it different? I mean, is it? I haven't.
It's slightly different. I mean, you
Sharper?
definitely can tell.
Is it?
Well, you can definitely tell by the sound quality. It's great. I mean, we've been in a few 4K theaters, yeah,
Hmm.
and they're really
Okay.
good. I mean,
Uh,
just great
okay.
sound quality.
I guess I'm missing something because the local theater here, they're nothing fancy. I mean, they have nice chairs, they have a nice screen, they have good surround sound to
Right.
them. I watched Star Trek 4 there a couple years ago that they had re-released after remastering it to 4K, and they played it
Right.
at the theater, and it was just it's just a run-of-the-mill type theater. What wasn't a fancy, we've got 4K screens or anything. It's just a run-of-the-mill screen.
But did you feel?
But they played the 4K version of Star Trek 4.
Right,
And it looked
Professor.
like a
but did
digital
you
pro-
feel like
projection.
because it was remastered? I'm sorry, Ami, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, no.
But yeah, no, that's okay. I was just going to tell or ask Professor. So, even though it was a 4K remastered version of Star Trek 4, did you feel that difference though, as opposed to when you first saw it in theater when it came out?
Well,
That was on
Star
film,
Trek
right?
4
Yeah.
well, it was on film, and
You were young.
that was 1986. You know,
Right.
I was in high school when
You were in high
that
school.
came
You're like
out.
16 years
But-
old.
But like I said, the point.
So I
You remember that?
I don't remember.
Cigarette
right.
burns in the
I
corner,
love
change
the film, but
Yeah.
to compare it to what I saw a couple years ago, I can't, because I can't remember it.
Sure. No, I'm just saying that because I'm used to, like I said, we're used to seeing 4K versions of movies now. It's like commonplace. But we also realize that the theaters we watch them in here, at least in our area, they need to improve. They need to keep building on them. And I think that's what they're planning to do. The problem with that is when they plan to make those changes, they're going to raise the ticket price. And at that point, just like Omni said, I'd rather get a big, huge TV like his size and just watch all my movies at home and not even go to the theater anymore.
I have
You know,
the
it's like-
85-inch, by the way. It says Bravia XR X90s. That's why I heard the model number is X90. That's the one I have.
Ours is
Okay.
a 48
I highly
inch.
recommend it, by the way. LED 4K. The thing is awesome, and the
And-
picture's amazing.
And you must have the best eyesight in the world, huh?
I don't know about that. I mean, I don't sit that close to it, but it's good. I mean, it's a great screen. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, and Booger, I'm sorry I didn't get back to this last comment you made, but he says, I am not a fan of reboots. Why not have an original series? However, it might be criticized for being derivative. I don't know. Is that true, guys? Derivative? And of course, Dan says, no, not the bees. No, no, no. I totally agree. Booger says his movie theater is pretty good. Reclining seats, one has a bar in it. Yeah, we
Yeah.
have bars in ours too. I mean, you
Right.
can go order drinks from your seat and you get a beer
doesn't-
or
Isn't that annoying though?
Vodka or
They
something?
interfere with the movie. Like, you got to hit a button and they come and buy with the food. And they want you to pay for it. It's like, let me just watch the
Yeah.
movie. I don't want to be
Yeah.
oh
bothered
yeah,
with
well
it,
that can
right?
happen,
Right.
but actually, well now let me tell you about one of our Cineplex places, one of the newer
Yeah.
ones they just built. What they do is you go and pre-order your drink. You pay
Okay.
for it at that time before
I'm
the
with
movie
you.
starts.
Okay.
Then you go sit down, and when you're ready to order your drink, because you've already paid for it, a person comes in there dressed in black so it doesn't interfere with any of the movie or anything
Mhm.
like that. They come up to you, give you your drink, you got it. You're all set. You don't even have to pay anything. It's all prepaid for.
All right.
And that goes for popcorn, that goes for hot dogs, that goes for pizza. You can get anything delivered to you. And that's actually done just before the movie starts, too. I think they're starting to get smarter and saying, well, let's, you prepay and then we'll get you your stuff just before when it's in the beginning previews, trailers.
Yeah.
Then they can do that food.
So
And-
I,
and
That isn't
drinks.
bad. But
Yeah.
if it's
Yeah,
in the middle of
great
the
deal.
film, I wouldn't want that.
yeah, I've been to those dine-in movie kind of things, and people like them. You can go to chicken fingers, you can order burgers, you get beer and booze and all kinds of stuff, and you use your Apple Pay, and it's cool. But yeah,
Yeah.
I want to when I go to the movies, I want to sit there with a large popcorn, a large Diet Coke, lots of napkins, and let me just sit there and just watch the movie. Right? I enjoy it. That's it. I just sit there and munch on
And
the popcorn.
are you like us? Yeah.
What's
and
that?
Ami, are you and your wife like me and Suzanne? We love our butter layering in our popcorn.
I'll shake it. I'll put the butter on and I'll shake it a bit. I'm not going to go too nuts with it, but she likes a lot of butter more than I do. And I'll do a little
Oh,
tap of
sure.
salt, but that's about it. Yeah, she likes a ton
Well,
of butter.
yeah,
I like
now Suzanne has to avoid salt, which is fine.
Okay.
Because I don't mind having barely any salt in the popcorn, but
Like,
I gotta
if I'm-
have my butter.
if I'm
I
alone,
gotta have the butter.
the butters I put a butter like on the top layer, and then by the time I get to the middle and the bottom of the tub, there's not much butter left at that point. I'm okay with that. I had the butter, My wife wants butter all the way through, so yeah, I'd have to drench it. But it
Yeah.
is good. It is good.
And Booger says, yeah, his movie theater pretty good. Reclining seats, one has a bar in it. They're all doing some version of high def. Yes, that's
Yeah.
what I mean, Booger, is by high def sound 4K movies that offer a lot more sound quality and it surrounds you, and that's what you want. I mean, you want to have that when you have explosions and
Now-
big things like that, or especially if you do a horror film, you want to hear the screams. You want to hear that. I mean,
And
yeah,
that's a gripe I'm going to have with the I'm going to quote unquote regular theaters right now too. The sound level is just too low. I want to hear it. And these kids that work in these theaters, they just don't care. I was in a movie once about a year and a half ago. The lights were on the whole time. Nobody turned the lights down in the theater to zero.
Oh.
Like it, and I went to. And I'm not a complainer, right? But I went to the manager. I said, "Look, man, I don't go to the movies that often. I'm not trying to bitch and moan here, but you couldn't turn the lights down. I mean, the whole movie. I'm sitting here trying to, oh, I'm very sorry, sir. We'll get you this. We'll get it. I'm not looking for that. Like, just these kids, pay attention. Put the volume up a little bit, so I can hear it. Put the lights down. Keep the air conditioning comfortable. Like, just basic stuff, and they don't even care anymore. It's out of
and they
focus
don't care.
sometimes.
I agree. I totally agree. There's actually some people that we deal with right now. And I'm not going to name names because I know a few of them that actually to the theater we go to. So I won't even mention the name of that theater where it's located. But suffice it to say that there are some young people that just don't get it. I mean, my wife has ordered some things before and they get that order wrong. And I'm like, how can you get an order wrong if you're ordering just plain, if you're just ordering popcorn or if you get a drink or, for once in a while we get like, I call it a decorative bucket that you can put the butter and popcorn in, which pertain to a movie. We just got a Slimer bucket, which has Slimer eating from a Cineplex facsimile of popcorn. And I just thought, yeah, that's cool. But the guy that we were talking to didn't quite know what we were saying. Like, we were both telling him this is what we need. And the guy wasn't even listening. I mean, it was like he was off on some distant planet or something, just not communicating.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. I mean, a lot of them, you're right, they just don't care.
So I like the Dolby Atmos theaters, which I don't know if they have those in Canada. I don't know, Professor, do they have those by you or anywhere?
Yeah,
Those-
we do have some Dolby. Yes, we do.
But no, specifically the Atmos, because there's a formula for that. Like it has the subwoofer in the seats, which you talked about earlier in the show, and it has
Built in.
a certain number of speakers in the screen, on the ceiling, on the sides, all around you. Like it's a formula. It's actual, And
it's complete surround. Yes,
it's a complete surround, and it's tuned. And those theaters sound really good to me. I like
and they
audio.
are very good.
Yeah,
they are very good. And you want to hear a funny story, guys? I came up with a science of where exactly to sit in a theater. This was before I met Miss Suzanne. I
Okay,
was-
Sheldon.
Yeah, thanks, Professor. No, honestly, I would go and see some blockbuster films, but I did a science where I said, okay, there's a middle space in the middle of the theater. It's about halfway up between the bottom to the very
Sweet spot.
top. Yeah, and it's like I call it the sweet spot.
yeah.
And I could sit there, and I swear to you, I had the best experience every time I found that sweet spot. That was it.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
I
good.
just
And
every
we have,
time.
and we have an older Sheldon Cooper here too, named Mikey.
Yeah, sure.
Now,
Well, that's movie science. What can I tell you? I'm not Sheldon in that. I may be Sheldon in that regard,
Leonard,
but I'm definitely not.
He's in
anything
my
else.
spot.
He's in my spot, exactly. Well, I did yell at one guy one time. He was in my sweet spot, and I said, "Dude, what are you doing here? This theater's not even full. Look, there's like barely anybody around here. I love sitting here. Could I please have this chair?"
Wait. You
Well,
asked the guy
luckily
to
he was-
hold on a second. Hold on. You asked the man sitting in the movie theater to move?
I did, and
Why?
he did.
Wait.
Well,
You
because he
can't
was
do
in my
that.
seat.
Wait a minute. Did you have an assigned
Why? I was
seat?
just going to ask that
No, it
question.
wasn't.
Thank you.
No. Now
Because some
you can-
theaters have
now
that. They
you
have
can
assigned
find your
seating,
own
right?
seat.
Yeah.
Right now, you can do assigned seating and
in certain theaters, certain
In
like
certain
the
ones you
IMAX
can.
screens, right? Generally, but so
Yeah.
you, wait.
Well,
Let me get
even
this
the
straight.
theater, even the run-of-the-mill theater here has assigned seating.
Oh, they have
What's
that now. Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah.
I know around here. Well, I'm thinking now. Maybe I haven't been in so long, but I thought just the
I
bigger
love that.
theaters did. But either way, so you
I
walked
do
up
plan
to
to go
a
to the
man.
theater next week
Okay,
to watch Ghostbusters. I want to see Ghostbusters.
That looks good. That looks good.
Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. It was great. Like I said, we gave it a 5 out of 5 stars if you go by 5-star rating. And
Okay.
I gave it a straight up A because I thought it
I'm-
completed the entire franchise completely. Just
Well, if you're ever
great.
visiting New York, Mikey, and you happen to see a handsome man sitting in the middle of a theater, perhaps by himself with a large Diet Coke and a large popcorn with butter on it, please don't ask me to move, because if
Okay.
you do, it's not going to happen. First of all, okay, I'm not
Well,
moving.
we wouldn't move you because you'd be next to your lovely wife, and I have my lovely wife, so
Yeah,
I'm
all
sure
right.
we can find something better for us. We have walkers. Don't forget, we're partially disabled, so we use
Okay.
walkers to get to places,
Okay,
and
there's
we
disabled chairs
usually
up front.
now,
Right.
right, and we usually now use disabled seats. We're pretty close to like almost the middle of the theater, and we use those disabled seats for our help, for our
Yeah.
benefit. Yeah. So no, I wouldn't bother you if you were in another seat.
I'm gonna say, listen, Mister, I'm sitting here. I got here first. I'm eating my popcorn. I'm sitting here. Just leave me alone. Go somewhere else, please. Don't talk to me. All right, I'm not moving for you. What?
No,
Or
I
pay
totally
him.
get it.
Or
Yeah,
pay him.
no, I totally get it. Go ahead, Dan. Sorry. Go ahead.
Or pay him saying, okay, but how much do you want for your seat? Come on, how much?
Wow.
Okay, I guess if I was being playful, all right, I'll say, okay, I'll move. How much would you give me? How much would you offer me then? All right.
I offered him $10 to move, and he said, "No, you know what? I'd probably do it for if you're kind to me and you've been nice. I guess I would do it for like $5."
$5. All right, so if you give me
$5
$5, wow, that doesn't even pay for the popcorn.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Popcorn-
Not-
popcorn
back then it
13.
would've. Yeah, well, back then it would have, Professor, but not now. Yeah, sure, no, not now. But back then it would have. Yes.
Now, what about on an airplane? Let's say a Southwest flight where there's no assigned seating, and you
Right.
wanted to take a certain seat. Would you ask a person to move? I mean,
Oh no, not on flights. I don't know. If they made a mistake, I'm usually calm with it. I'm usually happy with it. If I have to sit somewhere else, that's fine. I don't care.
well, I'm saying
It
like
doesn't bother
Southwest,
me.
there's no assigned seats. You can just sit wherever you want on a
Oh,
Southwest
sure,
flight.
sure.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm usually pretty selective. I mean, when I flew a few
I didn't
Southwest
know that.
Airlines.
Yeah, Southwest is open seating.
Yeah, it's
I
There's
didn't know
open
different
that.
boarding groups. If you want the good boarding group, you have to pay, right, to get on the plane
You
first, so you
gotta
can get your
pay,
seat.
and you want to be up front. in the
Right.
boarding group.
So
Like,
you want to, yeah.
Group one through group 8, and
It's the great
guys-
big coach bus in the sky. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Big Greyhound in the sky,
Oh,
Southwest. Yeah, ugh.
Funny story to tell about
Can you guys hear my wife? She's going to tell a really
Yes.
funny story. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Dave.
go ahead.
I was at a movie theater one time. I was single. Mikey was in my life then, and there was a guy sitting there sleeping. And the movie's about to
Happens.
come on, so I sat down beside him, and he was snoring throughout the movie.
Yeah.
And I was pretending he was like my date that night, so I actually wasn't sitting alone. But everybody looked at me. I just smiled and kept watching the movie.
You sat next to him?
I
Yeah.
sat next to him like he was a date. Never met him.
That's a good story. I can just see that. I can imagine what you're saying. See the guy sleeping, you sit next to him. Okay, that's good.
Well, yeah, that's my boyfriend. He's just laying right next to me, and we turned the film.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, and then if some other guy comes on to her, she could just point to him and say, "You don't want to
Yeah.
wake him up.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna wake him up. That's right.
You don't want to wake up my boyfriend." But, oh, honey, that's so funny. That's great. I love that story. Booger just said, "Okay, I always wondered if someone could take the old dinner theater concept and apply it to a movie theater. You have a full meal at a table, then the movie starts after dessert." Now, my sister Bernadette, who I told you did work for a theater before back in Arizona, they were getting ready to start that concept. And so what they did is they set up like a picnic table style setting, but it did have a booth. There was like one or two booths you could sit in, and you could go there and order food and have like a dinner, just have like a pre-dinner before the movie. And then if you wanted to take your drinks with you, you could take them in the theater with you and have them at your seat, if it was an alcoholic drink or a non-alcoholic drink, and popcorn and stuff. And you could have that, like he says, where the movie started after dessert. Yes, you could do that. And that's what they were starting to do. But then, I don't know, maybe the desire for that kind of just slipped. And because I haven't seen it. But no, I take that back. I
You
have
have the
seen it.
dine-in movies now. You have you sit there. You can you can
Yeah.
order the meal right at the seat now, right? That's
Well, that is what some of the Cineplex Odeon. In fact, there's one that's over in the capital of, Ottawa. Ottawa has a full service restaurant, which is built in their Cineplex. I've
Wow.
seen pictures of it. And these people will go and they'll eat a full meal, just like as the way Booger's describing. They would go
Yeah.
there, eat a full meal. Then they have their dessert. And then when the movie's ready to start, they have their option. They can take the dessert with them, or what the nice concessioners will do is, pack it for you, have it ready, when you leave after the movie's over, and you can take it home.
That's a
And-
night on the town in Ottawa, huh? That's what you get.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
where
the
they have
high
it.
life. That's it. Up in Ottawa, you go to the dining
That-
theater,
that's-
baby,
Yeah, that's the high life right there.
or you go to a
Oh.
Senators game.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Professor, what is your theater like? Have you ever had theater issues?
The only theater issue I've ever had, I went to watch Star Trek: The Motion Picture a couple of years ago, and the power went out,
Oh,
and they told us to evacuate, and it was just as the Enterprise was coming up on the V'ger cloud. They come out of warp and coming up on the V'ger cloud, got the music going, and suddenly everything goes black. Emergency
Oh,
light
man.
come on, and
We had that
Kobayashi
happen.
Maru.
Yeah, I had that happen to me once. I was living back there in Arizona, and I was in a theater called the Harkins Theater, which was inside a defunct mall called Paradise Valley Mall. It doesn't exist anymore. But I was there with my evil first ex-wife, and we're sitting. Well, I didn't know at the time yet she was going to be bad to me, but we're sitting there in the theater, and the next thing I know, there's lightning and rain going on outside. This was like a rare storm, and the next thing we know, we're watching The Hunt for Red October, and it's the part with the submarines just getting ready to start firing, or maybe firing on somebody, and all of a sudden, and everything went completely down. Lights went out, everything. There was no emergency lights either, so they didn't have that built in yet.
dear, wow.
I was in complete darkness, and some people were going, "What the, beep," and all this other stuff, and I'm like, "Whoa, what just happened?"
So when you had to evacuate, Professor, did you go out through those exit doors in the front of the theater, like the ones you see down there, or did you actually walk out the way you came in when you
Walked out the way it came in.
Okay.
Yeah,
we
they had
did
emergency lighting and all
Right.
that. Somebody
they
came
tried to
in,
keep
said,
it in.
you
Yeah.
have to get up, you have to leave.
And did they give you comp tickets, I guess, to come back again?
They did, and
Yeah.
here's the kicker about this. Okay, so this
Yeah.
was they did the remaster, the 4K remaster of the director's edition,
Right.
and they put it out in theaters, and it was only playing at my theater one time.
So you could, so your comp ticket
So
not going to work for Star Trek. Something else.
right, well,
Oh man.
so they tell us to leave. What happened was, just like with you, Mikey, there was a thunderstorm,
Yeah.
lightning hit, and the power went out.
Oh wow.
I think it actually hit the theater.
Well, this
But
one
anyway.
did. We had satellite. It did. It hit the theater just like it did for yours.
Anyway, it was a Tuesday night that I went, and some of the surrounding areas, they had the motion picture the next night on Wednesday night.
Okay.
All right. Okay. My particular theater did not,
Right.
but
Wow.
I called the national number for this theater chain and said, "Hey, look, it wasn't our fault that the power went out. It wasn't your fault either. But I can't watch this film, and I don't have the time to travel to a nearby city to see it. Will you play it the next night? And they did.
No way. No way.
And I was the only one in the theater.
Wait
that
a
night.
second. That's like something Elvis would do, man. You had the whole theater to yourself.
I had the whole theater to myself.
That's crazy.
Well, that's crazy. Yeah.
Can you?
Dan
What
said
chain
he'd
was
be
this?
right
AMC?
back.
Like what chain was it? They deserve to be noticed. Like what was it? Was it AMC, or who was it?
Which theater was it?
I forget which
Back
chain
in the
it
day,
is.
we had
Cinemark.
AMC,
It is
we had
Cinemark.
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 Man, kudos.
Cinemark, okay,
You
Cinemark.
never hear good stories like that anymore. It's always, well, sir, we're very sorry, and blah 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 blah. And here's a gift card to shut you up. It's like, that's amazing that they actually did
Yeah.
that for you. That is
Have-
so cool.
Have either of you gentlemen been to a drive-in theater?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I have.
I had one in
Okay,
my
okay.
hometown.
Nice. Is it still there?
Yes.
It is? Wow.
Yes.
They
Yeah.
got rid of all of ours in back in Arizona. Wow. Yeah.
Well, there's one
1990s. Left, I think, but yeah.
We went
It's
as
in
a family in the
Scottsdale, but I
1990s. The
don't
last
know
one I
if
went
they
to,
do.
and it was in Westbury, New York. That was and they closed it soon after that. I think it's a shopping mall now, or condos, or office building, or something.
That's so sad.
It's no
yeah.
longer there. But it was fun. But it was kind of like roughing it, though. It's like you're not really in air conditioning, right? It's the summertime. You can't really keep the car running. I guess we did, but I don't remember now. But it was like roughing it.
Well-
And the sound quality's not that great because it's coming through the car speakers. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I did it. It was cool, but I'd rather be in a theater. It wasn't, it wasn't for me.
Are you that ancient booger? Because he said the last drive-in in his town closed around the time he was born. That's a shame. That's a shame. Yeah, I think I've only been to 3 drive-in theaters in my lifetime. Like I said, they were all in state of Arizona. And 2 of them were in Phoenix, and 1 was in Scottsdale. And I just remember the one in Phoenix I went to, and I drove myself. I went by myself. And the one there was, it was against the mountain. They had a huge, big screen. The speakers were cruddy. I mean, they didn't sound very good. And because it was still the heat of the day before I pulled in to see the film, this is over 100 degrees. I thought my car was going to explode because it was so hot. I had to
You're
open the window, right? Because I didn't have a very good running AC, so I had to open the window
Right.
for my driver's side, and then I had to open, for the speaker, which of course sounded like crap.
You had one of those
So-
little clip speakers, those little ones
Yeah,
that
the
clip on
clip
the window.
speakers.
Oh my
Yes,
god!
sir.
Those,
That,
see, I
yes.
don't remember those. I remember them like broadcasting it over an FM station, and you tune your radio to
Yeah.
the FM station, right? That's what I remember.
Yeah.
But I know the clip speakers you're talking about. They were on the little post, right? Like a little thing.
Yeah.
You drive up next to
Mhm.
it, you grab it, you
Yeah.
hang it on the
Yeah.
window. Yeah, I've seen those. Those look so cool.
Those the best. I think the best version of those that you see is in American Graffiti. Because
Okay,
that's how ancient they were. Yeah, in a drive-in theater.
and that was at the
you know.
Sepulveda Drive-In, I think, in L.A., which I think is also gone. That's a
Yeah, now there's one more.
Classic.
Yeah, there was one last drive-in. Like I said, I went to 3 of them. The third one was in Scottsdale itself, but it was in a part they call South Scottsdale. And I hope it's still there, but I think someone just told me recently that was the last one that pulled out, that they got rid of.
I don't see
but
those
just
coming back
remember
anytime
being
soon
so
anyway.
expensive. Yeah. So I don't see them coming back anytime. But I do remember having good memories with drive-in theaters,
Mikey,
other than
tell
the
me,
other stuff.
Mikey, tell me, were movie theaters and drive-in theaters very pricey with their food, or was that just a recent thing that happened in the last few decades?
In the last few decades, they raised the prices of their food and drink. The admission getting in was nice because it wasn't that expensive. And it was affordable because families could go in with their big cars and their trucks. Some of them had those, the ones with tailgates where they could have the kids, put up some blankets and whatever and sit out there in the starlight, in the
Yeah,
stars
true.
and watch again, watch the big screen, and the parents would be inside, snuggling or whatever in the front of the truck or the RV or the and and or the minivan, and they just had them out there and opened up the doors, and
Hmm.
that it was a family thing. It was a gathering, And then lately, just in the last few decades, they started to raise the price of admission. So then some families got upset. But then, of course, you had you had cable TV, you had all these extra channels. People could say, well, you know what? Instead of going to a drive-in theater, I could stay home and watch the same thing later on, eventually, on my big screen, and all that stuff. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Home theaters changed a lot of things. I mean, if you have a good surround sound system, hell, even a sound bar. I mean, you got one of those. You have a big screen TV.
Booger feels ancient. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. But you have digital quality streaming now. You've got discs. I mean, there's no reason. I just don't see the draw. But there is an experience. There's something about the smell of the popcorn. There's something intangible about that's there. It's just there's a certain experience about going to the movies that's hard to replace. But it takes a huge movie to draw me to the movies nowadays. I haven't seen a movie in the theater in the last year, at least. There's been
At
nothing.
least.
Has been drawing me there to the theater. I can't remember the last movie I saw in the theater. I can't even think of it.
So, are you
Dialed-
saying the movie?
I'm sorry. Last movie I saw was Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer.
But again, because hold on,
Oppenheimer.
that's because it's a big experience. It's a 70 millimeter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you don't want to waste that. If Nolan is shooting in 70, you drag your ass to a theater and you watch it on the screen, right? You have to. I mean, you're not going to get that kind of experience even on a big home size television. You're not going to get it.
Not even
Yeah.
on your 85-inch television.
No, I don't think so. I think the aspect ratio is wrong. You should go to Best Buy. They're on sale. Those are great TVs, man. I'm telling you. Just you need two people to hang it on the wall because I almost dropped it when I hung it on my wall.
Right. Well,
I do not like a television on the wall. I'm sorry, I do not.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Well, this one
No,
you
I
kind of have
don't.
to. I don't know how it would go on a stand, but
right. Well, the last film we saw was obviously Ghostbusters: Frozen Empire. We just saw that,
yeah.
and we saw it in
can
the
wait.
Max Theater. That's like I said, that's just a step below D-Box. Okay, because D-Box is way too expensive. But the Max Theater, we call it, which is very, very good as in regards to sound quality and how it surrounds and how you don't get the rumblings, you don't get that stuff to feel like you're in the movie, but you get all the sounds and sights and everything is so clear. The clarity is amazing. And you feel like you're actually in the movie. You feel like you're a part of it with all that clarity and sound. So we did that. And I was like, it was so fantastic. I mean, I just loved it. I felt like I was being attacked by the ghost in the movie. It was so cool. Yeah.
Professor, weren't you saying that Interstellar was going to be released again for
when is
time?
Yeah, it's middle of this month, the week of the 15th.
Is that the one with Matthew McConaughey, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't mind Interstellar. I liked it. I saw it in the big theater.
I love that film.
I did too. It took me a couple.
love
I
it.
didn't understand it the first couple of times I watched it. The third time I got it. It took me a couple of times to understand it. But I would go see that. I would, because that was shot in 70 millimeter, and if they're playing it on a proper format, I would go back. I would do that. That film.
Now there's a movie I wish we could get. I don't know if we have it, babe, but we saw this movie called Life, which was like a sci-fi horror film. And I don't know if we got it in DVD. I hope we can. But it has such a great ending at the final of it. It just makes you wonder and makes you think. And it was just so fantastic. And I was like, that was the one that had Gyllenhaal in it. And I was like, Gyllenhaal's not a great actor by any stretch, but he's okay. But I mean, but the whole premise of bringing actual alien life on board the space station and then accidentally letting it loose, and you have no idea what it does or how or why, and that's why it was called Life. It was just amazing. And I just remember seeing it in big theater with Suzanne. It was just, oh my God. And I just want the DVD, or actually I want the Blu-ray for it, because I think the Blu-ray is going to be awesome. So definitely want that.
I don't know how many real IMAX theaters there are left, though. The real ones. There's the 70
There aren't
mil.
really. I don't think there's really any big ones left.
There's
But I could be wrong.
there's a few. I mean, there's one here in the city, obviously, but there's like one in every major city, I think, and that's it. There's only like 12 of them, or there's not many
And there's
left,
a few and there are a few in Canada. I know one
right?
for certain is in Ottawa. I do know there's one in downtown Toronto, an IMAX type. And there,
The
and I
real
know there's
IMAX, the
in
square
Vancouver.
screen. Yeah,
Yes,
the square, not the widescreen, the square, big, 3-story tall
live,
screen, whatever it is, right? Yeah.
live. Don't talk to me about live. Yeah, Marvin the Paranoid Android. Yeah, we own Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I think it's awesome.
That's
I read the book
that's great.
before we bought the movie, before we saw it. Before I saw
Radio
it. in the
plays the
theater.
best.
Oh
Yeah.
God, I'm so depressed.
Why?
Yeah, that was in the movie. It was Alan Rickman, right, that did the voice of Marvin. Oh my gosh, yeah. Suzanne just confirmed it. Yes. Oh man.
Tell me, the reason why, what are the main competitors for the theaters nowadays since they're going out of business? Like, is it just mainly, basically, home-in theaters where you could just buy your own massive TV and the movie when it comes out and have your own theater experience, or is it, or from what of other
I
sources
think-
say, mainly streaming services are outcompeting, or renting services are outcompeting theater services nowadays? What is it?
I think it's because you have the high quality home television sets that you can buy now with the surround sound bars, as well as a proper surround sound system. If you want to go that route, you get really high quality video and audio that way. And then there's the streaming services on top of that. You have your Netflix, you have your Paramount Plus, your Disney
Yes.
Plus.
High quality streaming, always 4K.
There you go. Promote that thing to death, Omni. We'll support you 1,000%.
Somebody has to pay for my TV. I got to pay the Best Buy bill to pay this thing
Well,
off.
there you
Come
go.
on.
Well,
You don't want to work for it? Paramount's paying for it. What are you talking about, man?
tell me,
And yeah, and Booger says 2 IMAX theaters he had closest to him closed. I'm sorry to hear that, Booger, but I think a lot of them are going out of date now. Yeah, I agree. There aren't many left.
I think there's
tell
only
me,
19 left. I'm doing some research here as you're talking. I think there's only 19 of them left in the
tell
country.
Around
me-
the world?
Yeah, well, in the U.S. I don't know about around the world. Yeah.
Oh,
tell me, is renting a movie still a thing, or did that go the way of the dinosaur?
I'm sorry.
What's that?
What?
What was the last thing you just said, Dan?
Is renting a movie still a thing, or did that go like the way of the dinosaur?
Retina? Is that what you said?
Renting. I can't
Oh,
say.
renting.
movies.
Renting.
Oh yeah, no, that's gone the way of the dinosaur. I don't think anybody rents anything anymore that I know of.
So basically, it's just home and theaters and streaming that's killing the movie theater business. Then, and if
Oh,
that's the case,
absolutely.
then the movie theaters are going to go
And-
the way of the dinosaur. And then,
And on top of that, you have people that have their own home collection of movies
Home
on
theater
DVD,
session. Right.
DVD or Blu-ray. I mean, those aren't being sold as much anymore because everything's going streaming. But
Yep.
a lot of people do have their own collection, their own library. Yes, I said the bad word, Cinnabon, if you're listening, Thomas. Library of movies
man.
at home.
Is he trolling you
Library.
here too? Oh my goodness.
No, he's not here.
oh please,
I don't
At least as
Cinnabon-
far as we know, he isn't.
Well, as far as we know, yeah, we don't know that he could be lurking, Professor. We don't know for
Yeah, he's
sure.
definitely a lurker.
Exactly.
That's for sure. He's a lurker.
He's a
at,
lurker.
at my house, we got a huge library of movies. We got at least about, I'm going to say, 250 movies at my house. At least.
You have a lot more than we do. I have, for us, I mean, Suzanne and I, we have probably, about 125, 150? Yeah, between 125 and 150 movies, like Blu-ray and DVD. So, yeah.
We had 500 in our collection before we sold it.
Yeah, we had 500 before we moved here permanently back to Canada. And like I said, I came from the States in Arizona. So when we had a stopover in California somewhere, Porterville, it was called, the town. And we just sold off like 500 movies. That's, for charity and stuff. But,
So
Yeah,
I
that
found the
was a
list
set.
of IMAX theaters. There's one in Arizona, and I think you said Harkins Arizona Mills. Is that what
Yes,
you said?
Harkins, Arizona Mills, IMAX.
So
Yeah,
that one is still there. That's the real
yay.
IMAX. And
That's
there's
good to know because
there's a bunch in
they're awesome.
California. I don't know if anyone's
Yeah.
in California.
I am.
You are okay.
Yes, Dan is.
Where there's Hollywood. There's one in Hollywood, Universal City, San Francisco,
Yes,
Sacramento, Irvine, Ontario,
California.
California. Right. Those cities have real IMAX. The actual humongous
Actual
screen.
IMAX concepts. Yes.
Oh, and double
especially
in
the one in
California.
San Francisco. Yeah, the one in San Francisco I remember is still down near the Embarcadero. It's
It says
basically.
it's at the AMC Metreon 16, wherever that is,
Yeah.
in San
And
Francisco.
guess who's joining us, guys? Brother Jay.
Brother
Aldridge.
Jay.
Oh no, we're in trouble now. Oh, hi, Jay.
Hey, Jay.
Hello, Jay.
It's good to see you. Jay, you're not muted, are you? Jay, man.
I think I'm exercise right now.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, that's almost
Wow.
as bad as Berto Prey's Ozzy Prey.
I like the
Oh,
Ozzy Prey,
man.
actually. I missed
Oh.
that. Oi.
And Suzanne just said howdy to you, Brother Jay, your co-wife.
Howdy! I'm just so proud to be here.
I bet you are. I'm so glad that you made it, man. Don't worry, Omni and Dan and Professor Brainy Specs have been filling your stead before you came, so don't worry.
We
We've
couldn't
had
fill your
fun.
shoes, though.
No, absolutely
Yeah, we
not.
could never
That's
fill your
a lot of
shoes.
manhood right there.
That's
I'm telling you.
Just
I'm
just
telling
don't
you.
bite,
And
just don't bite our heads off, okay?
Yeah, don't do that.
I see I'm getting blamed for something in Discord again.
Oh, again.
Oh no!
What-
Who's
what did you
blaming
What
do?
is
this
what is
guy?
with these people?
I
Why do
don't
they hate on
know.
But
you?
they're obsessed.
Uh,
It's an obsession at this point. Like it's just it's
Yeah, I'm
it's
getting
obsessive.
blamed. I'm getting blamed because Cinnabon isn't on Discord or streaming.
Oh my god.
I've
Oh,
done
wow.
something with
I
him.
think I muted the
apparently.
notifications. I just couldn't take it anymore. It's just nonstop.
Did
It was
you just
nonstop.
put him in, Professor? Did you just put him in a body bag and leave him out somewhere in the Texas desert?
I didn't do anything to him. I didn't do anything.
I
I
understand.
know nothing. I know nothing.
I'm kidding. Come on.
What are you,
I know
Sergeant
you
Schultz now from Hogan's Heroes?
I
know
know
nothing.
nothing.
The
No.
professor couldn't get a hold of the assassin to cancel the contract.
Wow.
Wow. Oh wait, wow. That is the most funniest thing. Speaking of like ads trailers and things of that, the meme of Professor Brandy Specs saying "Wow" is definitely awesome. Like
I
it
haven't
needs to
seen
be a
this
part
meme. Where
of
is this
someone-
meme? Where is
Yeah,
this?
it's a meme. It needs to be a part of like people's.
I got
phone-
famous. I got famous for saying "wow" on a question of Trek.
Yes.
Yes, he
But
did.
where's the meme? I want to see. Is it on, where is
I
this
I
meme?
don't know.
Okay.
I've not seen this meme either.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought I missed something.
At least I don't
But
think I
somebody
have.
did. Well, okay, they made it a meme. That's awesome. You should get some compensation for that, Professor.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
yeah,
I'm
and,
just saying.
and just like the meme with this phrase, "Oh my."
Oh my! I'm sure Takei gets like a residual every time we say "Oh my." I'm
Well,
sure he
there's
does.
another 10 cents I got in the mail.
Yay!
Wow.
Wow! How many does he get, Jay, before he actually says he makes a profit? Because he's certainly not doing.
He gets
Sulu
a
anymore.
profit of 10 cents every time someone says, "Oh my." Do you know back in 19 I think it was 93, the guy that was in UHF, he was playing the what did you call it? The not the automotive class, but shop class teacher.
Shop class.
That
And
was
he cut
Weird
his
Al
finger
Yankovic
off.
Yeah, that was Weird Al
He-
Yankovic in UHF. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, but this guy was he was a little strange. He cut his finger off, but he showed the interviewer his residual check, and guess how much it was?
How much?
89 cents.
That's crazy.
That doesn't
He
even
said
buy
in-
coffee. That doesn't even buy
He's-
coffee and a donut nowadays.
He told
Oh
the
my
interviewer,
God.
he said, by the time I reach the age of 300, I'll be a millionaire.
Yes, Booger, it was a funny movie. I did like UHF. Yes, I did. It was funny.
Now,
It
brother,
didn't do good at the theater because it came out in the same time as a lot of movies. I think it was what year was it? 88 or 89, something like that. And they had a lot of blockbusters. They should not have come out at that time. They should
Yeah.
have came out like January or something where blockbusters don't come out at that in January. They
Well,
wait
yeah,
till
they-
the summer and winter.
Right. Well, they made the wrong decision to put it out the way they did.
You know.
And to be fair, I think that Weird Al is a better singer than an actor. That's my opinion. Okay, that's just my honest opinion.
He'd probably
I don't
agree with
know
you.
what your I don't know what your guys' opinion is, but I know what mine is as far as Weird Al goes.
Did
and by the way,
anybody see Discovery? The
Yes.
2 new episodes?
I fell asleep during the
Yes.
first one. Professor, did you get through it, or did you?
oh, I struggled, but I did stay
Okay.
awake in that
Okay.
second episode.
It was.
But Jay, but before we go on to that, Jay, I wanted to ask you: have you moved or something? Because your audio sounds like you're in a concert hall or something like that. Your audio sounds different. It sounds richer. There's a little bit of a echo to it.
It's probably my fan.
he's got an
I have
acoustic.
Changing the
I have
resonance
to
of the
have
room.
a fan to breathe.
Yeah, he's having difficulty with that, with breathing issues. Well, I won't go
I'm sorry you're
into all
having
of it,
trouble.
but
I'm sorry you're having trouble with breathing, but honestly, your audio sounds a little richer, deeper, has a bit of an echo to it, like you're in a concert hall or something.
No, I'm in my apartment. I just got back.
he's still there.
Gee, well, at the way you're describing him, it's almost like he's gonna sound like Darth Vader pretty soon.
I'm just imagining him
I
driving to.
just
the
got
concert
back
hall.
from my girlfriend's house. so
Renee?
I'm in my apartment. Yeah.
Yay. I'm happy for him. He has a girl, Renee. And I'm
Excellent.
yes, and I'm very happy for him.
Well, let's hope she sticks with him.
Well,
Oh,
but you know, Suzanne is very protective of Jay. So if Renee gives him any problems, Suzanne says, well, I'm flying from Toronto and I'm going to kick her butt. So
Wow.
yeah, wow.
well, Renee
and I
knows that. Renee knows that I have another woman in my life, so
I know.
And her
But
name is Enterprise.
Enterprise.
No.
yes,
my co-wife Suzanne.
that's right.
Okay.
Well, it's not
I'm
what
not
you
sure
think,
about this.
Professor. It's out of love, okay? It's like saying that's cis or some other family member, but not incestual or incestuous, whatever that word is. So it's okay, Professor.
Oh my-
Breathe,
Right, it's not your stream, Professor. It's no problem. We can shut this down.
My
Nothing to worry about. It's not John's
Funny.
stream we're toying with here, right?
my mother and daddy had friends named Bones and Alice,
Ah,
and
Bones and Alice.
Bones loved my mother, they were like two peas in a pod. And same thing with my daddy and Alice. So they started calling each other co-wife, co-husband.
Ah, well, there you go. That's where it came from. Yeah,
course,
Booger Michael Richards was psychotic, but we didn't know that yet.
Of course,
After he played Kramer.
it ended in tragedy. Bones.
No, I'm sorry to hear that.
I don't know. We never knew what happened to Bones. He
Oh.
got into deep dark depression one day, and he just went outside in the
That was
barn and
it.
hung himself.
Oh,
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Michael Richards, I'm just reading here. Booger played, said Stanley Sprudowski long before his days as Kramer. Yes, and but he went nuts. I mean, truly went nuts, Michael Richards. I felt so bad because he made a great Kramer, Cosmo Kramer. And then he went nuts.
I think the guy that sawed his finger off was Emo Phillips.
Emo Phillips. Do you guys remember him? He was an actor.
Old emo.
Name sounds
No.
familiar.
Yeah, Emo. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
look at me, Mr. Butterfingers.
No.
Okay, Booger. So he's switching devices while he switches job sites for the night. Don't get fired, okay, Booger? Please. If you have to go, let us know. So you were just imitating emo there for a moment, brother.
So Brother Jay, you were talking about Discovery.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it was okay. I don't like the phasers that they carry. It's like guns instead of phasers we're used to from the
Right.
24th century. I know that weapons and technology change as we go further in the future, but I don't like the personal transporters in their comm badges. And
A lot of scratching there, girl.
they say that the USS Defiant is coming back in the 5th episode of this new last season
please,
of
please.
Discovery.
Please, even though I hate the show, please no spoilers.
Is that the big thing that Sonequa was talking about? The big thing?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Kinda. There's also other things like the progenitors coming back.
Well, we
Oh,
already
I've
saw
So
seen,
much
that.
for
I've
spoilers,
seen an
yeah, that's it.
advertisement. Yeah, I've seen an advertisement for that progenitors. Yes, I've seen that.
But it just I think they're tying up loose ends to end the show. Which
Well-
I like
Misery.
that. I like that. I wish Voyager had done that. The entire
Yeah, I wish that
season of the
Voyager had
7th
sealed-
season of
Right.
Voyager and DS9 should have been nothing but closing out characters and stuff.
Well, which
Tying up
ones did they
new-
close out in
loose ends.
Voyager? I mean, they did a pretty good job. The Neelix got taken care of.
Yeah, but
The
I
Doctor-
would have liked to have seen. I would have
Yeah,
liked
but
to have
they-
seen what happened after they got back to Earth.
After
Did
they got
the
back, well, they
Maquis
explained it, though.
have to go to jail, or did they get a reprieve?
Right.
Did
right.
Harry Kim finally get frickin' promoted?
promoted? Yeah.
No,
Well,
he's still an
Harry Kim is
ensign
an
in the
ensign.
32nd century.
He'll never get promoted. Never. He'll never be captain. We know this for sure.
Yeah,
He'll
well,
never get that.
yeah. Well, the reason why he was never promoted, from what I hear in the show, is that he clashed with one of the show creators or showrunners, and he was always smoking,
Yeah.
and he was always smoking Mary Jane, and they did not promote him.
Dan, I
Right.
know
That's-
I know who he was clashing with. He was clashing with Rick Berman and Braga. And they all had a big thing about it. And Kim even said, "Look, I was just trying to calm myself down. I told them I was using the Mary Jane as a medicinal purpose. They didn't listen to me. They said that they thought I was going to become a druggie.
This-
And they said,
This
if you
is the
don't
first I've
stop,
heard of this.
He
Well,
said in
I just
an
remember
interview
saying
it
in
was.
an interview. Yeah.
He said in an interview it was because he kept asking for more stories for Kim, and they finally just said, "Fuck it, never promote him."
Right. They wanted to keep him down, and he was trying to get himself up in the show. He did try. What do you guys remember the
Was a captain.
well, yeah, for one thing, I don't think he was. One episode he was.
I loved his
Yeah,
ship
I mean,
though.
briefly.
Future's End.
Oh
Yeah,
God, I
Future
love
End,
that
one,
ship.
yes.
What,
Yeah.
the Rhode Island? Which one?
Yes,
It's a cool ship,
Yes.
but it's not as big as they make it look. I mean, it's a Nova class, but they made it look huge on
I want that ship so bad. Oh
Rhode Island?
God, I wish I could own that. I want
Well,
a
you know
model
what?
of that ship.
The one I enjoyed in the original series was obviously the Enterprise incident. I want that Romulan ship with the cloaking device. That is so. It was
But wasn't
so
that a Klingon
sleek.
ship? Wasn't that a Klingon ship?
It was
That was a
originally,
Klingon
yes,
ship.
that's right. But I mean, the Romulans stole it from them and
Yeah.
incorporated their own cloaking
They're
device.
using
And I,
Klingon design now, Captain.
the Klingon design.
Well, see,
Yeah, I would have loved that.
the something
We'll see.
happened to the original Romulan ship that was in what was the
Balance of Terror.
episode? Balance of Terror. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know if they said it was stolen or it was broken or whatever, but they couldn't find it, so they just used the Klingon ship as saying that there
a
was an
design, right.
alliance and they are now using Klingon design.
Well, on the remastered version, didn't they show like a Klingon ship,
Yes.
but also with
Yes.
those ships you're talking about, right? On around them,
Right.
Right.
And then they put in a
Wait a minute.
Romulan ship.
Say that again.
Well, what I'm saying was,
Tommy?
if you watch the Enterprise incident on the remastered version, and I could be wrong,
Right.
I'm just going by my memory
Yes,
here.
it is.
Right, they had the Klingon D whatever 5 or battle cruisers,
And
D7.
then the Romulan
D7?
Warbird.
and they had the Romulan warbirds kind of surrounding them as well on the,
Yep.
out
Right.
there on the view screen. You could see both.
They,
ships.
they had 3 ships. They had 2 D7s
Right.
with, if you look at it closely, they have the Romulan bird
Bird, yeah.
symbol on those D7s.
Oh, real? I didn't look at it that closely. Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And
I
then,
know
and then
it's
there
in that
was
program. Yeah.
they put in one bird of prey or warbird.
Warbird. There was one in there, which
Yep. There
Right.
was
it
one.
wasn't
was
in the
one more.
unremastered ones. It was not
Yeah,
the
Right.
Klingon.
And that's
Booker
because-
said- yeah, sorry, go ahead, Professor. Finish
And that's
your-
because the model got damaged
Yeah.
and they couldn't use it.
That's interesting. Like
Oh,
Jay
I tried to get on. I was watching the first episode of the 5th season of Discovery when all of a sudden it blinked out and it said Paramount Plus cannot be used in your region.
Oh no!
So I had to
hope
watch
you're a
it on my.
subscriber.
I mean,
Yeah, we hope.
I had to watch it on my phone.
wow.
Hmm.
Honey.
Well, we have some of the best tech support out there. Feel free to call. but-
I'm sure the
yeah.
problem was with the internet provider and not Paramount Plus. I'm
Okay.
confident in saying that.
My internet was it said it was connected and the power.
Oh.
I mean the
I'm not
strength
saying
was
it
high.
wasn't. I'm
it's a
saying
local
they had.
issue. It's not a server issue, right? It's not. Yeah, because
Yeah,
No, it's not my server.
Yeah.
they're
Right,
using some cheap VPN
VP. I was going to say, right? Yeah. it's a-
to who knows where, Antarctica maybe,
yeah, going by way of
where
that.
Paramount
Yeah.
Plus would not sell to.
Zimbabwe.
I mean, there's nobody in Antarctica
Yeah, no.
hardly.
No,
So,
and
you
none
know,
of us
did
have the
you-
relay station down there, Professor.
Did
there's
you
a
hear
relay
what?
station
Go
in
with it.
there.
Go with it.
That's what I'm saying.
Did you hear about what is happening in Antarctica?
No, what's going
happening
on
in
now?
Antarctica?
It's cold.
There are flowers that are being bloomed on the
Woohoo!
surface of Antarctica.
Any
And
sunflowers?
that is giving the momentum of the what is it called?
Global
Climate
warming.
change people.
Global warming.
Where'd
Yes,
you
global
hear
warming.
this?
Yeah, where'd
It
you
was
hear
on
it?
the Weather Channel.
Oh, nice.
It was on the
They're growing
Weather
it.
Channel app.
Yeah.
Antarctica is a block of ice, right? It's not even land.
I know,
Well,
but
there used to
they
be land
showed
under
a
it,
piece
though.
of it that was that it looked like it had soil. It was dirt or rock, and on that rock was growing weeds or flowers or whatever.
Wow.
It was stupid. Jeez, it was
Yeah,
crazy.
some are saying that the Antarctica, well, I just learned this myself. Some people were saying that Antarctica at one time was a landmass which consisted mostly of desert, mostly of some foliage,
Well, they said mostly of rock.
Okay.
Desert.
Well,
desert mountains and stuff. Yeah.
to counter that, and I'm not sure where the Weather Channel app got this, but this is from USA Today. I'm reading an
Okay.
article right now from USA Today. Fact check: global warming is affecting Antarctica, but image of flowers is from elsewhere.
Oh.
Claim image shows flowering
Ah.
plants in Antarctica due to global warming.
Fake news.
Yeah, fake
Uh-huh.
news. There we go. Yeah,
That's
let me
why I
interrupt for
wanted
a
to bring
second.
this up, because I didn't know if it was real or not.
Yeah, it's fake news then, obviously, because Professor's
so-
got the knowledge going down there again.
so USA Today's take on this is their rating is partly false. While a 2022 study did find a global warming related expansion in the range of 2 Antarctic flowering plants, the photo does not show those plant species. The photo is labeled as being captured in Greenland on a stock photo website.
Greenland.
World.
Oh,
So
okay,
so
that's
there
pretty
there
good.
are there are 2 flowering plants in Antarctica. It's natural, and they've been there forever, as far as
Fair
we
enough.
know.
Wow.
Going back in history, but it's nothing new. And the
Right.
photo
Right.
is from Greenland.
Somebody said
And I
that
just-
within
I just wanna
300
add this
years,
quick
that
one, Booker.
Antarctica will melt.
I'm sorry, Jay. Let me just add this quick in, Booger, and then I'll let you continue your thought there for a sec. As Booger was saying, officially it was an exchange. The Romulans got the ship, the Klingons got the cloaks, right? Got the device, and then he says Romulans, not Rome. Yeah, I knew what you were talking about, Booger. I'm sorry. Yeah, but I wanted to say I understood what he was saying.
That's a
So-
fan theory. That's not established in canon.
That's true.
Uh,
But I
The
like
only
the
thing we
fan
know,
theory.
the only thing we know is Spock says that intelligent reports say that the Romulans are using Klingon designs, not that
Right.
there has been any sort of technology exchange through a treaty or anything like that.
Professor, is that described in canon as from Memory Alpha? Has described it that way? The exchange,
That's from the episode, The Enterprise Incident from TOS.
right, with the lady, right? Yes, the commander that they captured in exchange for the cloaking device. Yeah,
What I'm saying is,
I'll kill you.
there is no canon source on television or in the movies stating that the Romulans and the Klingons exchanged technology through a treaty or any sort of agreement or anything like that.
They could have
All
captured
it
a ship.
says, they could have
Worf-
captured a ship. Go ahead.
Worf
Right.
did say
First
in TNG that they were allies at one time.
okay. The Klingons and the Romulans were allies. Okay,
It was in the first
That makes a lot of
season, the last episode where the neutral zone,
Right.
where they defrost those people
With 3 people.
from the past,
Yeah.
right.
and one of the guys come on the bridge, and they're waiting for the Romulans to come, and I think Picard said hail them or something, and Worf said Captain.
Oh,
The Romulans, something about they think humans are not worth skin. We were allies, and before they attacked Kittimer.
oh, wow. Okay. Do you guys know what this acronym FASA stands for? I'm usually pretty good at knowing, but I'm not.
FASA.
FASA.
You're
Yeah, but
right. You're right, Jay. And here is the line that Worf says. He says, "Captain, these are Romulans. They are without honor. They killed my parents in an attack on Kittimer when they were supposed to be our
Kittimer.
allies.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's what he said.
They
Yeah, Booker
believe
says,
humans
"I'm
and
old enough."
Klingons are a waste of skin."
Yeah, Booger says I'm old enough for the FASA role-playing game to be canon, even though it was never official. He says, so I may be remembering things from the extended canon.
Yeah.
And he says by TNG that Alliance had broken down. Remember when Worf refused to donate blood to a Romulan? Yes, I
Yes.
remember that episode.
FASA's not canon, though, I don't think. It's just EU kind of stuff, right? It's expanded
Well,
universe.
it's
No,
it's kind of canon because
Is it?
they used a couple of their ships. In one, they used a ship in the animated series, and
Okay.
another one they used in TNG in a background episode.
But FASA was after the animated series, though, wasn't it? Didn't it get popular
it was.
after
I
that?
don't
Yeah,
know.
it was. Yeah, FASA
Someone
was after
someone
TAS.
said that one of their ships was used in the animated series.
Oh.
So
I-
Well,
I'm
it
not
would have been
saying
towards
for
the
certain,
tail
I'm
end
just-
of the series. Well, the
But,
FASA and TAS would have been towards the end.
FASA was founded in 1980, which was way after
Oh,
the
right.
animated
That's
series.
way after
okay, well they
TAS.
were wrong, but it
Right.
looked like one of their ships was in the background of.
Right.
I'm trying to think of the episode on TNG.
It was like a magazine, wasn't it? It was like a fan club or something, and they
What,
exchanged.
FASA?
Well, yeah, exactly. How was it? It was like Star Trek Online before.
It was kind of.
online, right?
I think
It's like-
I think there was a magazine.
It was,
And,
yeah.
I don't know if
Yeah,
they
and
made
I
it
wanted
into a
to-
video game or something. I don't know.
Sure. And I wanted
FASA
to
was an
mention-
American gaming
Oh, yeah,
company
go
that
ahead.
produced role-playing game.
right.
Role-playing text, board, and video games. It was founded in 1980 by Jordan Wiseman in Chicago.
cool.
Reportedly, it stood for Freedonian Air and Space Administration.
Freedonian.
Ah,
What is this? Groucho
Freedonian.
Marx?
Yeah. Maybe.
Don't know what you have
Some of
to
their most
say.
popular and
Makes you
extensive
say.
lines include Shadowrun, Mech Warrior, BattleTech, Doctor Who, and Star Trek games.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And as I told you, before, gentlemen, in my personal opinion, in my humble opinion, I like the fact that you had gentlemen like James Crawley and Vic Mignogna who did Star Trek Continues and the Star Trek Phase, their version of Phase
Mhm.
2, and Star Trek Voyages, and I like to think that's canon. It has to be in some way or other. I've always said that.
Gene
And I love Star
Roddenberry's
Trek.
son says that he himself believes that is canon.
Which
He
one?
does? Which
Vic
one?
Moranis.
Vic Mignogna?
Okay. Yeah.
Now,
Vic
I'm
Mignogna.
okay with that. All of that. Because I think that's just such a well-produced and well-written 12 episodes or 10 episodes, whatever they had. Tokyo and I covered that a couple of times. We did some broadcasts with that, and it's
Exactly.
phenomenal.
And
phenomenal.
on me, you have to say that, Chris Stewart did his father James as Scotty perfectly.
I
Very,
Yes.
very
yes.
good. They-
Just
put a
did
lot
it
of
as a
love into
great
those.
homage to him. Not just the fact that you knew it was his son, but the fact that he took the persona of what his dad cultivated and grew,
His heart.
through the series and the movies, and he just became that character. He just
did.
became Scott.
He was
Yeah.
very good. He was very good. You saw a
That
lot of his
first
father.
episode of Star Trek Continues, Vic Mignogna's Star Trek show.
Right.
The first episode
Apollo.
was great because they brought back the original actor that played Apollo.
Right.
Yes, they did, and
Yeah.
and I have them. Jay, I was going to tell you that when we're done with A-Team, I want to do all 10 episodes of Star Trek Continues. I want to do reviews of those episodes.
Okay.
Yeah, because
I just have to say that it is not canon. Sorry, folks. It's not owned by
Yeah.
Paramount. It's
It's
not
okay,
it's not
Professor.
It's not Star Trek canon.
No.
But it's a homage to the
Roddenberry,
original series, though.
the son, he said in an interview on a video that he considers it canon, but that's not official by
Not official.
Paramount.
Well,
but
yeah, it's
Right.
not
him
by
And
Paramount
his
and
he said his father would loved
Hmm.
what he did.
Wow. And it's really
Well,
like,
I know
Star
this
Trek
for
season
sure.
4. It's really what it is. They just took it and added a season to it. It's really
They,
how
they
they
did,
took it.
and this is what I'm thinking is if, and this is just like I say, this is my opinion, but I'm thinking that if Roddenberry, if Gene had survived, he would have taken that and created it as a fourth season of
Mhm.
TOS. He would
Well,
have.
the fifth
I-
season,
no doubt.
because the last episode
Right.
they ended the series,
They
and I
ended the series, yeah.
loved that episode. I
With
loved
wearing the
it
new
when
uniform and
when
everything, right? They
Kirk
parked the ship.
in the admiral's
Yeah.
uniform walks
Yeah.
on the bridge, and he's saying goodbye to the Enterprise.
Yes.
That's
And
right.
at the end, they have the last dun dun from the motion picture.
Right. The theme.
Yeah. And
Yep.
Booger says that he thinks there may have been a Klingon D6 at the Battle of Wolf 359. Is that true, Professor? I don't know.
I don't know.
I
don't
don't
the
think
Kling-
so.
Okay.
I got
And
no
then,
thanks for
the
that battle, so I
Klingons
can't
And,
answer
got
and,
that.
there
and I
fast
think
enough.
you mean a D7, not a
I think-
D6.
well, okay,
I
maybe
don't
he
think
means
there
a
is a
D7.
D6.
Yeah, there is no D6. There's only 4
You're right,
lights.
Booger. It was due to the new rules because of a certain person, and but Vic Mañana got permission from Paramount to finish the series.
Yeah, he was allowed to finish it out, which I think with those what they call them, the ones that are do mind control. What did they call those guys? Omni would know.
What's that?
They tried to manipulate the crew. It was a final 2-parter of Continues, and if you've watched it,
Oh,
yeah.
you're talking about Espers.
Espers, that's
Right.
it.
They went back to the beginning, just like we did with Where No Man Has Gone Before.
Yes, with the Espers. Oh, I
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
that was awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
The book ended like that. You know, it's where they started and where they kind of ended with the
That's
same,
where it ended. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it was really good. It was so well
Yeah.
produced. That Civil War episode was that was okay, but
Um,
you know, the
I
one
don't
with
Well,
Q
you
was
know-
good. Well, it wasn't Q, but John Delancey was
And
good.
the aliens
Yeah.
Lou Ferrigno.
that they couldn't see each other because they were
Right.
living in black and white. I
Yeah.
didn't like that episode either.
That's the one we did. We did a whole show on that one, and yeah, it was okay. It wasn't as good as the Mirror Universe one.
Yeah.
That one was
yeah,
excellent.
So Booger,
Oh,
yeah,
that
so
was
Booger's
great.
right. He
Right?
said,
Yeah.
Paramount shut them down because it was owned by them. He said a few things here. He says, I am a bigger fan of New Voyages in Phase 2, then continues, but both are good. And I agree. He meant the, Professor, he meant the D6 from FASA, from the yeah,
I don't think there were any Klingon ships at Wolf 359.
at Wolf 359. Yeah. But
They
what-
said they were
Professor-
talking about reaching out to the Klingons, but I don't think they sent any ships.
that they send any ships, yeah. Oh, and then he says there are still 2 unfinished episodes of Phase 2 that apparently James Cawley agreed not to finish. They were in post-production. Yeah, I believe that's true. Yeah.
Now, Admiral in Best of Both Worlds, he said the Klingons are sending ships, but it
Right.
didn't show any Klingon ships yet. I think
I didn't see any.
they were late to get there.
Yes, they
and
were.
then he said we're even thinking about calling the Romulans.
You're correct. You are correct. Yes. I don't think
have-
we saw any Klingon ships in
No.
the scenes in Emissary on
right.
DS9.
Right,
I don't
we
think
didn't
we saw
see
any
that.
Klingon ships in the wreckage when the Enterprise got there.
But it's wreckage. I mean, you could have, I mean, it's
Yeah,
possible.
but they
Well,
were pointing
you
out
know,
there's the
they're all
Tolstoy,
Federation.
there's the Potemkin, I mean,
right.
The Constitution class.
But the
Well, wait, were
there's
there
a
any
guy on
Vulcan
YouTube
ships?
called JTVFX,
No.
I think his channel is, and he just did a CG
Yes,
Imagination.
yes,
Did you see this? Of
Yeah,
Wolf
I
yeah,
saw
359?
and it's only the first part of it.
No, he
He's still-
finished
he's-
it. Oh no, didn't he? Didn't he? He finished it. They did part 2.
Oh,
Did
did
he?
he finish it?
Yeah,
I didn't know he
yeah.
was in the first
Well,
part.
I
I haven't
seen it
seen
yet.
the completion.
You did because you
I-
saw Admiral Hansen on the what do you call it? The half of the Galaxy class, right? On
Right.
the battles drive section.
On the
And
Lexington?
Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay. Yeah,
it was
okay.
great. It was so
That was good.
good. Like
Yeah.
you
I
know,
didn't think they finished it. I thought
hold
it
on.
was
I
just
have
the
to. I
first
have
half.
to now pull my.
I
phone out
remember
because- because-
seeing that the saucer section had departed from the engineering thing, but I never saw the
They-
saucer.
they left
I
the
guess
saucer
they.
at the starbase, at the space dock. So I guess to
Okay.
protect
Yeah.
the civilians, right?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me see. Okay,
But-
hold on. So
but-
I,
part,
Let me ask you guys-
I've got it.
Okay.
is it part
Yeah,
1
no-
only? There was a prelude to Wolf 359. Okay. There was a teaser, and then there was part 1. So I guess
I'm
they didn't
sharing
do
my-
part 2, right? Is that
Yeah, I'm showing
Okay.
my screen right now.
okay?
Can you
oh,
see
okay.
that?
Let me go over there. Hang on.
Yeah, I,
Okay,
I
there you
can
go.
see it now. Yes.
So there was a
So you-
teaser, right?
You
7
got the
months ago?
prelude,
Yeah.
and then you got the prelude
Yeah.
part 1, and then you got the
Right.
prelude part 2, and then you got the teaser part 1, and then you got
Yes.
the actual part 1.
Oh, it's so good though. All of them are great.
It is really
I gotta
good.
see
It's so
it.
good.
Yeah, they're really good. Yeah.
The quality, and he uses some footage, right, of Admiral Hansen from the actual show and integrates it, and but the visual effects are so good for amateur work. I mean, it's just amazing.
Professor, do you want me to keep this up for you? I can, or okay. Thank
No,
you.
it's good.
Yeah, I just turned it off.
Oh, okay.
Turn
Well, I
it off.
could have removed it for you, no problem. I was just asking. I was trying to be polite about it.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that,
Yeah, no
Mikey.
worries. No worries. I gotta say, guys, I'm really happy that you guys joined me tonight. And brother, starting with Omni, then Dan, then yourself, Professor, and then of course my brother Jay, and Suzanne's been a very good help tonight too. She's helped us out with some stuff she can check. So
Do we have to wrap this up? Because I have to watch Discovery if we have to shut this down. That's what I'm going to have to do. So Do you-
well, I mean, are you in
He,
a?
he doesn't want to watch.
have to
He doesn't
finish
want to
watching
watch Discovery. Don't shut it down. Don't shut it down.
I
don't
know,
wanna watch
right? I have to-
Discovery.
I'm not saying-
And Omni,
Yes,
where
yes.
can the rest of us go watch this brilliant series that you are going to go watch?
this is a hit series, season 5, where a real big thing is coming. Okay, on streaming now on Paramount Plus, 30-day free trial. Sign up now. ParamountPlus.com. Code name
Oh.
Omni.
Yes.
No,
Oh,
if
yeah.
you're okay,
Yeah, so-
Omni,
Coupon code.
no,
Yes,
Omni,
Paul.
How's
if
that
you're
taste in the
okay,
back of your
I'm
mouth?
Here for a little, yeah, I'm here
Just
for a
say
little while
that.
longer. I don't mind, but if you do need to go and watch the spectacular series, I
I
won't
don't
stop.
want to. This is what I'm trying to say.
Do
I
you
have
work
to.
for Paramount Plus? Because you're always doing that.
It's a joke that's turning into a joke. But I mean, I have to finish it because I fell asleep watching it last night, and I know we're going to talk about it tomorrow after Jeopardy. So I better watch this damn thing, even though I don't want to. I'm going to have to finish
Hey,
it.
that's a good idea. If I can't go to sleep, I can watch Discovery.
It'll put you right out.
Oh, I should have done that last night. I could not fall asleep last night. It was after 3 a.m.
Discovery.
when I fell asleep. I should have just turned
Wow.
on Discovery.
You do that, or you either take a lot of pills, or just because you don't want to
Well-
watch it anymore. You want to end it all. So either way,
God.
you're out.
I wonder if Booger 414 in the chat watches Discovery too. I don't know. He never told me, so I'm guessing he does, but I don't know. But
Well,
tell
last
us
time I
Booger,
watched-
if you did watch or not. I'm not sure.
Last time I watched Discovery, I wanted to throw my television out the window, not fall asleep. So I was
Yeah.
afraid to watch Discovery at 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, that's nothing. I was ready to put my foot through the TV the first time I saw Discovery.
It only got worse from there, but yeah.
It just got bad.
And I watched
Yeah.
the season 4 finale just to kind of prepare myself for season 5, and I'm like, and that
Oh,
episode, it was terrible, and all these the presidents are all female. I forget it. Never mind. Every leader of every world
Everybody
is a woman,
is
right?
female on that
Right.
show.
Madam
Yes.
President, hello, Mr. Madam President, Madam President, Madam President. I'm like, what? Huh? What? What is going on?
No.
Strong female time.
I'm
themes.
sorry, Lord,
Oh.
but that was one ugly bitch.
Which
No.
one? The Federation one or the
Yeah, the president.
No.
the president of with the Cardassian looking woman?
It looked like she put her face in a waffle iron.
Yeah, okay.
See, I haven't.
Yes.
Even, I haven't even.
Madam
touched-
President. Madam President, yes.
See, I feel bad because here I am, the host, and I haven't even touched Discovery season 5. I haven't even
Ugh.
bothered.
You don't want to.
You don't
Take a
want
look.
to. Yeah, just to save yourself the hassle. I have to do it. You don't have
You
to.
know?
Just ignorance is bliss, Mike. You just stay who you are, man. Don't
I will. I'll stay ignorant.
Yeah, just don't even bother, man. Don't even bother. What does
I
Mr.
won't.
VP call it? Pukescovery? Is that what he calls it?
Discovery. Yes,
Yeah.
I think that's what he calls it.
Yeah.
You know what? And I'm worried about. I gotta say, I am worried about Steven. I hope we see him tomorrow on Jet Nerdy because
Oh, I've talked.
we
with
haven't
him,
seen him
uh,
in a while.
so-
I
What's
don't
wrong
know
with
what happened.
him? He hasn't been
I-
on there in a while.
I talked to him the last couple of weeks a few times. He's fine. He's just been busy. He's been spending time with friends. He's been working on computer projects, but he plans to be on the show tomorrow night. Last week he couldn't be on the show because it was Sunday and it was Easter,
It was Easter
and he was
Sunday.
spending time with
Ah.
his parents, his
Yeah.
family.
Yeah. And why won't and I did tell you last week, Professor, I did try to get anti-derivative Jill to come join us, and for some reason she just has so many other things going on that she doesn't want to come. Well, it's not that she doesn't want to
She-
come. I think she's
Well, Saturday
excited,
night is a
but
tough time
just
She
has
has-
so much
some people.
stuff going on.
She has another show at the same time.
Right,
Mhm.
that's
She
true.
just did a stream. I was watching her. She did something about Next Generation or First Contact or something, right?
But she did today 39 years from now, if that holds true,
First
on
Contact.
April 5th, 2016.
Of course it will.
Well, we hope so, Professor. But yeah, so Zephyr Cochrane takes a converted missile, calls it the Phoenix, makes it his warp ship first time, and he flies out, and then the Vulcan scouting party comes across it. And then they do their thing. So 39 years
Ooby-dooby.
from now, you hope it happens.
Ooby dooby.
Yeah, and I was on that stream halfway through.
Oh,
Actually, no. Star Trek timeline is not our timeline. They did not have to retcon Khan or the World War III or anything else. That's Star Trek timeline, not our timeline. Just because we haven't experienced it doesn't mean they have to change it on the show.
That's right.
Thank you.
that's true.
cool.
That's true.
I got a question for all of you that are Star Trek fans. Look, I've seen about half of season 5 of half of the first episode of STD from Admiral Teague's channel. The latter half of the first episode, I found it so boring. So I got a serious question: was Star Trek always that boring, or was it just the STD series that's so damn boring?
Discovery is the worst. Strange New Worlds, there's some redeeming factors can be argued. Can be argued.
I
Can be
don't
argued.
like any of them.
Well,
But Discovery is the worst of all of them. Of the new Trek.
Well, my question is: was Star Trek always that boring, or was that just
No.
STD that's boring?
no.
No.
Oh,
No,
no,
Watch
no.
it
TO
started
I hope
getting
not.
boring
Next
with
Generation,
Discovery.
Voyager, DS9. Yeah,
I hope
no.
not.
Okay, Sis
If it-
Dan, I
if-
said I could tell you. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I just for a second. Dan, I can tell you in my honest, humble opinion, everything stopped after because they left Star Trek Enterprise with Scott Bakula as Archer and everything. They left that incomplete to me, and I thought, well, okay, so after Enterprise is done, what are they going to create after that? And all they've created is crap. That's it. I mean, there was just nothing left after Enterprise. Just nothing. And we're
JJ
talking
reboot
19
was
years here. 19 years since that series ended.
It's just
Yeah.
they have a political agenda. These writers of this new.
Oh,
leave,
it's
leave the three
pathetic.
movies out of
Well,
it.
it's
You know, leave
the
the three out of it.
studios.
They just have
It's
this.
the
So
studios.
it's interfering with the heart of what Star Trek was, which is telling great moral stories, adventure, intellectual
Yeah.
stories that made you think, made you wonder. You grew fond of the characters. These people, you don't even know what they are. You don't even know their names. You don't know where they come from. You have no connection to these characters. They're just people on a bridge and stuff exploding. The Captain Burnham, she's terrible. Whatever commander, whatever rank she is, whatever season, absolutely
Captain.
horrible. Yeah, now she's
Yeah,
captain.
I mean-
unfortunately,
I
Yes,
mean,
Captain Now.
Omnicast, would you consider okay, I got to ask every one of you guys this real quick. Would you consider Akiva Goldsman an evil genius or one of those bad people? I'm like
I
really
don't think
bad.
He
I
is
don't think
a
he's the
woke
problem. I think it's
person.
more Kurtzman. Yeah,
Yeah. That's probably the
Although-
best way to describe it. Scary.
I watched the first 2 episodes tonight. You know what I got the impression of with Burnham?
Yeah.
The impression I got watching her in these 2 episodes at times,
Yeah. Go ahead.
a young Whoopi Goldberg.
Yikes.
well, because of her appearance, or you mean because of just the way she's
Her
portraying the
appearance,
character? Yeah.
Her appearance, the way she was talking, she just
What happened
looked
to her
and
Vulcan
sounded like
upbringing? What happened to the Vulcan?
Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah, but right, she said little one-liners. Did they forget that
Yeah.
she had the Vulcan upbringing? I mean, where all that's out the window now, huh? It's just
I guess so.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mikey,
Booger says
She's the
starting
bestest
next-
ever.
the bestest ever.
Yeah, right.
Victor.
I'm
would say.
Booger says starting the next 8 hours of work, but back at my regular desk. Okay, Booger.
That's it,
Booger
Booger.
is our big supporter tonight. He's doing wonderful for us. I appreciate
you,
that,
Booger.
Booger 414. He says, you think the Vulcans were really just randomly scouting, or were they monitoring Earth because they knew we were close to war? Well,
That's a good
I think
question.
they've been monitoring us for a while before that thing with Cochrane, but yeah, I mean, from a safe distance. I don't, supposedly we were having all these, what was it, Professor, World War III or some other thing going on, and maybe they thought we were primitive and too complex to create warp drive. I don't know.
Mikey, can you check the private chat because you got a little visitor that's saying, "Hey, can I come up? If not, it's sleep time."
Okay. Yeah. Hold on. Let me just finish out here with Booger. So he says Star Trek Discovery, poor concept, bad writing, stunt casting, Mary Sue.
Yeah. it's
Huh.
very kind.
Okay. I don't know what Mary Sue is about. He says I read an article years ago in Starlog about a writer who sent in a specific script full of politics that was rejected, then tried to claim discrimination. Oh. Okay. I don't know, honestly.
It's just not the same. It's not the same anymore.
Yeah, it's just gone. It's just gone by the wayside. It really is. Yeah, thank you for
it's the
reminding
writing.
me.
It's the writing. It's the problem. It's not the
Yeah,
visuals.
I'm going to take a look here and see if I can find anything. Let's see, anything in the private. I'm looking, but I don't see anything.
Well, then I'll tell you.
Oh, wait a second. I see him. Hold on. There he is.
There he
PvP.
is.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Sorry about that, PvP.
Are you still awake or are you asleep, PvP?
No, he's awake. He should be. Jill had a great stream. Time to sleep. Oh, well, backstage limbo after Enterprise No Trek. Be right back. Okay, so he's going to... okay, that was Dan, must be right. And then PvP. Well, I mean, it's only 11:21. And, hey, PvP, say something. Hello?
Okay, I was muted.
Oh, sorry about that.
I've been up for almost 24 hours anyway because I got up at 6:30 a.m. my time, which is like 22 hours ago. So I'm probably ready to crash soon anyway. So I just thought I'd pop on for a little
Try
bit.
to hang on for a little bit and and everybody here. Brother Jay's here. Omnicast from a buddy of mine and a brother from Jet Nerdy. Professor Brainy Specs, also a brother from Jet Nerdy, and A Question of Trek, and of course our friend and brother Sci-Fi Sif Dan, who has been a huge supporter of our channels.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Yeah.
pop in for a little bit because, man, I've had a day. I'll tell you, like, wow, I had a lot of stuff going on today, so it's been kind of one of those crazy days, you know. So yeah.
Well, yeah, go for it, because you're our last and best, one of our best here. So I'm
Well,
glad you're able to get in here.
I had the cable. The cable guy was scheduled to move my modem between 2 and 4. He finally showed up at like almost 5 o'clock because he got running behind because he had
As
other
usual.
stuff happening. So I didn't have my internet till like about 5:30, which meant I came in halfway through Gorilla's Walton stream because I didn't have any internet. So
Oh, I
it's
bet that
been
was
one of
fun
those
for
days, right?
him. Yeah.
Well, and then I had another phone call. I had a couple phone calls that were supposed to happen. I had one from one of my doctors, which was, fine. That was great. That went off as planned at 3:30. And I was supposed to get another phone call from somebody, and they never called me. So that's, when they tell you, "Oh, I'll call you Friday for sure," and then they never call. It's like, well, that's effing great, right? So. Oh God, it's been one of those days,
well,
guys.
PvP. You know that you're a brother as well, and I would never leave you back there and backstage for too long. And I apologize if I didn't get to you right away, but
No worries.
thankfully, Sci-Fi Dan here was able to recognize, and I saw you, and I said, "Oh my gosh, PvP!"
He did.
I get him in here.
He did notice I was complaining in the private chat, so that's good.
Oh, I wouldn't say complaining. Booger says that led to a substandard TNG episode. It was produced to prove they were inclusive before we use the word that way. Okay, yes. We are caught up on the chat here, guys.
Oh yeah,
It
and
is. It is sad though what's happened to our beloved Star Trek over the last 20 years or whatever, isn't it? It's just like, oh man, how could
Well,
they
as
screw
you're
it up any worse than they have, and they have.
right, PvP. Well, as you were coming in, Omni and Dan and Brother Jay and Professor Brandy Specs, we were all talking about Discovery and the season 5
Oh.
abomination that just got created, and as what season episode they're into now? 5? What now? Is it 4 or 3 episodes?
I think it's episode either 2 or 3. Did episode 2 come out already? If so, then it's probably episode 3 then.
They released 2 episodes on Thursday, so episode 3 will be coming out this coming Thursday.
Ugh.
And what was there was something somebody said, Professor, you might know, and I'm pretty sure Omni might know too, but there was something special that was supposed to come up on season 5, season 3, or episode 3. Sorry.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Well, Jay floated a rumor that I don't want to repeat because if it's true, it's a major spoiler, and I'm sorry I heard it now.
And
but
it could be considered a big thing, right?
Okay, then Jay, don't repeat yourself.
Well, the question is, was it in the trailer already? If so, then the trailer already spoiled it for us.
Well,
I don't believe it was in the trailer.
No, I didn't see what he said in the trailer. Not that I saw.
Oh yeah, and speaking of which, to back what I was saying about Star Trek about being always boring or something. Like, I've seen Star Trek, like Star Trek DS9 and Voyager and Enterprise, and they were entertaining and energetic. Those TV shows were, and I was kind of asking, like, I'm trying to think back, like was Star Trek always that boring and badly written,
depressing,
or was that just STD that's doing this route, or is my memory kind of too nostalgic for what Star Trek used to be, according to my memory, anyway?
Oh,
dark,
didn't
depressing.
they name that show a great name? They gave it such a great name.
STD. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched the first 3 episodes, and I actually, when I watched Discovery, I fell asleep halfway through the first episode.
Oh, well, see?
Another one that fell asleep. You see? Everyone's falling
That's
asleep.
not a good start, right? When the first episode puts you to sleep, and then I
Yeah.
watched
Oh
a couple
my
more,
God.
and I was like, I'm done. I'm done forever. I never want to see this crap again. I am done. So
Professor had the
love
same
to
problem.
see the
He
ratings.
fell asleep.
Oh,
Omni
the hell
fell
with
asleep for
Discovery.
a second. Yeah, they all had the same issue.
I would pay money to see the ratings of Discovery. Just it's all private. You're never going to see it.
But they never issue them. That's because they
Right.
got no guts, right? They're
You'll-
not going to tell us how bad.
You'll never
ratings
see
are.
it. but I would love to see it. And I bet it's exactly like you all just said. You watched the first 1, 2, or 3, and after that, never came back. And the people that did watch it probably never rewatched it. These people probably watched Next Generation episodes 100 times for every one Discovery episode that they streamed on
Well,
Paramount Plus
probably.
or whatever platform they're on.
Right,
know?
It makes no
probably.
sense. By
Yeah.
the way,
Well,
you-
and as I told PvP in a previous stream, I said I watched that Abomination of STD the very first season, and I watched maybe 2 episodes, and I didn't even bother with the third. So
As much as we
That's
hate it,
every
it gives us
lot.
something to talk about, though, too. You know,
That's
look at all this.
bad.
We've been
That's true.
talking. So when it goes away, we're going to miss it, I guess, in a way, right? This is the
Are
end
we?
of it.
I won't. I don't care. I watched 3 episodes and I don't care. I never watched another one personally.
I'll tell you honestly, Omni,
It's already
I
over
would
for you.
miss. Yeah, I'll tell you honestly, Omni, and the rest of you gentlemen, I would miss the last part of Picard season 3 because I love the battle with the Borg and all the and the ships and everything. I'm gonna miss that. I am definitely gonna miss that. But other
Because
than that, I mean,
it tasted
you know.
like home a little bit. We
It
felt
did.
almost. It's still a little off, but it felt almost like familiar, almost
And-
like home.
and did and I forgot, did on the Enterprise F, did Shelby,
Enterprise
did
F.
she die? Did
I
she
don't
die?
think I'm going to say no, but everyone says she died. I mean,
Oh,
Who?
interesting.
Shelby?
yeah.
Shelby, the one that
Well,
Yeah,
discovered
she
how to
died.
beat the
She
Borg
died.
first.
Well, the screen blanked
They
out
did
pretty
she
quick.
died.
Though. I mean,
Aw.
I don't know. You didn't see
So
her.
bad.
Hold
No,
on.
no,
Did,
You
that's
didn't
bad.
see her
Missed
really
both
die.
rows.
You
Did
just,
Trip
you
really
just saw
die?
her
I
get
mean-
shot.
I don't know if Trip died. Did he really
Well-
die? We don't know.
Wasn't Shelby the one riding Riker's ass in Best of Both Worlds?
Yes.
Yes.
She
in
was a
both
good
parts.
character. I really liked her character.
Yeah, they brought her
actually.
back, and then the Borg killed
And
her
then
in
they
2
killed her.
seconds.
And then the Borg killed her off. Yeah.
Well,
But
that
I don't
makes
think she's
sense,
dead. Because the screen blanked as soon as she got shot or attacked her or whatever they were doing. Maybe, I mean, they could have
Maybe,
maybe saved her.
Well, then after Shelby did her job,
Is Ro
well,
dead?
then
I mean, Ro's
we can all
definitely dead,
think-
right?
yeah, we can all
Rose
thank
dead.
Janeway.
Okay.
Yeah, we can all thank Janeway for destroying the transwarp hub, supposedly. But then, of course, we realize in Picard at the end there, she didn't fully succeed, even though she became Admiral. Right, Professor?
She succeeded enough.
Oh, not enough, I don't think.
She was brilliant in Voyager in every single episode. And if anybody disagrees with me, you're wrong.
Yes.
well,
Here.
well, and
Here,
and
here.
and it did say
You
in-
think everyone's wrong, but
Oh, I
everyone
know.
is
I know
entitled
everyone.
to their opinion.
I know you're wrong.
well,
Well,
I
that's
don't
your
think
opinion.
you're wrong. You're wrong.
Hey,
Well, that's
I
your
know it.
opinion.
No.
Well, that's your opinion.
speaking of
Take
wrong,
that.
are you
Computer,
speaking of
That's
wrong,
Jimmy,
your
the wife.
opinion.
speaking
That
of
is your
wrong,
opinion. That doesn't mean that you're right. It's your opinion.
Did you hear they're doing a Section 31 show next? That's coming out soon.
Yes.
yes.
They,
Yes.
they're
It's
not
a-
doing a
it's a
show.
T-
They're doing a movie.
It's a
Movie.
yeah, it's a movie. A
It's-
single
Which is
Yeah.
okay.
movie.
It's too-
Hour and a
it's
half
too
It-
much of a
movie.
it
bad thing.
has- Yeah, it has Michelle Yeoh. I've already seen some pre-production stills, and I'm
Yeah.
like, okay,
So
yeah.
they're
but,
going to put
um,
another nail in Star Trek's coffin because
Pretty much.
Star Trek will
yeah.
be the
Yeah.
evil empire or something, right? In the movie, I'm guessing.
Of course. I'd rather watch that, though, than the Tilly Starfleet Academy garbage that's coming out.
God.
Oh,
That's,
Kelly,
that- and do you
don't
guys
Well,
agree with
let's-
this?
I don't have a bucket next to my desk, so don't mention Tilly.
Yeah,
Did
yeah,
you see
don't do
her?
that.
She's just
They
she's drunk in
are,
that episode. It's the-
Oh,
oh,
God. Tilly. Ugh.
I mean, I'm a little drunk.
Yeah,
I had
now,
the
do you
Dorian
guys
champagne.
remember-
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, now do you guys
Let's,
remember this where Booger says that you remember when they discovered that Warp 10 caused space to rip apart and people to get sick? That lasted about 10
about-
minutes.
I don't know about
Was that-
ripping
Was
apart.
that
Did they
due
turn
to
into
the,
what,
the
salamanders?
mushroom drive?
Salamanders, yeah.
Yeah.
Salamanders.
Oh yeah, and just before I was talked over, I was going to try to reinforce one of our two panelists' opinions by possibly bridging them. But in the Voyager episode Endgame, 709 said that there were, I think, 6 transport conduits in the galaxy that the Borg used to transport across the galaxy. So it is partially true that
the Borg still use transwarp, but they are less efficient at it because they lost one of the transwarp tunnels or corridors, hubs, in other words, in that area.
I thought it collapsed the whole network. That's what I thought
Yeah, I
happened.
thought that's what they
No, it
did,
didn't.
and like
That's
their main
what I understood as well. It collapsed the whole
I thought
thing.
it was their main homeworld, Dan, that suffered like majorly, and it was
No.
it was like the main hub. It was like the big thing, that connected everything.
Well, it probably was the main hub, but there were like 5 other more, since there are there are about 6 in total across the galaxy for the Borg. So that may have been the main hub, but there were 5 others to pick up the slack if that hub was destroyed.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I don't think
okay,
it was
I see what
super
you're
clear.
saying.
I thought that, but I got the impression that the destruction of that hub destroyed the transwarp
Everything.
network.
Yeah, did you understand that too, Omni and Professor and Jay and PvP?
But I have to go back and rewatch it.
Yeah, I'd have to
double-check.
look at it again myself
'Cause-
for sure. Well, you
Well,
can get
at least
Endgame
that,
on YouTube.
I remember
Do
when
you
Jill
think
did
that,
her first
Go ahead.
contact stream earlier today. Like, that was awesome, by the way. Great stream. And I mean, the Borg pretty much got annihilated in that movie. And I don't know if that destroyed their transwarp ability, but it certainly must have set them back.
It
right?
was
'Cause, you know,
well,
Yeah.
the first
just
contact.
the one cube.
Yeah,
they
just
lost
the one
the queen.
cube.
yeah, but there
And they
was
lost
the
the
Borg
queen.
queen, so I'm guessing that was an important cube, if that makes any sense.
Well,
The
they just
Borg
make
are-
a new
And-
queen, don't they? They
Yeah, they get a new queen. I
If
mean,
one
they had
dies,
a
they make a
queen
new
in
one.
Voyager.
Yeah.
Okay, let me understand, Professor. According to the actual timeline, when they destroyed the Borg Queen on board, when they transported over to the Enterprise before their sphere was destroyed by quantum torpedoes, am I under the understanding that this was just before Janeway was able to get into the transwarp hub and blow up probably almost all of it, or most of it?
I think they're years
Huh.
apart, right? Because first contact happened in like 6 or 7 years before Janeway returned to Earth.
Well,
Before
first
Janeway came
contact
back.
was
Right, it was
2063, right?
Right.
Yeah,
And for what I hear from the fandom and from the community that actually did Star Trek, they weren't able to use the Borg in Voyager until First Contact. And after First Contact, Voyager was able to use the Borg after that,
Mhm.
wasn't it?
Right.
Oh, cool.
The timeline's about there. That's true. That is actually true.
Yeah,
Because
and
first contact
Booger's
came out
was-
in '96.
So
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
and-
First Contact, the movie in the 24th century timeline, takes place roughly in Voyager season 2.
Right.
Okay.
And then they
So
encounter
like
them at the
way
end of-
before. Yeah. Okay.
So Scorpion is what? Voyager season 3, the finale?
See,
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Scorpion Part 1, and then Scorpion Part 2 started season 4. Right. So.
But
yeah.
even before Scorpion, they were dropping hints. There was that episode with
Oh,
the
of course they were.
they found what was it, the
Yeah.
Ponfar one, right, where they found the dead corpse, the
Yeah.
Borg corpse on the
But- But
on
here's
the
the
planet.
here's the
And there was another one
question.
actually. They found the Borg wreckage field. There was 2 Borg
Yeah.
little hints dropped in season 3, right? There was 2.
Right.
And then they
Two Borky
found
things.
the
Yeah.
rebel Borg. Remember?
Yeah.
Well, that
there
was
was,
Unity. That was also
Yeah.
season 3,
Unity.
right?
Yeah, it
Right,
was called
correct.
the Borg. They called themselves the Borg Cooperative.
Cooperative. That's
yeah,
right.
That's it. Yeah, and I was curious too, Professor, about the and guys about the what was it? The Borg. Okay, so after Scorpion, but I thought even before that they were aware that the Delta Quadrant, that some of the other races had interaction with the Borg, and I thought the Krenim was one of them. Didn't they have some interaction
Everybody did the Delta Quadrant to some
that
extent.
I knew of? Yeah.
Well,
And,
I'm just wondering, how does Voyager and First Contact fit in with Next Generation, Best of Both Worlds? Because there seems to be a lot of different writers writing a lot of different time, stamps on these episodes, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure if
Well-
it all fits together. Like, when you
Well-
think about it.
well, PvP. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dan.
I
You go
do.
first.
I do think that the Voyager series starts off where the Maquis Rebellion is still going on, and Voyager is sent in to capture some of the Maquis rebels. That's where Chakotay and the other members or members of the Maquis that they find the Cardassians. Then they're stranded in the Delta Quadrant. Then they have to learn to work together. Then I think a few more seasons later, they able to remake contact with the Federation somehow by a Lorna 6 communication satellite from an ancient race. And they discovered that the Maquis were either wiped out and the rest of them that were on Voyager were given a pardon by the Federation to continue serving. And then they were able to, after a few interactions with some major powers of the Delta Quadrant, they found the Borg transwarp hub, one of them anyway. They destroyed that, and then they made their way home from Earth, and then they returned home.
But my question was, how does that relate to the Borg and TNG?
I'll consider myself an expert witness based on my avatar. I'll say this: the Borg has evolved a bit. Q-Who, the best of both worlds. You had the Hugh episode, I, Borg. You know, they didn't have the assimilation tubules. They didn't have that way of assimilating. It was like it was almost old school assimilation, right? They put you in the ship. They start snapping things onto your body. So they evolved the kind of technology, the way they looked changed when First Contact came out. But the episode Descent did mention transwarp conduits. So that kind of started
they actually used them.
And they used them. But now, I know what you're saying, because they didn't have transwarp in Q-Who, didn't have transwarp in Best of Both Worlds, wasn't really mentioned in iBorg. Okay, got it. But they've evolved a bit. So I think First Contact really reset the Borg, but didn't destroy what happened before either.
Right.
It just kind of changed their look a bit.
Well,
I bet they have transwarp.
Yeah, that's what I was saying on Jill's stream today. It's like the Borg kind of evolved as the writers kind of developed.
And
yes,
don't
that's a good way of putting it.
Series and films went along, right? So
yes,
right.
It's a good way of putting it about the writers.
The events, and PvP. Don't forget that the events of Star Trek: First Contact led to two of those Borg that came from the exploded sphere. They landed on Earth. And then during Enterprise, Archer or an Antarctica expedition find those two Borg, and then they create their own ship, and and that's a timeline thing too. That's like a timeline loop thing where they
took the archaeologist ship and Borgified it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
right. That's what they did.
Yeah, and Booger, I just want to address this real quick. Booger says TNG Force of Nature said warp should be restricted to 5, but then later series frequently showed ships going to warp 9 or higher. But wasn't the fastest warp in Enterprise? What they reach, 5.1 or something?
Oh,
I can answer that though.
Go ahead.
They redesigned the warp engines apparently. That's how they got around that one. Like the Voyager ship that had the quote unquote redesigned engines that didn't tear apart subspace. So I think they retrofitted the Starfleet ships to not destroy the space anymore. But that was a temporary speed restriction.
Don't forget, Enterprise was taking place before TOS, right?
Correct.
Canada.
Yeah, 100 years.
I can remember episodes of TOS when Kirk would be, mindset on, catching somebody he wanted to hunt down, and he'd go to warp 8, and Scotty would be freaking out. He's like, "We cannot take a Captain. We're going to blow the ship apart."
We cannot take a Captain. We're going to blow.
But they could go to warp 8 once in a while, right? So it's even back in TOS, they could.
They even went to
for
9.
a short time, at least. Go to warp 8, right?
They did warp 13 one time, didn't they, or warp 12?
I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
That was kind of weird. Yeah,
but there were a couple of times that the engines got modified by somebody else. Like Nomad did it.
Yes,
and so did the Kelvins from the Andromeda Galaxy.
So that they could cross the Great Barrier. Yes, the Kelvins did that. Yes, I remember.
You're going to blow the Enterprise apart if you keep it.
And they said, no, we can modify it so we can get through the Great Barrier.
But the warp scale changed a bit, though, between TOS and TNG. That's been discussed before, too. The scale changed. So
it did.
Warp 8 on the old ship is not warp 8 on the new ship. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Booger's right.
Let me say
this
1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me answer Booger's thing. He says we never heard about transwarp between Star Trek 6 and Meeting the Borg. Yes, we did. they mentioned transwarp in Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock.
Right.
The Excelsior
Yeah, they did.
had transwarp drive.
Hang on,
Yeah.
that's not between Star Trek 6 and when they met the Borg in Q.
I know.
That's before. He's saying
That's
between
way
the
before.
two, we didn't
He's saying
hear
between the
transport.
two, they never
Maybe he
mentioned
meant
it
Star Trek
again.
3 though. Maybe he meant 3 with
Yeah, he
with
probably
Excelsior.
did.
Well, maybe he meant that. Yes, that's probably
It's
true.
possible.
Yeah, because I know they never mentioned it again until
Until-
Q brought them until Q brought them all the way
Yeah.
to S, 14 or whatever it was. And
They talked.
System
about-
J25.
J25,
Uh,
right? Okay.
I think they
See,
talked
I'm still
about
learning.
I think they talked about transwarp with the Borg when 709 came on board.
Yeah, and he was right, Jay. You were thinking 3, and that's what Booker said. It was 3, not
Oh,
6.
right.
He was
Yeah,
thinking of the
that's what I
Excelsior. Yeah, he
They
also
had the-
said sure. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm just
and-
finishing this. He said, sure, they redesigned the engines or just writers that never bothered to read a previous script. That's absolutely
They do
true.
that a
also.
lot.
Nah,
They
They did that a
redesigned the
lot.
scale. They redid the scale. The warp scale got changed.
Yes.
They had
There's a
to.
YouTube video about that. They even showed an animated like the way
Yeah.
the TOS warp scale was versus the TNG, and it definitely changed.
Duh. We
Duh.
invented warp, but we don't know how to figure out speed. Duh.
And I
Well,
would say,
Professor, I didn't mean to say that the scales of speed got warped. I'm sorry. if I didn't- but okay,
That's a good one.
I couldn't resist. Sorry.
I do think though
And-
it was like maybe intentional, but a lot of writers just wrote stuff and then they had to backpedal because
Yeah.
they changed stuff.
That's
they
exactly what it
maybe
was.
shouldn't have. So I think it's a bit of both going on over the years, actually.
yeah,
The
Oh,
First
yeah.
Contact
And-
kind of
and-
reset
and-
everything. That was where they got their new look and everything.
Go ahead, Dan.
And-
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I love the Borg though.
and I would say this, that in the Voyager series, some people hate it, others love it. I'm in the camp that loves it because I watched the
It's
whole series
okay.
and I did enjoy it. But in that show, they didn't. The Borg, it was established in that sort of timeline canon, if you want to call it, that the Borg used transwarp conduits on their ships as well to do transwarp through their ships too. They use their corridor network in their ships too. They transwarp one of their ships through an either a pathway, like some type of pathway, like similar to Star Wars. They put their cube. They activate the transport coil on their ship. They enter some type of transport tunnel. They transport that to wherever they need to go extra fast or something. They ride to their target planet and they simulate that planet, and then they go on to the next target unless their ship is destroyed.
Right. Yeah, that's
Let
a
me
good
submit
point. And I
this.
was. Yeah, go ahead, Professor.
The transwarp that we see or is talked about in Star Trek 3 is not the same transwarp that the Borg use.
Yeah, I always thought.
I
that.
think
Right.
I think transwarp is just a generic term for something that is faster than warp speed.
right.
It doesn't necessarily mean it's a specific technology that the Excelsior was going to use and that the Borg are using. I think they're two
And-
separate
That had to do
technologies
with
that just.
transporters.
And they never. Well, and the thing is,
I don't know about
I'm
that.
sorry, Jay, I'll get right to you in a minute. But
Well,
the
they
thing
said
never
that they
really
were going to take
clarified-
the transporters.
Yeah.
They said they were going to take transporters and beam the nacelles in front. What is it called? Forward
When-
from the Excelsior, and the Excelsior would go into transwarp and meet the nacelles or something like that. They were all
When did
technical
they say that?
about it.
Yeah.
In a
I'm
video
thinking
on
it's some-
YouTube, they were discussing it, and
I
was
don't
so-
think that's
I couldn't
canon.
Yeah.
I can't understand what they were talking about, but the guy was he was working in Star Trek 3 behind the scenes, and he got the idea that this is what transwarp for the Excelsior was about. And he
Yeah.
explained it in detail, and it's so
I think-
it's like
I
an
think he's full
hour
of it.
video.
Yeah. But the one thing I never understood, guys, was the fact that
we all know about the speed of light, right? We know how fast that's supposed to go. But then when you come up with a concept of something like warp speed or things like that, and that's just boring writing, right? That's just writers that don't bother
Well,
to do
no.
their research or look up anything. They're just trying to come up with some creative way of saying, well, we're going faster than this, and I'm like, well,
Remember
I
in
know
the
what the
cage,
reality
they
is.
called it time warp in the cage.
Time warp.
Yeah.
Right.
Right? They said
Yeah.
we've broken the time
Well-
barrier or something or whatever.
Apparently.
Well,
Yeah.
Stephen Hawking had said years before his death that warp speed could be possible.
Was he the only
But
one?
we just
Well,
um,
there are working
I don't know.
theories on how it could work.
yeah.
Yeah,
Right
but,
now there are. Yes. Yes.
yeah,
there
but
are.
but our main problem is that we don't have a powerful enough or a compatible energy source to generate enough power to create a warp field around that or a ship or
That's-
an engine powerful enough.
That's one problem.
Mhm.
Well, in the same time,
Another problem is energy would form at the front of the warp field and would become so great that and energy is equivalent to mass. It would
Yeah.
become so great that a singularity would form and the ship would get sucked into a black
the
hole.
singularity, into that. Well, because they created it themselves, right, Professor? Or just from what?
Well,
from the
yeah,
speed they're-
energy would build up on the front end of the ship, on the front end of the warp field that
Sure.
encases the ship. And that energy would become so great that the equivalent mass would form a singularity or a black hole.
What's this,
Yeah.
one of
I
the
kind of disagree with Booger on one thing, and I'll just read it real quick. So he says, I don't even remember if anyone specifically said that warp travel was faster than light. So much of that is headcanon and extended universe level stuff. TV doesn't always need to explain everything. I really do think.
But we would like them
It
to
has to.
explain it so we can understand it.
But
Right.
Booger, it has to be faster than light, or it would take years just to get to the next star.
Right.
Yeah.
Spock talks about it. It's in the
It was-
original series.
true.
Didn't they,
It was
didn't
pretty
they
obvious
say that?
even in TOS,
didn't they
right?
say faster than light once in Star Trek?
They say sublight engines faster. Yeah, I mean it was all inferred even in the original series. Yes.
Well, yeah,
Yes.
they'd say sublight, when they had to go slow or
I
whatever.
thought
but
so.
Sure.
when they went to like warp
Well,
4, 5, 6, 8, whatever,
Oh.
obviously they're
in
going really
Arena, the
fast.
first time that the Gorn are encountered, they're
Love that
chasing the
episode.
Gorn ship, and then the Gorn ship gets hit by the whatever is slowing the ship down, and
The
Sulu
Malkotians.
says they've
The Malkotians or
Su-
whatever,
Su-
right?
Sulu says that they've gone to sublight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then the
And you know
Enterprise
what's
so
goes to
funny
sublight,
is-
That's
right?
early in the series,
Right. And you know what's so
Mhm.
funny is that, Dan,
and no one
is
laughed
a-
at my joke.
I did. I was just trying to. I didn't mean to interrupt your joke there, Professor, but I did hear it. I understood it. But what I was trying to say to Dan was, because he's such a big Star Wars fan, I'm saying, well, how in the heck would you confuse light speed with warp speed? That's my question. That's why they have the debate.
Oh,
Yeah.
now Star Trek has made warp speed look like light speed from Star Wars. I don't
It
like
has?
it. I like the
Oh, on
old,
Discovery.
old
Yeah.
warp
Yeah.
speed
Whoops.
from TNG. Even Star
See
Trek
what they've
6
done,
used
Dan? They've
TNG's
desecrated-
warp speed effect.
That was
Yeah,
okay.
And
you see
I
what they've
hate-
done, Dan?
I hate how the ships come out of warp in New Trek. I mean, they're just
Oh,
Yeah,
they,
Yeah.
they're
Boom.
just they're just floating there now instead of decelerating out of warp speed.
Right,
it's just
that's
a
It's just like
and they're just
it's
there.
like boom.
And that's how Star Wars
Yeah.
usually works now. That's how Star Wars ships usually do in
Yeah.
that universe.
Yeah, they made it Star Wars, and I hate
Doesn't
it.
New
Yeah,
Trek
they
have
did.
like Mushroom Drive and Space Butterflies or something?
I hate that
Spore
thing.
drive, no,
Oh
it's a
my
spore
God.
drive.
I can't take that shit
The
seriously.
spore drive
Sorry.
I absolutely hate the
Ridiculous.
effect of the spore drive I hate the
I
whole
hate
concept
that
of the
too.
thing, but
The
but
spinning around.
but the,
Yeah, the
yeah,
rotating.
the effect is just ridiculous. How the ship just spins around.
Black
Well,
alert.
how did they even come up with the concept? Right? That's just poor writing.
Everyone,
I was-
everyone
Just
would
flip
be
the ship
would
3
be
times.
thrown.
And
different.
it's gone.
Everyone would be thrown into the top of the ship. I don't care if you had
We'd be
inertial
blasted
dampers or
into
not.
the wall
If you
of the
spin
ship.
that quick, that fast, you're going to throw everybody up on the ceiling.
and
No,
what's
we're going into the ceiling. We're not
and I-
being
and
thrown
I
at
would
it.
say this
We're being
about
thrown through it.
and I would say this
That's
about
what it is.
I would say this about the Spore Drive. The Spore Drive
ahead,
is
Dan.
the Deus Ex Machina of the Star Trek universe when it comes to speed. No matter how bad you hate it, it's a big ass plot device. A Deus Ex Machina it is.
It is.
Except
think
for
it's
the
been-
stupid
I-
fact, even though it can traverse to other universes, it can't cross the galactic boundary.
It's just
No.
it's idiotic.
That's
I mean,
stupid.
Mushroom Drive is like fuck me. I'll take a pass. I just can't stand that.
It's
shit.
mycelial
It's stupid.
network, sir. Mycelial network.
And what was that thing?
PvP does not care.
Didn't they
He
cross
doesn't.
like thousands of light years in a second? Like, what the fuck is that about?
I haven't
Yeah,
seen
but
it.
it can't cross the galactic border.
Oh,
Right.
thank God for that.
But
Well,
it can
it was
cross. It can cross into the mirror universe just fine.
Right, it's
Oh,
crazy.
there we go. Yeah.
Okay, well, I got to tell you guys that it was like when they were fighting. Okay, in the last 3 Star Wars films, which I thought it's just wow. Okay, but you'd watch the ships, and when they were doing their light speed thing, it's almost like they wanted to say, "Oh, you know what? Maybe we could stop these things on a dime and put them in with brakes on, and then they would stop." That's where I just kind of lost it. I'm like, no, no, no. When you're doing light speed, it's got to be gradual. You can't just put a brake on and go, whoop, and I'm going to stop right here. Yeah, that's.
Oh, wait till you
That
see
doesn't
the second episode of the new season of Discovery. You're
I don't want
gonna
to.
laugh your head off because it's so
I'm not going to
stupid
watch it at
about
all.
what
You can
happens
see
to
it.
2 starships. Oh, it's funny as hell because it's so
I bet it is,
ridiculous.
but
because-
Oh,
Oh.
my god! I think that was the first
What?
episode, wasn't it?
yeah.
It must
That
have
was
been
so-
the first episode.
Dumb. It was.
Yeah,
God.
2
I was-
ships crashed
That was
In-
the one
into a
point
planet.
that I wanted to throw my TV out the window, but the
Yeah.
No,
rest of
that's
it
it.
just
What do you
bored
want
me.
to do? Could you
Oh,
lift that
it's so
TV?
stupid.
Are you pretty strong, Professor? Could you lift that whole TV and destroy it?
Well, I put it on the stand. I put it together,
Oh, there
so
you go.
yeah, I guess I could.
Well, Mikey, look,
Lord.
if he's angry enough and insane enough, he probably could develop the strength to throw his TV across the room and break it in half. If he wanted
Yeah, you
to.
probably could. Yeah.
He probably could.
I have an old CRT that I need to get rid of because it's dying. And it weighs. Let's put it this way: it weighs so much. It has actually absolutely crashed my my stand that it was on, and everything is collapsed now, which sucks big
jeez.
time. Yeah,
That sucks
I
big
gotta.
time.
As soon as I get enough money, I'm gonna call the garbage guys, to take this thing away. Because
Oh,
Yeah.
definitely should.
well, thing is, I just
Take
got my
this
new modem
thing
and stuff
away.
this month, and they can't even hook it up with a cable because the cable's now all HD TV or whatever, and this thing doesn't have that, in the back of it. So
HDMI.
it's out. Yeah, exactly. It's out of date and it's got to go. So yeah.
But by the way, gentlemen, Suzanne is saying good night. She's going to go biddy bye.
Oh shit! I didn't know
I'm not
Suzanne-
far
Love
behind.
you.
Good night. Good night,
Hi,
Suzanne.
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 Hi, sweetie.
Suzanne.
Good night,
Mm.
Have a good sleep, Suzanne.
Hugs.
Take care.
Yeah, she loved the entire show tonight, guys. This is great. Yeah, this is wonderful. I
Oh,
love
Mikey,
this.
we love you, man. I saw you streaming. Gotta help you out.
Oh, I appreciate it. And Booger says good night, Suzanne, too. Yes, thank you, Booger414. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think I told you guys what happened. I'll relate the story really quick. I'll just kind of cut it short with the story. But as you know, my previous computer, it wasn't internet connection, Professor and gentlemen. It was viruses that I found on the computer itself just as I was like finally going out. Like I couldn't even stay on StreamYard for less than
Mhm.
5 seconds, and then it
Yeah,
started
I-
dropping out
mhm.
completely. And it was 15 years old. And it was 15 years old. Like the thing was so ancient. Yeah. And
You're on Windows Vista.
well, I don't know. I don't know, Professor. All I know is that it was a form of Windows.
Millennium
It
Edition.
wasn't Windows 10 or 11. It was something very before that.
Oh,
Could've
if
been
it's
Windows
15 years
7.
old, it would have been way before Windows 10. Yeah.
Oh, way before that. Yeah, probably like Windows 7 or 6.
Because I'm still on 10, and I've
There was
only
no
had my
6.
computer for 3 years.
Okay,
So.
7. It could have been
XP.
7 then.
It could have been.
What?
It was probably Vista.
Oh, it was Vista. Well, maybe, you know
It
what?
could
That
have
might be
been.
true.
Yeah, that's 15 years is a long time ago.
Yeah.
That-
Oh, yeah.
You
Vista
should have
was
done
the
what
one-
you should have done what Jordy did to the Enterprise. Unplug your computer, wipe out everything, put in the new the backup program into the computer, and plug it back in.
I think Mikey's
know-
better off where he is right now with his new computer.
I'm very
new
happy
old
where I
computer.
am right now. Yeah, this is the longest I've lasted so long on these previous streams I did, and now with this, and I'm like so happy. Suzanne found me the right computer, definitely, because this is a 2024. As I said, it has a i3 or is it 13 Intel Core, and it's called
Core
Aspire
i3.
315, an Acer. It's an Acer laptop. So.
You sound great,
That's
by
a
the way.
bet.
And you're on StreamYard tonight, it looks like, too, Mikey. And I'm
I
glad
am
you are.
because
Because when you were doing that other one, I could never get it to work for me, but StreamYard works fine for me. So you
that's
sound
why I did
fantastic.
it, because PvP, first of all, I understood why, because Restream was not really working, and I understood. And Jay, well, the horror story was that Jay had 2 phones, and I was on Restream with Sif Dan. We were trying to do our A-Team review, and both his phones failed on Restream, but now they work perfectly here with StreamYard. So I just said, okay, I'll
So
put
far,
Restream
knock
aside.
on wood.
Knock on wood, it's working.
I've always found
We'll see tomorrow
everybody
night.
I know does StreamYard when they're doing live, and it's always worked really well for me. Like I can always join with no issues at all. So I would
Well,
say go
Omnicast,
with
the,
StreamYard if it works.
Right. Well, Omnicast, the best litmus test has been proven tonight, and I can definitely hang on Jet Nerdy or A Question of Track without any problem.
I was shocked last week, and it's like a whole new world for you. This is it.
A whole
Because
new
Professor always
world.
say he'd be saying Mikey.
What?
You can count the number of Mikeys, okay? If you listen to
I-
old Jeopardy episodes, Mikey.
Yes.
Yeah, I stopped doing that because it didn't do any good.
It didn't do any good. And Professor was saying like we've lost him in another time and space, and I'm a Time Lord. I would know these things.
That's right.
Mikey,
Communications breakdown.
Mikey,
That's
I
a,
see,
that's an old Led Zeppelin song. PvP would know. Communication breakdown.
Oh, that's a great song. Yeah,
This has been
I
fun,
like
yeah,
guys.
no.
I got to head out and watch Discovery so I can get some sleep afterwards. So, but
All
thank
right.
you.
Okay.
It's a lot of fun. I'll see you
And-
guys
and
tomorrow
what are
night.
you,
All of
what are you gonna
Yes.
What are you gonna watch Discovery on there?
Oh, I have
Omnicast?
Apple TV, and it streams Paramount Plus. Paramount
Okay,
Plus.
so he's
It's a
promoting
great
both.
platform. Yes.
Yeah.
And how
Award-winning
much is
show.
that a month?
It's only $9.99, but you get a 30-day free trial.
Wow, what a deal!
Okay, 30-day free trial. Okay, stream now all the hit shows, including Star Trek
They
Discovery.
need to
Season
bring
5.
back the Star Trek movies and the shooters.
I never
They'll be back
realized
eventually.
Discovery was a hit show, but I learned something tonight.
It's
Yeah,
a hit.
Dan-
No, the Smash series. Smash.
Yeah. Yeah, Dan was just
Yes,
asking me in the
I
private
want to
chat.
smash it. All right.
You want to smash it?
Mikey,
Smash something into
Mikey,
it.
you can give me an answer to that question in the private chat if you want, not say it out loud on the panel if you want.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna say.
All right, guys, have a good
best
night. See you
answer
later.
I'll give you, Dan.
Good
is
night,
that-
Omni.
Oh yeah, good night, Omni. Oh, I'm glad he came. And I'm glad you guys all came. I really appreciate this. I really do. Dan, as I was going to say to you, yeah, without just telling you guys how much this computer is costing us, but the fact is, it's actually affordable. and we'll have it paid off in less than 2 years. So I guess that's the best way to answer it to you.
Yeah, I'm looking at getting a new computer myself.
I think
Yeah,
you
well-
should, Professor.
I'll
That's
never
just
get a
that's
computer.
just a suggestion. I'm just saying, no, that's just a suggestion, Professor. But yeah, take it.
Oh,
You know,
I'm real close. I'm just about
Okay.
to order.
well, I have to tell you guys, like, Suzanne got this for me. It was the best birthday present, anniversary present, and Christmas present I'll ever have for a long time. So,
For 2 years at least.
well, but I mean, I'm not worried about paying it off.
But it's worth it, Brother Jay. It's worth it.
It is worth it.
Well, if
Yeah,
I
and
had the
We'll get
money,
to
I'd get
play
it.
more games now.
Well,
Yeah, you guys will get to see me play more Jeff Gertie and go up against Omni and Cinnabon Bunny and
yeah, there's a lot to be
Yeah.
said for having a good computer because I got my gaming PC 3 years ago and it's still running like heck, and it's a great little machine. I gotta say.
oh, thank
and,
goodness.
and to bounce off that, I do have I have a gaming computer similar to PvP's probably, but it's going on about 4 years old now. It still runs good. Yeah, but I did have to replace the fan in it since it overheated on it. I had to
Really?
replace the fan in it.
Wow.
Yeah, I think well, Dan, according to what I learned on this other computer, which, by the way, Jay, and if you guys don't know, what I did with it was the viruses were still left on there, and what I did is I cut some wires here and there. It is
Yeah.
no longer functional. That thing will no longer help anybody to transport viruses or anything. So it's dead.
Just,
Well, my
just
point-
don't open the power supply. You could kill yourself.
Well,
I didn't
really
open the
could.
power supply, my friend. No, I didn't.
Okay.
I made sure I was safe.
Just real
My
quick.
dad has done it before. Well, I'm just saying, my father had done it to a previous old computer. He said all you have to do is just cut a couple wires. He showed me which ones that he did with a previous old PC he had. So I did the same exact things without electrocuting myself or killing myself with this previous old computer I had, the HP I had, and then that was it. So
Oh yeah, and just for a quick reference, this is my gaming computer right here.
oh, cool. And what kind is it again, Dan?
I don't know. Let's see here.
Looked like a vacuum cleaner.
It's a Cyber Power Pro computer, I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah, gaming computer. I bought it at Best Buy.
So
It
what's
cost me-
the Professor? What's the current one that you use? The one that you're thinking of replacing.
Oh, it's a pretty high model. Looking to buy one, not at a regular store like Best Buy, but at a computer shop in Lubbock. And it would be a Core i5 14600K processor with 32 gigabyte RAM,
Nice.
a solid state drive, a 4070 RTX NVIDIA video card. It'd be a pretty high model.
Yeah,
Is that thing
and they
turbocharged?
allow you. I just wanted to say, and they allow you to buy that on a librarian salary.
Well, yeah.
Are libraries still a thing
It
nowadays?
wasn't a knock against you, Professor. I was just curious.
I've worked in libraries most of my life.
Yeah,
So there's
I
still
guess
a thing.
that.
Yeah, definitely. And we get a lot of people coming in every day.
Yeah.
It's just a
We
joke.
get hundreds of people in every day.
Well, it's just a joke since everyone uses their computer nowadays to research stuff. That's why they used to go to the library. We know they use their computers to research everything.
Yeah, but
I had a curious question about libraries, though, Professor, and you could probably answer it. And maybe you guys have experienced this yourselves. But before getting these PCs for ourselves, we had to use library computers, and we never knew if they were that protected. And we're talking, of course, being here in Canada, so I don't know how they handle it down in the States now. But I was
It
under the
depends on the
impression,
library.
right? But I was under the impression that libraries are not exactly the most encrypted or protected of people's information. Is that
Well,
wrong?
depends on
they
the-
are
Yeah.
public machines, right? So
Yeah.
All right, let me answer that. It depends on the library. Okay, every library is ran by a different agency. The library I work for is ran by the county that I live in.
Yeah.
Okay.
The last library I worked at was also ran by the county that I lived in. I lived in Arizona. I currently live in Texas. The library before that was ran by it was state funded. However, the local board of directors ran it. Basically, there was a director that was hired by that board, and the board itself was elected by the school district. Believe it or not, that was a weird kind of setup, but it depends on the library. It depends on the library how it's set up. Now, I can say the last two libraries that I worked at, we have actually the last three, all three had software installed on them that would basically forget everything that was done to it since it was rebooted when you reboot it.
Yeah.
Or turn it off. So if you go on the computer and let's say you go to Google and you do some searching, you go to Amazon and shop and you do some banking on there, maybe you do your taxes on there, or you get a form from some legal forms or something. When you log off the computer and it restarts, it forgets everything you did.
Wow.
Everything.
Yeah.
So it was like
I had a similar. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying it was like protecting the user's privacy. I'm guessing was the motivation.
Exactly. That is the motivation of that. So people have privacy when they use our computers. Now they are out in the public area, so somebody walking by can glance down at the screen and see what a person's looking at.
That's right.
But as soon as they reboot that computer, they log off. It is like it's restored to the point before they even touched it.
Right. So then nobody in their right mind could actually be able to, what's the word? Steal, I guess. They can't borrow the information.
Identity theft.
Because it's already gone. Yeah.
It's already gone.
It's already gone. I worked with a similar. Yeah. When you said you were in Arizona, when I worked in the libraries there, they had a similar setup when I first did my very first YouTube channel. They had a setup where it was in the school and it was done, mostly it was partly done through the state of Arizona, but also through the Maricopa County itself. So they had a county board of supervisors that worked with directors and with the actual unified school districts, and that's how. And the one I worked through was Scottsdale Unified School District. So they worked with the city and everything else, and put into place exactly what you were talking about, that everything would be forgotten.
The product is from a company called Phoronix, and the product is called Deep Freeze. It freezes the configuration of the computer. So if somebody gets gets on the internet and goes to a site that they shouldn't, and that site puts malware on the computer, you restart the computer, it's like it never happened.
Like the malware never existed, right? And it's just gone.
Deep what?
It's just gone. Deep freeze.
Deep freeze.
I thought you said throat.
Well,
said what?
Well, it's
I thought you said deep throat.
No.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's got a totally different meaning.
Oh, that is a way different meaning, man.
If you're searching that, you better hope the computer wipes out your traces.
Yeah, you better hope it stays encrypted. It doesn't even reveal what's there, because you don't want to mention that. Yeah.
Well, I do believe that the library computers have a safety blocker for that type of stuff.
Ad blockers too. Yeah, they have ad blockers too that work that way. So, yeah, there we go. Phoronix Deep Freeze Enterprise. I see
that's
that.
the product. That's the product we use.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, and Professor, and they do prevent identity theft unless the stealer is behind the person using the computer out with a piece of paper. It's scratching down the numbers they need to steal their identity that way.
That could happen. I'm not saying it can't.
But here's the thing: even when you enter your own like information, like when I would go to sign in to Google, and I had my library ID, my library PIN number, which is only known to me, nobody else would know it, and I kept
You
it
hope.
securely. And you hope, right? And then you just go in there and you do your thing, and then that when you log out of that particular computer, you've only had that for like an hour or so. Because is it still true, Professor? The libraries only give you a certain time limit for as long as you're allowed to be on the internet.
Yeah. in
Again,
my
it
area-
depends on it. Again, it depends on the library.
And the
Yeah,
district,
Yep.
I'm assuming.
From
Yeah.
my
Well-
area, it's roughly an hour on the computer before the
I was
computer
only had an
resets.
hour.
Yep.
Yeah, here in the Canadian ones, we were only allowed at the most an hour. And
The work,
what they
yeah,
did,
the work. The library I work at now, we give you 2 hours, and you can have 2 sessions per day, so that's 4 hours. And if you need more time, like you're taking a test or something like
Yeah.
that, we will extend it if you ask.
and they will do it, yeah, if they ask beforehand, right? Because we had the same
Right,
situation, right? Because we had the same situation where, like, they give us an hour, right? And then if nobody else is there to claim your space, you
Yeah.
can have up
You
to
can ask-
3, 4. Yeah, you can have up to anywhere from 3 to 4 hours, depending on how long you still need it, right? And you can the librarian, if they pay attention, they'll come over. They have assistants, they do have assistants that work there, and they come over and ask you, do you still need use of it? And you just say, yes, please. And, and if they got room, yeah, they'll let you continue to use it, till a certain point.
Yeah, but to do that, they probably have to put in their own passcode for you to get more time, though.
Yeah,
Well,
we have to
yeah,
override it.
Yeah, they can override it as long as you have like I said, as long as you have your own library card, and of course all your information is protected. I'm assuming that's true still, right? So it's all protected. So if they realize it's still just you, and they may just ask you again for your ID real quick, just make sure it is still you and legitimately, then they will extend. So yeah, that they don't have an issue with that. I would just
We like people coming in using our equipment.
yeah.
No, that's what
But did you-
libraries
Oh,
are
you
for,
could
right?
you could have
Exactly.
phrased that a little
We're
bit
there
better.
for the public.
That's right, but do they still read books? Or is it all
Absolutely. We have
audiobooks now?
no. We have people
Oh,
checking
I-
out books left and right.
Up
Really?
until about
Wow.
10 or 15 years ago, I was taking tons of books out of the library, but
Did
I
you
kinda
return
get out
them?
of the habit because I'm
Uh-huh.
mostly on the internet nowadays, right? So
Yeah, did you return
No,
them
not
PPP?
not necessarily. I mean, you have ebooks, of course, but you have to
Yeah.
buy them.
yeah,
Our
Oh,
books
yeah,
are
you
free.
buy those.
I'd rather go to
Yes.
the library because you can get all kinds of free stuff. You get, and not just books, but you get CDs and DVDs and stuff there too, right? So
Oh no, Booger.
Well,
Oh man.
Well,
He
Booger,
says
I'll
most
tell
of
you.
his-
I tell you,
Oh,
they
yeah.
must not have good filtering.
That's true. They must not. Because if you're looking at
We have-
halfway soft porn, yeah, no, yeah,
We have pretty good filtering. It filters out most of that garbage.
that's
I
good.
would say too, if a guy's homeless, the last thing he needs to be doing is looking at porn. He should get a shower and clean his life up and get a job. At least
Right,
that's
and
my
try to get a
opinion.
job.
Well-
Exactly. Yes.
The
Or try to
problem
find
is
someplace to
some people don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Some people are just bums. I'm sorry, but that's my opinion.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what this is what's happened lately to Canadian libraries. I can tell you exactly what's been happening. We had issues exactly the way that Booger was talking about with homeless people. They would just go in there and they would just take up a computer, and then they would just start being hostile, and they wouldn't allow people to use it. And they stunk. I mean, they stunk badly. And I don't mean to diss homeless people, but I'm just saying they just were not the cleanest people on the planet. And you didn't want somebody who had to do some hard research work or something in the library to sit next to a guy that smelled like a sewer, right? And so what's
That can
happened
be
now
that can be a problem. That can be a problem.
it's a big
That would
problem.
not
So
be
what
fun. Yeah.
Right. So what they've done, at least here in the Toronto library system, is they have reduced dramatically the number of computers they used to have in their libraries. They took out so many because they didn't want the homeless to hang around in the library for all hours, for no reason. And well, I can tell you now, there's no point in going to a library if you want to use a computer because there's either very little or there's just no time to be able to use one. And that's the saddest part. I mean,
That's kind of
that's what it's come
unfortunate, though,
down
right?
to. Yeah.
That's like letting the bad eggs kind of rule the roost, so to speak. It's like that's unfortunate.
Speaking of which,
Yeah, they do not filter right. They take the attitude that it's some sort of right. Yes, that's true.
Booger,
And-
Booger, what part of the world do you live in? I'm curious. So do you live in the U.S.? Is it which state? If you do,
Yeah, I'm gonna wait till he answers you. That's why I put your professor up there. Yeah.
no, I understand that.
it's
Okay,
Here's the thing, Booger. Okay, you're in Connecticut.
Who's in
Here's the
Connecticut?
thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about that. Most libraries get some sort of subsidy from the federal government for internet connectivity. And in order to get that subsidy, they have to filter.
Mhm.
And if they don't, they're violating federal law.
They are.
Mhm.
Well, and isn't it
They
not
could be shut
privacy
down.
issue, but what do they call it? They call it a invasion, invasive. There's something about it that it involves pornography, but they gave it a different name. Professor, do you know what that is? It was some kind of
Well,
act.
Yeah, it's SIPA, the Child Internet Protection Act. SIPA.
That's it. SIPA.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yes, we put that into place here too. In fact, we did it.
Good.
I'm pretty sure we did it the same time you did.
Good.
Yeah,
Throughout
pretty
the,
sure.
yes, throughout the
I'm
computer
pretty sure.
system.
I'm pretty sure Canada has some kind of federal law like that too, right?
Well, it does have something in place, PvP, and I know you down there in Kelowna and Vancouver, they've got the same process that's working off the for computer protection for minors that we have here in Ontario. So
I'm sure
it's
there
the
would
exact
be.
same thing.
I just can't
Yeah.
speak on it personally because I haven't been to the library in like 8 years because I
Well, you're
have
not
no
missing
need to
much.
use it anymore, right? Because I'm always on here. So
That's what
But,
I'm saying.
yeah.
You're not missing much if
I'm-
you've got a reliable and I know
You are.
Professor
I'm.
Bruce does.
I'm sorry. You are missing a lot, but
Oh,
that's another
come on, we're not
story.
missing that much.
well, I
no,
still
you
have my
are. You are
library
missing
card,
a lot.
but-
You don't know what your library provides for you. I'm sorry.
Oh,
And a
I
lot
do
of
like
people
what they
don't.
provide.
A lot of
years,
people
so
don't.
I have a pretty good
Okay.
idea what it provides, but
What do they provide?
access to the internet, access to
What
a lot of
else?
great books,
What else?
magazines, DVDs,
What else?
CDs, all kinds of
Mhm.
stuff.
What else? What else?
Well,
this
you
a
can
challenge?
there's audiobooks that you can rent
They
out.
do
Yeah, I've had
educational
those.
You got
classes. I know
ebooks you
that.
can
What
rent
else?
out. And also they have meetings. They have meetings of groups. They're
Oh,
allowed
there's like
to
film clubs
else?
and all kinds of things. Yeah.
What else?
okay, you tell us what else.
Yeah, please tell me. I'm obviously
Yeah, please
ignorant.
tell us. Because I haven't
Well,
been to
most
a library
libraries-
in over a year.
Most libraries give you access to online tools that you do not have access normally through a normal internet connection. Tools that give you peer-reviewed articles, if you're doing research, all sorts of genealogical information that you just cannot get on the internet if you just go on and do a Google search. These are specialized tools that we pay for that you have free access to
That's cool.
that you don't have if you don't go to your library and get a library card and use them.
Right. Okay. Well, and you know what?
A lot
other
of
thing
libraries
too-
have law libraries built into them where you can get legal information.
Yeah,
if you
legal
need
advice
legal forms, legal advice,
and taxes. Taxes.
tax forms, yeah.
You can do taxes
lot
like right there in the library in a secure private room if you want. You could
Yeah, I
just
got
you
my
want
tax
to
Hey,
a lot of libraries have maker spaces where you can go in
That's
and
true.
use 3D printers, poster printers. You can film things. They have cameras where you can film video. They have audio equipment. They have all sorts of creative things that you can use.
so yeah, there's a lot there. But
Doesn't
you know,
sound like
it
my
depends on the
library.
person that needs well,
We have the
and
study
I
rooms.
know
Yes,
that you
Booger.
agree. Well, PvP, you know that I agree with you when it comes to, access to library. Yes, you do have a lot of things, but most of us that are older people, we don't feel the need to use them because maybe they don't apply to us
I don't.
anymore. I
I
guess
don't
it
think my
depends on the
library
person.
had a lot of that 9 years ago. The last time I was.
We
there.
have a microfiche machine, Omni.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me catch up, guys, because I know Omni's hanging in the chat there, which I
Yeah.
appreciate. Thank you, Omni. Yeah, so Booger says the
Good note.
computers are theoretically limited to 1 hour, but you can keep it if nobody else asks for one.
Bye,
You can
PvP.
also keep signing up and switch.
See you later, PvP.
Bye, PvP. I'm sorry. I didn't know he had to leave. Sorry, guys. Yeah, Booger says he's in Connecticut. He says, I can see the internet being treated as a sort of public utility, but I don't think there's a problem with filters on public computers. I don't
I
think
agree.
so. Here goes Omni Camera. Okay, I got to sing this. Okay. Butterfly in the sky, I can fly twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book, The Reading Rainbow. There we
Oh,
go.
shoot myself.
Thank you, LeVar Burton.
Thank you. Our library loans out maker supplies, even a 3D printer. Well, that's
Yep.
cool.
Yeah,
I
we
use the small study rooms that can be reserved for a 2-hour block. I do it for
We have
Zoom
those.
meetings and webinars. That's true. They can do it for
Yeah.
seminars. That's true.
Oh, something else.
Yeah.
Classes. We have classes for things.
Classes.
Computer
That's right,
classes.
computer classes.
Yeah.
Computer
You want to learn
classes
how to
learn
sew? We got sewing classes. We got crochet classes. We've got meetings for people that are homeless and they're looking for shelter or maybe a place to live.
Mhm.
We've got
My library.
we've got meetings for Medicare. If you have questions about Medicare, you can come
Yeah.
in and talk to people that are experts on that.
Yes, and I may have to go to the Canadian Library. Booger brings up a good point. I definitely know I need to go to the library in regards to a passport because a lot of the offices were closed during the I'm not going to say it, Jay, but you know what I'm talking about, the C thing was going on, and a lot of public offices and a lot of those government offices were closed during that nasty thing. But Booger says, yeah, our has a library employee help fill out our passport applications. That's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have them fill out my Canadian passport because unfortunately I can't write as fast as I was able to before. I can't do that anymore. I'm just a slow guy,
You don't know how to
Omni-
use a word processor? We'll help you use a word processor.
I appreciate that. I mean, you're not in Canada, and I wish you were, Professor, so you can help me. But I know some other people could. I know, and that's good because
My library actually had a cooking class for kids, teenagers, and teaching them how to cook.
That's cool. Omni is already bored with STD already. He said, and he's aware
that
of
second
the
episode was pretty boring.
machines.
Almost fell asleep.
Ours has microfiber because it is the archive of our local newspaper. I'm just finishing up, Dan. I'm sorry. We have a passport office in town, but the library and the post office will help with the paperwork. Okay, that's good. And Smith Corona word processor. That's what
More like Microsoft Word 365.
Did y'all hear about the earthquake in New Jersey today?
Yes, sir. 4.8 in the tri-state area. Yeah,
I have it.
It was felt all the way to. They said 5 states felt it.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that. I
Well, we
believe that.
never felt it, but to be you know, to know what was good, we didn't have it happen up here.
I
Suzanne
mean, you
was
got
out
New
shopping.
Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, right close together. Where the
Connecticut.
epicenter was Connecticut.
It
Yeah.
even affected. It even affected
Maryland.
Massachusetts.
One person
Mass-
said they felt it in Massachusetts.
That's what I said. Yeah, Boston area, right? So they
Yeah,
said
I
they even
believe that.
felt it there, and I believe that. Yeah, but you
Texas
know,
is a huge state. Texas is a huge state, and I felt one in far western Texas here where I live. Is good 2.5 hour drive from here.
Yeah, now
We had an
where Omni
earthquake a
lives, he and
couple of
his
months
wife.
ago near Shreveport.
Yeah,
They happen. They
Yeah.
happen all over the place. The minor ones, they happen everywhere.
yeah. Well,
On
now
occasion.
Omni said he felt it. He and his wife felt it. The building shook like a martini. Well, that's cute. People felt in here. Felt in here. Booger says, but he didn't. I didn't. Yeah. with
Now,
Connecticut.
Omni, you should have watched Babylon 5. I'm sorry.
Right. You should have just listened to Matthew and Jeff do the Babylon 5 thing. You would have been wide awake then, right? Is that what it is?
Oh, he's in season 4, so that was the highlight of the show. I think
Yeah.
the most
And
exciting
Booger
part of the
said-
show.
Right. And Booger said he was in a Costco, so that is apparently quake proof. I slept through the aftershock. Oh, that's a good idea. Okay.
And Omni Man, well, you have a Paramount Plus, so you asked for it to watch STD. You asked for it because you're sponsored
Yes.
by them, so you have to watch it.
He did. That's right. It's his own fault. But then he gets
Yeah,
compensated by them, so he
that
can't.
smash hit series, Omni.
That's Smash Hit series. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I'm going to hit it
Gonna
with
be
a
sick.
and smash it.
yeah, and
Yeah.
how much you want to bet that in order to get sponsors, Omni Man probably has to lie through his teeth saying it's the best TV show ever.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
You probably would have to say that just to get more sponsors from them or to keep
Yeah,
getting their
well,
sponsors.
just so he gets paid. Maybe that's
Yeah,
his whole
exactly.
deal.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
just smash, right. I'll tell you
Well,
this
of course,
much. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Professor.
of course, this is a joke, and this joke gets extended because supposedly, and I'm not claiming this is true because it isn't, Omni uses his Paramount Plus money that he gets to pay John so he can win at Jeopardy.
Ah. Is that where the rigged idea
See,
comes
Bird was
comes in?
right. It's rigged.
No, I said it's not true, Brother Jay. Didn't you listen?
Oh, I heard everything you said.
Uh-huh. Maybe
Yeah, I don't
STD
know where
causes
that rigged
earthquakes.
thing comes from, Jay. Honestly, rigged?
Huh?
I do.
never
I
heard
do.
that
It's a
before.
certain bunny.
Oh, Cinnabon? Oh, well, what can you do about him? I don't know. I don't know.
Everything's rigged against the bunny unless he wins.
Boy, them two were crossing swords. What was it last week?
Yeah. Yeah, Bunny, apparently, we won't go
You and
into it,
Cinnabon?
Professor, but you and Cinnabon really had a row going at each other, didn't you?
It was all a joke. Come on.
Oh,
I told
All right,
Mikey,
it
I,
was a
I
joke.
said, Professor's got a new enemy.
I've had a new enemy.
now he's had an enemy for a while.
This
There's more
town
than
needs
just
an
him.
enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised. You know what I'm saying about now? Come on, I'm gonna say we all love Cinnabon. We all love Cinnabon, but you know he does sometimes go a little too far. I understand. Thomas Potts, we love you
Oh,
too, brother.
shit.
But sometimes you go crazy. Sometimes, admit it. Even I do go nuts sometimes. So. But that's what makes you guys unique. That's why we love you so much, and it
Mikey?
does boost. Yes.
I think I have what's that thing called? You read something and it's like it's backwards. Shoot, what is it called? Dyslexia. I think I have dyslexia. Read what
dyslexia.
Booger has wrote down, and I'll tell you what I thought I saw.
Okay. He says maybe STD caused the earthquake.
I thought it said the earthquake causes STDs.
Oh no.
Okay,
Dyslexia.
Brother
Okay.
Jay.
Jay, bro. Yes, rigged. Massive scheme. That's what Omni's saying.
Yeah, it's not
someone is
rigged. It's
obsessed
not
with,
really rigged. Omni just cheats because he's got his little notes and he's got books and stuff of everything of Star Trek. No, that's just false and everything. He's just a great player. He had to be
Okay.
to whoop my ass.
Okay, Omnicast, if you're bored, there's the StreamYard link again. You're more than welcome to pop in here. We're going to be here at least. I'm going to shoot for 30 more
17
minutes.
more
guys,
hours.
okay? Not 10 more hours. Stop that.
17 more hours.
Well,
Oh,
I need to
no,
get
you
some
don't.
sleep soon.
Yes, and I know Professor needs sleep soon. Yes, so because I know he's got a big day tomorrow. He's
Oh,
gotta
he can
put
sleep
stuff
on the
together.
job.
Oh, sure. He can.
What?
Yeah,
Well,
don't
what
they
is-
provide? Don't they
Yeah,
provide
yeah.
private
The
sleep?
Saturday
there's another-
manager of the whole library can sleep. Right.
Well, don't they give you a private room that you can sleep if you need to catch up on sleep? And you got a lot of assistants that help you out there, Professor, right?
Yeah. I can't take a nap.
Oh, I'm sorry. You need more help then.
Yeah.
Our
You
library,
do.
there's
You need
only
help.
one librarian on Saturday.
Yeah.
And there's
he's
another
probably the only
thing that
one.
my library offers, Professor. We
What's that?
offer free coffee and popcorn.
Right.
Nice.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and Omnicast says cheats.
We'll do that for events. You know, if we're showing a movie, we'll offer popcorn for free. If we're having a book discussion or something, we'll have coffee for free.
Yeah, sure.
Mhm.
Well, you know what? If you did coffee and a Danish, I might reconsider coming down there to you, Professor, and doing coffee clock with the pastry or Diet Coke. I drink the diet stuff. So Yeah.
You'd come all the way from Canada, huh, to Texas,
Uh-huh.
just
Sure.
for a Danish.
just for good Danish, there's some
Wow.
decent ones here, but not very many. That's what I'm saying.
And
I hate
Professor-
I
Danish.
like the sweetness.
And Professor,
Obviously,
because-
thanks here. Booger says he has all night. I'm just reading quickly here. Sleep will come in the morning.
Yeah.
Who maintains the card catalog? Okay, Professor, he's asking you that. Who maintains that?
Sleep
Who
will come in the
maintains-
morning is a line in a gospel song. I just can't remember what the title is.
Well, Omni, that's a bit of a complex question because we all, in some way or fashion, do make suggestions if we find what we feel is an error in the cataloging of a book or an item on the shelf. If we see something that we think shouldn't be where it currently is, we will take it to someone to evaluate what we believe is the error and see if it should be changed. But I suppose if you want to get down to the nitty gritty, at my library, it's Megan that maintains the catalog.
Megan. We're not talking
that's
about
her
the
name.
psychotic android girl, Megan.
No,
We're
no,
just
no,
talking about
no.
what it's called.
Mm.
Okay.
Sounds like
And-
she's one hot little number.
and
Yeah.
Professor,
She's married. She's married.
Yeah. Mr. Dewey, Booger says. The Dewey Decimal. Yeah, I remember that. I remember the days when there was no food or drink in libraries. Now ours rents out space to a coffee shop. Yes, they
Mhm.
do. And they should have done it a long time ago, but they didn't think about it, I guess.
Oh,
Mr.
that
Dewey knows
reminds
best.
me,
Go against
Mikey.
Dewey. Okay.
That reminds
caught up.
me,
Sorry.
Mikey.
Yes.
My church went to a church in Shreveport. Can you believe this church was in a mall, an
Oh
abandoned
yeah, I can
mall?
believe it. I can believe
The
it.
whole mall, except for one store in the back, which was a fur company, sold furs. The rest of it was a church. The chapel was in the old movie theater.
Yeah, that
And
doesn't
in the
surprise me.
hallway, in the main hallway, there is a coffee station, and it has a name. It's called Hebrews.
That's good. I
That's
like
good.
that.
Yeah, I like that too. Here's the thing. Before I left Arizona, uh, some of the local, I want to say the Orthodox Jews and some of the other Greek Orthodox and Eastern Orthodox, and this is nothing against them guys or YouTube. I'm just quoting that these particular religious organizations would hold their services out of office buildings. They would
Mm-hmm.
purposefully rent office space so that they could have. We went to a mass because we knew some Orthodox priests, and we went to a mass, and the mass was just like the size of a mini warehouse. It wasn't a church per se, but it was decorated like a church, and it was more of like a warehouse. And we went there and had a mass there. So it
Yeah.
doesn't surprise me, Jay. I mean, there's
Oh,
all sorts of
we
places.
have several churches in old buildings. We have a church that was in a used to be a hardware store, one that was an
Yeah,
old
Hebrews, ha ha
convenience
ha.
store. Another one was in what used to be a porn shop, and that porn shop was not in this city more a week before the city council and the whole town drove them out.
Yeah, there was an old theater. Booger is I'm going to answer this one for him. He says not to be too irreverent, but there are similarities between theater layout and church layout. I can tell you a great example.
Oh,
In
this thing was huge.
Well,
This
yeah,
theater
but
was
I just
huge.
wanted to, yeah, I just wanted to quote the Booker here real quick, which I came across this place. It's in Mesa, Arizona. Mesa, Arizona has a bunch of people that are part of the Mormon faith. And what they
Mm.
one of their organizations, what they did is they took a very old theater that was there since like the early 1900s, because there
I'll
were
be right
only a
back.
few of them spread throughout the city and the outskirts. And so what they did is they took this very old theater thing, modified it so they would have more seats in it, and that's one of their temples is where this old theater was. Because I saw pictures of it online and everything. So I was like, okay, I
Mm.
knew where it was. I knew exactly where it was. So
Mm.
I hope that answers your question, Booker. Because I have seen it that way before. Now go ahead what you were going to say, Jay, and I'll wait till you're done.
Hmm?
Go ahead, Jay.
What? I
You were
finished.
saying about they're so huge. And I thought you had a
Yeah,
point you were
yeah.
saying.
He was saying Booger was saying something about there's a difference between theater and church. The church was in an old mall,
Yeah.
and the old theater, was huge. I mean, this
Wow.
thing was. They had like it was
They've
like
had many
10.
churches.
It was like 6 or 10 theaters in one.
Yeah.
Well, they
Yeah, they've
tore
had
all
many
the
churches.
walls out, and
Sorry.
they made that whole theater into a chapel because they got huge members. I mean,
Yeah.
this thing was like a mega church, and we went there for a revival, and
Yeah.
it's I don't think it was. I think it was a non-denominational church, but they worshiped like they were Pentecostal. which that's fine. I have nothing wrong with Pentecostals. And
No.
we had a great time. It was like a workshop, really, than a revival, because
Yeah.
after each day of the message, we broke up into groups and had a workshop. It was great.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to ask Dan and the professor if they want to answer it. Have you been aware of churches that have opened up in strip malls like that? You know, just like small spaces like that. Because I've seen that a lot. Just strip malls, just old stuff.
I don't get it very much. So, in my experience, no, because I don't get very much, and I'm not sure if the professor came
Yeah.
back to.
What about
my,
you, Professor? You come across that, like, you know, a local church just opening up in a strip mall or
I
oversized
have
building?
seen. I have seen
Mhm.
something like that. There's a church down the road from me that I've only lived here for last not quite 7 years now, but before I moved here, that building quite obviously was a theater.
Yes.
It just looks like a theater from the
Mhm.
outside, but it's a church today.
Yeah. You
Mhm.
know what? I don't think I've ever asked you. What part of Arizona did you live in, buddy?
In the Prescott area.
Ooh, Prescott Valley. Beautiful. That
Yeah,
is beautiful.
I actually lived in Prescott Valley. The major town is Prescott.
Yes. But I know of Prescott Valley because Suzanne and I, we stayed in a really nice hotel over in Prescott Valley. I had
And-
to introduce
Cool.
her to the state, and it was beautiful. I
And
loved it.
Professor,
And I was the manager of the branch library in the little town just to the southeast of Prescott Valley called Dewey Humboldt.
Dewey Humboldt. Yes. I remember Dewey. Very small town.
Where did you
Yeah.
live in Arizona, Mikey?
Okay, well, when I moved from the Bay Area back in 1971, the first place I lived in was in the town of Scottsdale. But back then, they didn't call it South Scottsdale because that's what it is now. But back then, it was Scottsdale. So I just lived there for like 4 years. Then in 1975, after my mother had our last child, there's 4 of us.
Mhm.
So Elizabeth, my youngest sister, after she was born, we moved to an area called Paradise Valley, Arizona. Now, Paradise
Mhm.
Valley today is a gated community. It's a gated suburb of Phoenix. But back
Mhm.
then, it was unincorporated by the city. So they called it Paradise Valley. And that's where we stayed for about 16 years. And then I moved from there. I went through 2 bad marriages, but one of the times that I was married, I was living in a part of Phoenix they called it Northeast Phoenix because then it became incorporated by the city and the state. That's where I
What year
was.
was
But
that?
I've lived in Oklahoma. I have lived in Oklahoma for 18 months. I was there. That was my second ex. I lived in Colorado Springs, Colorado for 6 months. That's where I lived my first
Mhm.
ex. I tried for the Navy for about 4 weeks, and that was over near Orlando, Florida, but that didn't quite work out. But I did get out of there honorably,
Mhm.
so not dishonorable. It was honorable. Um,
All right.
but other than that, I mean, yeah, I spent most of my life in Arizona, and the last place I was at, with that, I brought Suzanne down to visit my parents, and after we visited everybody, said our goodbyes, I was able to retire comfortably, without any debts and nothing left behind, and we moved from Scottsdale, where I was living at northeast part of the
Mhm.
town, and we moved here to Canada. The rest is history. We've been living in the same apartment that Suzanne had before she met me. So yeah, we're in the same.
Do you recognize a man named Ken Booth?
Tim Booth?
Ken,
No, I don't recognize that
K-E.
name.
Oh, okay. He lived in Scottsdale.
Okay.
He moved. He retired in Scottsdale after 20, 30, 40 something years as an investigative reporter in Louisiana for a TV station. And man, he was one of the greatest investigative reporters ever. And he moved over there because he needed the dryness, his health.
Yeah.
The
Well, for his health, yeah. Well, that's probably why Professor was there, right? For your health too, sir?
No, no, actually not.
Oh, well, why were you living there?
I was married,
Oh, well, there you go.
and she lived there, but I'm not
Oh.
married now.
I'm sorry. You need to get
well-
married again.
And Professor, this may be
No,
way too
you
late
don't.
to your library job joke, but you could sleep on the job, just don't get caught while sleeping on the job.
That's true.
I was just telling
That's a
my
little
friend,
difficult to do, especially since we have cameras in most of the library.
In all the spaces. That's right. No, Professor would have
Mikey Professor doesn't need to get married. Like I told a friend of mine the other day, I said, dear, if you need to be loved, if you need to be held, and you need to be told that you're lovely, just rent it. Don't get married.
Rent it?
Rent it.
Professor,
Rent
would
it?
you take that advice?
Yeah.
Would you take
Rent
that
it.
advice?
Yeah.
What? I'm not sure how to take that.
Male
Well, you know
I
what?
don't know what that means.
Well, I don't know. Here's what I'm going to suggest,
Male
Professor.
prostitute.
No, don't do that.
Yeah, no.
No. Even though, and to be fair, we love Conti too, but even though he considers
Don't
Professor
knock it
his
until you
mad
try
wife,
it.
we know it's a platonic relationship. It has nothing to do with sexual and nothing else to do behind closed doors. Okay, so we're okay with that. We're okay.
Okay.
And
I
it's
don't
just
know
like,
where that came from, but
well, I'm just trying to establish the relationship that you and Conti have, which is respectful of each other. That's what I'm saying, Professor. It's very platonic.
we have our arguments. Let's put it that way.
I know, and that's why
And
I
it's
said
all due to
tolerate-
Star Trek canon. He wants
Well,
to
They,
use
of course.
they
Omega
tolerate each other. They tolerate each other. That's
they
it.
tolerated one another, right? But I was trying to make a point that the fact is that the reason that I was going to say the reason that Jay considers my wife Suzanne as a co-wife is because she is respected platonically and lovingly as a family member, and it has nothing to do with ulterior motives or anything. It's just a
No, it's a
kind
little
way-
joke between the three of us. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, it is, and that's what's
Well,
love.
it's
That's
not-
what's wonderful about it.
It's not just between the three of you now.
Yeah, well, that's true. Everybody else knows about it.
Oh, I don't
Everybody
care.
listens to
Everybody
this
knows about it.
broadcast knows about it
I
now.
love that woman.
That's
Just like I
okay.
love brother Mikey. They're my family.
Yes, and we consider you a brother too, Dan, and
And when I
Professor
hit the
and
lottery, I'm
Omnicast.
bringing their ass
If you
down to
think-
Bastrop, Louisiana.
Yeah, there we go.
Ah,
He's trying to get me down there. I don't. Us, I
are you
I don't know
are you
how
hit
he's
it
going to
tomorrow
do
night?
that. What's that?
Are you
I
going to hit it
hope so.
tomorrow night?
I bought
Jay?
me 10. I hope so. I just bought me 20 tickets.
Wow,
Yeah,
I've never bought 20 tickets.
Yeah, I want him to win the lottery. I really
I
do.
do
I
too.
really want to see Jay win it. Because then he'll
Mhm.
come visit you, Professor.
Then you
with his
won't see
winning,
my
he'll
fat
come
ass
visit.
ever again.
Be careful with the
Wow.
lottery money because when people win the lottery, they get irresponsible unless they're good savers. Plus, there's the taxes they take away each year. You have your money.
Oh, of course. Right. Yeah, you have to be careful what
Well-
you say about that, Jay.
You pay tax. It depends on how you get the money too. If it's one lump sum, you just pay taxes once on it.
Yeah, you only pay it
That's
the one
right.
time, right? But if you do it in payments, you're going to have to pay a little bit of
And
that
you
tax
can't
each
put the
time, like
money
Professor-
in an interest account, or you will be paying taxes every year.
Yeah.
Well, you'll pay on what you make, not on
Right.
the initial amount.
Right.
Okay. So
You'll
let's
pay on the interest, not on the principal.
right. Okay, so just to finish the point here. So Booger says I've been to Mass and a YMCA. Yeah, I've seen that too. Even a double wide trailer. Office buildings are not uncommon. I went to a Baptist
Double
service
wide
in a bowling alley
trailer.
once. A nearby church in my area just bought their second old theater. See what I mean? I mean, theaters have all that seating space, and you have big wide screens. So if you want to talk, do a sermon, I mean, you could do it from a podium you build yourself in there, and then you show. We've had that before. I've been in a Catholic church before that was just starting out, and they were in a theater-sized auditorium in the school we were in. And they did it from the school auditorium, like on weekends, on Sundays. So yeah, I mean, I've seen all that. And Burger then finally says, we have a few in our city. The church I grew up going to was affiliated with several congregations in non-traditional buildings. Absolutely true. And thank you, Booger, for providing those statements to us. So now we can drop that.
Almost forgot, fella babies. Booger.
Booger. Well, you know what? Here's the funny thing. I asked Booger the first time I talked to him. I said, Booger 414. I said, dude, is it okay to call you Booger just as Booger, or do you want me to call you by the whole name? And according to, I guess, what he said to me, if I understood him correctly, was that he didn't mind. If I could just call him Booger or Mr. Booger, he was fine with that. So, I mean, everybody's different, but I mean, just, talking to him that way, and I was like, okay. So,
Oh, I saw the most beautiful Sue today. Oh, she was beautiful.
yeah, it's okay. Yeah, Booger says that too. Well, Professor, let me
think
ask
that's-
you. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. Jay.
No, go
Okay,
ahead.
man. Oh no, I was going to ask Professor. Is it polite to just call you Professor, or Brainy Specs, or just call you by your first name, Jeff?
Everybody calls me by all three. It doesn't matter to me.
I mean, it doesn't offend you, right?
I call him Jeff Papa.
Yeah, he does call me that. No, it doesn't offend me, Mikey.
Okay, well, because I wanted to keep, I wanted to
And if-
have your. No, I just wanted to have your, your feelings. I kept you. I wanted to keep your.
I
feelings,
appreciate that.
Your
in mind
permission
that-
to call you what you want to be called.
And of course, on AQOT, I'm called Admiral and Brains and
Brains, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
and
it's
Admiral
like
Brains and
sure.
Sometimes I call
it's
him
like with,
Brainiac.
Brainiac.
yeah, you have.
Or I just call him Time Lord Jeff. I mean, that's a good name for him.
Mhm.
He is a Time Lord. He's what, over 9,000 years old? You said something like that.
I'm 953.
Oh, sorry. I just gave you the benefit of 1,000 extra. Sorry about that. Okay,
Mikey.
950.
Wow.
Yes.
And you only
Mikey,
look
can you check
like you're 300.
He's at a day over 300. Yeah,
Mikey,
It's just
can you-
barely middle age.
right.
Mikey, can you check the private chat? I sent you a question.
Okay. Let me take a look. Yes, sir. I think that's probably best. Yeah, we're gonna wrap up at the 5-hour mark. Are you guys okay with that, or would you like to continue a little while longer?
It's whatever
I
you
need
want to
get
do.
bed. I got about 3.5 hours sleep last night, and
Oh,
I have to be up,
jeez.
Wait,
I have to be up
Well, you go to bed
in
then.
about 6.5 hours from now.
yeah,
Okay.
go to
I,
bed.
Well,
I
Get
could
enough
not. I
sleep you
could
can get.
not get to sleep last night. I just laid in bed and tossed and turned, thought about this, thought about that. Oh, I want to do that. I would need to do that project. I just couldn't turn my brain off.
I see.
You know
Well,
what the
Ray,
best thing that I found how to go to sleep? I got my
Go ahead,
doctor
Jay.
to order me a prescription of meclizine. Meclizine will
Meclizine.
knock your ass out.
Well,
Meclizine.
here's the thing. Does it allow you to get up when you need to get up?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does? Okay.
Because
Well,
some medication will affect your ability to get up in the morning.
sure.
Well, it works on different people, different ways. Me, it knocks my ass off. My
See.
aid worker, it doesn't do anything to her.
Well, okay. Well, in answer to Mr. Dan's question, yeah, we'll just go a couple more minutes, Dan. I would probably say right around the 5:05 mark, probably will begin to shut down, and then I can thank everybody here because you guys are absolutely amazing. And I didn't think that we would have such a successful topic time, but this has been the most successful. And I got to tell you, Professor and Dan and Omnicast and Booger and Silverwolf and Brother Jay and PvP and everybody that came in, you guys and gals, you're just wonderful. I mean, I can't thank you all enough for not only being so supportive of me during the dark times that I had with a terrible computer and connection, mostly terrible computer.
It was the
But
worst. It was the
now,
best of times. It was the worst of times.
exactly
Hey,
right.
that sounds like a book.
That's also a song.
Mhm.
It was the best of times.
I could
Sticks,
not
I think, in it.
stand reading that book in school. It was
Yep.
so, oh God, I wanted to set it on fire.
Was that from Tales of Two Cities? I
Hmm.
think it was. Yeah. See, I did read books in library. I used to be a library assistant. I never told you that, did
I
I,
don't
Professor?
remember the author, but he
Hey.
must have been depressed as hell.
Yeah, I never told the professor, but back in high school, one of the jobs I had my junior year was I helped out in the library after school. And then
Cool.
my senior year, I worked in the administrative office taking charge of attendance for my
Ah.
senior year of high school, taking attendance. So,
And
yeah, I worked with
okay,
counselors and librarians. Yeah.
that's really cool.
Oh, yeah, it's very
Now,
cool.
Now,
Yeah.
tell
Brother
me,
Jay, that's Charles Dickens, by the way. That was the best of times, the worst of
Oh.
times.
Right.
Tale
The
of
best
Two
of times were
Cities
Tales of Two Cities. Yeah.
oh yeah, and
by Charles
Mikey,
he must have
Dickens.
been
tell
depressed
me,
as
Yeah.
heck.
did your fellow students try to bribe you? Say, hey, you have my attendance card here. Can you sort of budget up a little bit for me not miss? How me say I missed 5 days instead of 7?
Put it. What you want, Dan? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear what you just said. That last part.
When you were in the attendance office, when you were in high school, did your fellow students say, "Hey, can you do me a little favor here? I'll give you something on the side. Can you take away 2 days when it says here I've been after 5 days? Can you make it 3 days?"
Well, okay. It's really hard to describe, but I'll try the best I can. These are kids who grew up to be, high school students. I'd known them since third grade. Okay, and all these kids that I was affiliated with that grew up in front of my eyes as well as I was, even though I wasn't a very tall kid. Um, they never really bribed me. No, in fact, they were actually surprised that I was able to get such a worthy position in the attendance office. And I was only, I don't want to say I was threatened because I was never threatened, but I'm a nerd, okay? I grew up as a nerd all the way through, and they thought that if they came in late, I would be the one to expose them. Well, then they decided, well, if Mikey is going to, follow his job, we should not be late for school. And there's only a couple of kids from my senior year when I graduated in 1983 that for whatever reason, were late for school, but they had legitimate reason. So I never had that as an issue. Nobody threatened my life. Nobody came to me and offered bribes. No, they expected me to do my job, and I was respectful and polite to every person I knew. That's why I was such a plus. I worked as a trainer. Not only worked in the attendance office and the library 1 year, but I was also a trainer for the basketball team, the varsity basketball team. So I took care. I took care of people,
You wore a lot
and
of
they knew
hats,
it,
didn't
and
you?
they respected me for that. So yeah, I mean, Dan, that's a good question, but yeah, I never once had an issue, and I'm proud of that.
I mean, because some kids or people, they do take advantage of those people saying, "Hey, can I write you with $25 and take off 2 days for my 3-day absent period?"
Right. Well, they may have done that now or in the last 20 years or so, but I'm telling you, back in the early 80s, kids were more than respectful of their elders, the teachers, the
Yes.
librarians, everybody.
And
Absolutely.
uh, and when I was growing up, if a neighbor saw you doing something wrong, they came over and they whooped your ass, and then told your parents, and then your parents whooped your ass.
Well, I had this one girl in my neighborhood. Her name was Jamie Dean, and Jamie Dean was very nasty to me. She was a very nasty young girl, and I practically beat the crap out of her and almost hurt her. I mean, almost broke something, and I got whipped, and I mean really
Mm-hmm.
whipped. Not just from my father,
Mm-hmm.
not just from my father, but Jamie Dean's dad was about ready to kick my ass and kill me. And I was like, because I beat up on his daughter, and I said, but his daughter's, I tried to plead my case and said, well, she's been bothering me. She's demeaning me. She's talking behind my back at school. It was a lot of things, and I never thought a girl could be that evil, but she was. I can't help
Mm-hmm.
that.
And did he
I
forgive
was
you?
trying to defend myself.
Did he forgive you?
Eventually, yes, because they were moving out of the neighborhood, and I was the better person. I was the better man, and I walked up to Jamie's father and I said, "Look, I apologize profusely. My dad said you never hit girls, and that was one mistake I made." And I appealed to my dad and I said, "Look, it will never ever happen again," because I also had my younger sister Elizabeth was very mean to me growing up too. I was the oldest of four, and she was the youngest, 10 years difference. And without going into too much of it, she just was not very nice to me. So I just lashed out and I told Jamie's father, I said, "Look, I apologize profusely. I don't want it to happen anymore. I won't let it happen." My dad said I did the right thing. I apologized and made up, and they were nice to me from then on. Nobody ever gave me crap or anything anymore.
Well,
So
I do have a question. Did his daughter show her that side of her personality to her dad, or was it just to you that showed that side of her?
it was just to me. She was able to hide it from her older brother, Jimmy Dean. They were Jimmy and Jamie Dean, and Jamie was the younger, and Jimmy was the older. And I was friends with Jimmy Dean. He was a very nice man, very nice young man. He eventually turned out to be a really nice person, a great adult. But his sister,
Sold a lot of sausages. too.
was just like was like almost the Antichrist. So, you know,
Yeah,
and that's not her fault. She felt underappreciated. She even told me herself one time. She said, "My dad doesn't appreciate me, but he really loves my brother."
well,
So
my point is that sometimes children, they have two different personas, one for home and one for at school, and sometimes sometimes the other personality slips by and the parent sees like, what the hell is this kid I raised? That's not who I raised. And then when that side of the personality comes by, the parents punish them for that, or they
well,
say,
as Booger said, it was a far, far better thing I did. I just wanted to throw that in. Okay, well, guys, let's
Yes,
go
of
ahead
course,
and
that's
close
from.
it out. Yeah, go ahead,
Of
Professor.
course,
Sorry.
Kirk said that in Star Trek too, and that's a reference back to it was the best of times, it was the worst of times.
Right, and it's a far, far better thing I do. Yes, I agree, and that's a good quote too. And the last thing I want to add to that also, uh, that episode where he showed off the to the what was the name of that tribe? He showed him the Declaration of Independence or the
Oh,
Constitution. That's it,
Yeah,
U.S.
the
Constitution.
Yanks. The
The
Yanks.
Yangs and the Yings, Yings and the Yangs. Yeah,
Yeah,
and that was wonderful.
a very corny
The
episode.
Yanks and the Calms.
A very
Yes.
corny and cheesy episode.
Oh, and Booger said to you, Professor, that was also said by Colin Baker in a Doctor Who episode.
So
I'll take your word
Yeah.
on that, Booger.
Yeah.
So which came first then?
What?
Well,
Well,
No.
Professor said it already, I think. Yeah.
Well,
And
it
he
was
says
the
it was
best.
the best of times, it was the worst of times, and it's a far, far better thing I do than
well,
I've ever done
it's
before.
another Charles Dickens quote. So Charles
Right.
Dickens wrote it first. It was in
Dickens is
Star Trek.
awesome.
It was in Star Trek 2, said by
Yes.
Kirk, and then apparently Colin Baker said it in a Doctor Who episode a few years later.
Yeah, I guess so. That's what Booger said.
Mhm.
I take your word for it, Booger. You're pretty well knowledgeable. I mean, he knows a lot of stuff. So, I'll take his word for that. Oh, okay. It says the doctor was quoting Dickens. Well, then that makes sense.
Well,
Yeah,
you
that
know,
makes a
I
lot of
mean,
sense.
in a way, Kirk was as well through
yeah, of
via
course.
Spock.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, gentlemen, I think this is where we'll go ahead and close down the chat and the stream. Once again, I want to say on behalf of Brother Jay and Sif Dan and Professor Brainy Specs and Omnicast and Pleasant Valley Picker, who's also known as PvP, all brothers to me, guys. You really, and of course Suzanne, who helped us out tonight, my wonderful wife. I appreciate, and Booger414, thank you for coming too. You were amazing. Thank you. You know, I have to say, I have a wonderful family of men and women in the YouTube community that I highly favored their opinions. I highly favored their remarks, their comments, and I know that these people are good people. I mean, and I have to say I am blessed. I am totally blessed that not only do I have a working computer because I'm going to be thanking my wife forever, for this.
Pandas
But
in the
the fact that I can talk to
rain.
you guys and I can finally, express my true feelings, it's a great thing. I enjoy it. I love it. So let me go ahead and quickly thank everybody that was in the chat. So we had Gaming with Silver Wolf, and we had Hakeem, and Silver. Thank you for coming out. I appreciate you guys getting me started. Tonight, Jim's Landscape. I appreciate him. Commodore Productions LLC1. He is going to have a future fan film of his coming out called Repair 4, and myself there, lend a voice. So you guys will be able to hear that in a couple months. He's putting that together right now. We also had Dadman Walking 55. Dadman and Mrs. Dadman Walking 55 do their own streams. They talk about just about anything, just like we do here on Topic Times on Fridays. It's good to check them out, see how they're doing, and give them a love. Just kind of hit them a like every once in a while. I did thank OmnicastNet for coming in. Don't forget that Jay and I and Professor Brainy Specs and OmnicastNet all inhabit Jet Nerdy on Saturday nights at 9 p.m. with John DeMarco. So check that out. It's one of the greatest, in my honest opinion, I think it's one of the greatest contest I've ever played online. And also, we don't want to forget A Question of Trek with Conti,
Bless you.
Professor Brainy Specs, Zoe Kirk Robinson, and Mr. T. Dowd, who lives over in Collingwood. He's not very far from where we live here in Scarborough, so he's practically a neighbor. He's he's just right down the way. I mean, he's not very far. Let's see. Let's see who else we got to thank. Oh, there we go. Edge of Time was here. So thank you, Edge of Time. And Lemon Pie, of course, Sir Lemon, I call him. Gorilla Random Thoughts calls him Scurvy, but that's okay. He doesn't mind. Of course, Professor Brainy, or Jeff Franklin, as we like to call him in real life, every once in a while. Let's see. I want to make sure I cover everybody here. Of course, one of our panelists here, Sci-Fi Sif Dan. Dan, it was a pleasure. I am so happy that you came by tonight to help us out. And of course, my brother in arms, Mr. Jay Aldridge. Brother Jay, thank you so much. And Jeff, I hope you do more of these with us. I really enjoyed you coming tonight. I really did.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I had fun myself.
I had lots of fun. And of course, we have, like I said, our new subscriber to this channel. And by the way, guys, I have 146 subscribers. If you guys can share my channel out, I will reach 150. And when I reach 150, I'm going to do a little mini celebration about it in one of the future Topic Time streams. So if we can get to that 150 mark, I will definitely do that for you guys and have a mini celebration. Yeah.
Mikey, how old is this channel?
Oh, this channel? Okay. Well, I started it when I got married to Suzanne. That was back in 2016. I didn't really start streaming until last year in 2023. One of the gentlemen we lost recently, back in October, Cardinal Sin, who is also known as Gil Revell, he actually got me started to streaming. And then I got encouraged by pop culture curator, Professor here encouraged me. John DeMarco encouraged me. Tony Stark of Iron. Of course, Brother Jay. There was a lot of people that encouraged us to build the channel. And I said, well, I think one of the ways that most people are doing that is by streaming and doing chats like this.
Yeah.
And that's how I got started, was actually April of last year, Dan. So not next week. Oh, yeah, next week. Well, I'm saying on the 12th of April, I'll actually be celebrating on the next Topic Time, next Friday. I'll be celebrating our 1-year anniversary of streaming. So we've been here
Cool.
for 1 year doing the streams.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you guys are invited. Yeah.
And as for me, my 7th year anniversary, I think, is coming up pretty soon on my YouTube channel. That's on April
That's cool.
21st.
Yeah. So, I think we covered everybody in PvP. Yeah. So we covered
That
everybody.
reminds
tonight.
me.
Right.
That reminds me, Mikey. I
Yes,
was coming back home from the grocery store, and our social coordinator here at the apartment building where I live
And
in.
you're very welcome, Booger 414. Yes, these streams are fun. Glad to be included. You're very welcome.
She found out
Go ahead,
that I
Jay.
was
Finish. I'm
going.
sorry.
She found out that I was going to be celebrating 31 years living in this building, and she said that they was going to have a celebration for me being the longest resident living here. I said, "Ain't that cool?"
That's awesome. Well,
Yeah.
I hope that you do that. Okay. Well, before we end this completely, normally
Mhm.
we do a prayer. Are you okay with that, Professor? Jay just gives a quick prayer for everybody, and then we all sign out. So,
Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
all right. So, Jay, go ahead and give us our closing prayer for tonight, and then we're done.
Dear Heavenly Father, we are so glad to come together to worship you, Father, and your Son, Jesus Christ. And we do that in Christian love. And we love everybody that has come to gather and have fun. Christians can have fun. We're not boring people. We have fun too. And in this tonight, we had great fun, clean fun, but fun. And Father, everybody here has prayers that need sent to you, Father. And we lift them up right now. I pray for everyone that is here tonight. Go with us, lead, guide, and direct us. Bring us back again Monday so we can have more fun. We love you, love your Son. And we ask you to forgive us for all of our sins. And if anybody here who is not a Christian, just ask you, Father, to keep knocking on their heart. And maybe, just maybe, with our guidance, talking about having fun, that they will open the door to let you in. That's all we ask, Father. In Jesus' name, amen and amen.
Amen and amen. Thank you, Brother Jay. Thank you so much.
Amen.
And well, it looks like he dropped out. Okay. Last minute, quickly, Professor, do you have? Thank you so much, Sir Lemon Pie. Also, I want to mention you one more time because you are an awesome master moderator. You take care of the chat and you take care of us especially. We love you, Brother Lemon. We love you. Okay, here's Jay back. There he is.
I don't know what happened.
Okay, so,
Did y'all hear the prayer?
Yeah,
We did. An amen to that, Jay.
And definitely amen to that, Jay. Yes. Professor, you have anything last minute to say to us? I know that you're the grand scorekeeper of not only Jet Nerdy, but also A Question of Trek. Which reminds me, is Question of Trek coming back Sunday or not yet?
Not yet. So just quickly, we'll have Jet Nerdy tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern time on John DeMarco's channel. No Question of Trek on Sunday. We usually go out at 11 a.m. Eastern time on Sunday mornings. Monday nights, I am on Life with Matthew's channel, and we're doing Babylon 5 watch parties. And we're up to episode 7 this week of season 1. We're just getting started. It's not too late to join us, so do join us there at 10:30 p.m. Eastern time Monday night.
Yes, it's a very good channel. And Life with Matthew, he does a great job. But every once in a while, Professor's got to help him out.
Well, it's Matthew, so it's Matthew, so he needs a little help.
Yeah, he does need a little help. Dan, go ahead and promote your channel, sir. Go ahead, Dan. It's your turn.
If any of your chatters or panelists are not subbed to my channel, I would like them to be subbed to help my channel grow and spread the word. On my channel, I usually cover different sci-fi topics and movies, and any other topics, depending how well versed I am in those. On my channel, I usually cover different sci-fi TV shows or movies, and now coming up possible what-if scenarios for different universes, crossovers. I'm trying to put some more up this Monday. And
Lemon Pie, if you want to go ahead and put down, everybody that's here in the panel, and if you want to add Omnicast as well, and also PvP, if you want to put down their links, especially for Sci-Fi Dan and for Professor Brainy Specs, and with Life with Matthew, and people know our channel here already. Suzanne and Jay and I and you, Lemon, we all run this. So there's Sif Dan's channel. There you go.
Thank you.
They are all set. There's Dan. Everybody's got your and I do live chat replay. So when people see the chat, hopefully, they'll see your channel there and they'll promote you and you know, give you some credence and everything.
Mhm.
So that's, you know, great stuff. Yeah, Booger says very nice to have a sci-fi conversation where Christianity isn't insulted or belittled. Yes, amen to that, Booger. I
Amen
you
to
know,
that.
that's a great thing. Also, here is Professor Brainy Speck's website. So check that out.
There's no content on that channel.
Yeah, but I mean, they can go there and link from your space, right, to Jet Nerdy or AQOT or
Well,
Life with
it's
Matthew.
like with me, Mikey. There's no reason to subscribe to my channel because I don't do anything.
Oh no, I understand, guys. I do. I understand about it. I just want to make sure that you guys are recognized so that if you know, it doesn't hurt to have a few you know, subs going to a channel, even though
Yeah, I
there may
had
not be
two
a lot
last
of
night
content.
join my channel, and I'm going like, why?
Well, you know, last night I think I told you guys this, but I'll repeat it one more time and then we'll get out of here. I went to Netter's Network on Thursday night, and I was there with Last Call with Troy Pacelli. I know some of you guys know them. They're a very wonderful couple. They've been married for over 30 years now. And
Wow.
Netter's Network on Thursdays does Thursdays things, and she promotes local channels, all the channels that she can on YouTube. And she did a great job with our Mikey Sue's 4 channel last night promoting it. And she said, I was the channel that got the most subscribers at the end of the night from the end of her interview with me. And and she was right. I went up from 137 subscribers to 147. I had gained 10 subscribers in the course of that interview, which lasted just over an hour.
That's great.
So I was very happy about that.
That's great.
And Professor says, yeah, post for the John DeMarco's channel, Jet Nerdy Question of Trek and Life with Matthew. Okay, so that's what he's doing right now. He's working on that. So here's John DeMarco's channel, which sponsors Jet Nerdy along with Professor on Saturday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central, 7 o'clock, I think, Mountain Time, right, Professor? They're like 2
Yes,
hours
that's correct.
behind. Yeah,
Yeah.
7, correct. Yeah. Well, I think they share the same time. You know what? I think Arizona shares the same time with California. So it's like
I thought
7
it was,
o'clock.
Currently, they do.
8
Yes.
o'clock
So
Central.
it'd be
Yeah, apparently that.
Mikey,
Okay, Evan.
eight Central, 7 Mountains, 6 Pacific,
okay.
and Arizona.
Oh, it is 6 Pacific? Okay. Yeah. And then
Mikey,
3 hours
3 hours. Okay.
Mike,
Okay.
for Pacific.
I'm sorry,
and
Dan. Yeah,
Arizona.
go ahead, Dan. Say what you were going to say.
is this your longest live stream you had on your channel?
Not by
So
a long
far.
shot. I had a 7-hour one that.
Oh, you did?
So what should
Well,
we
it
try
was
to
the
almost 7
longest.
hours. It
So
was
what should-
almost 7 hours, but you were carrying me most of the time, Jay, because I kept going out every once in a while, and you carried me. It
So
was at
what?
least over 6 hours.
So what should we try to beat your
Oh
record? then?
no. I'm tired. I want to spend some time with Suzanne too. And I know Professor's tired. He's got to get up tomorrow. I understand. I totally get it. Some of us need sleep. I do. I know you're kind of giggling over there, Professor, but you know, I care. I care about sleep.
I think I'm giggling because I've only had 3.5 hours sleep the last 12 hours.
And you're giddy.
Or
It's
24 hours. Excuse me, 24 hours.
Yes, sir. And you're giddy because you've had that lack of sleep. That's totally understandable. And I've gone through it myself. I have sleep apnea. I do. I am diagnosed. I was diagnosed with sleep apnea, a form of sleeplessness that I can't solve. And it's partly my fault because I used to work overnight shifts where I would start at 11 p.m. at night and work till 7 in the morning. And I had that for a very long time. And then I used to work 2 jobs, and I never got any nap time between the one job I was working, which was Safeway, and the other job I was working, which was Doubletree, which is part of Dollarama or not Doubletree, Dollar Tree, which is part of Dollarama up here in Canada. And I worked that first in the morning. Then I worked Safeway until midnight. So yeah, I didn't even get a lot of sleep. And Suzanne knows because she'd like wait up for me with cats we had at the time. These cute little, adorable kittens we had. 3 girls and 1 big boy, and they would all rush as soon as I walked in the door. So, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna run these back real quick. So here's Sif Dan's channel that Lemon Pie provided so nicely. Here's Professor Brady Speck's own channel, but he also put in what Professor asked for, which was John DeMarco's Jet Nerdy channel that he works there with him, and the Life with Matthew channel that
Yay, thank
Professor
you.
works with. Yes, and Sif Dan, I hope that he got your channel correct. So I hope we got all that.
Well, I can check the link real fast on the YouTube site, see if it works.
Yeah, it should work.
It
If you
does.
go to the chat itself, yeah,
It does. He got it.
totally awesome. Okay, cool. Sir Lemon, like I said, you're a miracle worker. He is Scotty, only he's down there. I call him that sometimes. I say, "You're Scotty. Get us warp 3 and get us to warp and speed in 3 minutes, or we're all dead." Just kidding. Okay, so as for myself and Jay,
Hello?
just to tell you real quickly, we do a week long every week now of different reviews and, of course, our topic time. Now, I work with Jay 3 times. On Monday, I do my own Mikey TV channel, which is a part of YouTube, a webcam. Then on Tuesdays, I do here on StreamYard, I'll be doing the A-Team reviews with Jay Aldridge, and we're on season 1. Well, like you, Professor, we're on season 1 and only episode 9 of A-Team. So there's like 5 seasons long, and so yeah, we're going to be working on episode 9 of season 1. And then
You'll finish
on
before we do.
might not be the case. You might finish before
Oh.
we do.
No. You'll finish before we will.
Oh, we'll get finished. Oh, okay.
Yes,
Well,
yes, definitely.
not really
Definitely. You'll finish before.
okay. Yeah, it's not really competition, but if
No, it isn't. I'm just saying.
right. And let's see. Okay, so after and then Wednesday I do another webcam, and I'm doing the Greatest American Hero. I just finished. Oh, we just lost Sif Dan. Sorry, Sif Dan. I hope that wasn't your problem there. Yeah, so I do Greatest American Hero on Wednesdays. Now, every one of these times, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, where Thursday, Jay and I do the Shazam and Secrets of Isis Hour, or we just call it Shazam Isis Hour. That's also at 4 p.m., 3 o'clock Central. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is where all of these webcams and streams are run. And then next Friday night, we'll be celebrating our 1-year anniversary here for myself and Suzanne and our partners for being the mic. Okay. Sorry about that, Sci-Fi Sif Dan. But yeah, next Friday we're going to celebrate. So I invite all of you to come. I want you guys to all come if you can and celebrate our streaming and, of course, this wonderful brand new computer that I'm blessed to have, knock on wood. Yeah, I guess that pretty much does it. Let's see, last couple of things here. Have a good evening, Mikey, Suze, Jay, Sif Dan, Professor 414, and Omni. Thank you, Lemon Pie, for all your wonderful help tonight. I really mean it. You exceeded yourself and you did well, so thank you. And Professor, of course, said thank you, Lemon Pie. Have a good night. Yeah, Sci-Fi said he had a problem with his mic. And yeah, check the private chat and you'll see why. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, you said, are you going to wrap up? Yeah, I said when I would. And he said, oh, I got to go use the restroom. I may not be back by the time you finish. That's okay, Dan. private matters and important bowel functions are more
Private eyes,
important.
they're watching you.
Sorry. Anyway, on behalf of Jay Aldrich, on behalf of my beautiful wife, Suzanne Fournier, on behalf of Professor Brainy Specs, also known as Jeff Franklin, on behalf of Omnicast, on behalf of PvP, and Lemon Pie, Sir Lemon, and on behalf
Once
of
again,
our
Lemon
wonderful
has
you
got
and
me
Sci-Fi
hungry for
Sit Down.
pie.
Yes. And yeah, it's forbidden on this channel. Just kidding. Right. On behalf of every one of you guys, thank you so much for hanging with me these 5+ hours. I love you guys.
Love
I
everybody.
really do. We love
Have a good
everybody.
night,
You guys are great
everyone.
professors. Good night, everybody.
Good
And
night.
we will see you guys again on Jet Nerdy tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern on John DeMarco's channel. And until
Mhm.
then, the aisle is closed. Good night, everyone.